And similar to Sonics, they haven't quite been able to get the ball rolling, especially when it comes to these weekly survival kind of things. They've, obviously managed to get 1 week over the line into the weekly finals. They only got 43 points there, so that's not quite enough. Gen G needs to get a win today.
Code Crit 10 until the 13th of December.
Each region has some of their big heavy hitters still not in this weekly final. Either and over in EMEA as well. FaZe has not been able to find that chicken dinner here to be able to push them in, alongside a lot of their EMEA brothers that have already found themselves a spot here in the weekly final. All right, we are ready to go. It is Erangel time. Only 5 games remain here for our weekly survival. Let's get...
Thank you very much, lads and ladettes on the desk. It is
the
final day of the weekly survival here for PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. And joining me tonight is the lovely Chunks from basically...
Oh, good caster duo.
I am doing amazing. I'm excited to be back on the mic, not stuck on the desk. Now I actually get the nitty-gritty, get involved, get excited about these matches.
Sorry, I'm going to focus more in a second. I'm just...
A lot of these squads.
I have ADHD, so when someone tells me to do something, I do the one thing.
Do or die. There's a certain number of teams as well that, of course, have never even played any of the weekly finals. If they are to do so, they obviously need to win within these final 5 games. We're looking at the Sonics. We're looking at FaZe Clan.
Does that make sense, chat?
And even if they do win tonight, then they would basically have to win this week's weekly finals anyway if they are to make top 12.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a couple minutes ago about how it's not confirmed for any of these.
Hey, Mr. One, hoodie's really slick. Dude, the hoodies are really nice. I'm not, no bias. They're really, really nice.
You don't have to worry.
Bliss has gone. Bliss has tried really hard to get good quality stuff.
If you are a team that maybe it's your first weekly final, I should say, or if you haven't stacked.
That's my heart rate monitor. 0. I'm dead.
You need to.
Hey, bro, what's up?
An insane amount of points, and you will basically need to win the weekly survival.
I'm about to do it.
Margin, so it's going to be a rough one.
I can just do previous bet.
Able to make it.
We'll do a really basic bet this game. Winning team kills over under 9.5.
I know at least for myself.
Oh, what's happening here?
16 couple of days
Let's get the map stream up so we can start doing analysis.
For probably all 6 of those games where the circles were just about everywhere. It's the little round you go, God Meow and Ling Do. Generally, this should be a stalemate. God Meow just, I think, milking this as much as he can. Ling Do is really going for this, though. And
he's
should
dodging.
Never really be able to win this.
I love it. I mean, God Meow's been able to dodge this. Sure, he's taken a little bit of damage, but the fact is, Ling Do hasn't had the opportunity.
His heart rate.
The speed to get the knock, which means God Meow now going to have himself a UMP. As Noir actually opens up, it seemed for a second there like were maybe.
Did you not see the tweet
on that fight?
Oh, that's the wrong tweet. Look at this Meltrap.
Start to the game. I don't think anything was really evident from that. I would have been severely surprised if anyone goes down there one way or the other. Speaking of Buriram, though, obviously they've been a bit of a highlight today. They had a very intriguing day yesterday, but they got a decent position here inside of this circle. They can make their way over the Milton Bridge pretty early on. I would imagine most teams will want to do so with this circle. Sosnov,
I'm probably going to end up back on Korean commentary today.
We could see a northern shift over towards Milta.
But let's do one game with Xenox and Chunks.
Like that sort of quick loot up, get some vehicles, and get over towards Sosnov.
All right, the most important thing here is the melee circle.
To navigate those, something that we really noticed yesterday.
Melee circle. Sonics have the circle. What will they take? I'm very curious. What do they prioritize in this circle?
Clustered up in Milta, there was kind of a knock-on effect in terms of teams going for that maybe sneaky rotation.
Because SSG are going to get the middle. I mean, maybe they'll go. Oh, they went south last time, but
you don't have to worry as much.
I honestly think
are able to play it a little slower, but when it does go down to the south, you have
maybe
to
2 here.
4 or 5 teams still.
I don't know. It's a hard one.
It out to get across the bridge.
Such a dodge.
Position you want to be in, especially
dodgy circle, man. Hard shift to the north, technically possible, yeah.
Exactly what I was about to
this
say.
can go back to the North Island. Good night, Sue. Thank you for watching today. Thank you for hanging out.
You can sort of fight your way through, get maybe some kills. Yeah, you might lose a player or 2 for that matter, but it still ends up being a net result of a couple of handful of points. But in Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, with 5 games remaining here for weekly survival, that's what it's all about, is surviving. I think with this kind of circle, you do not.
Thank you, Moltrap. It's my best angle. That's why I'm doing it. Otherwise, I look fat.
Phase 2 gives you that reprieve, which is very unlikely. It's all about getting over. as soon as possible, which is what the majority of teams
Mime's in trouble.
Basically, both bridges, I think,
what's going on?
Completely log jammed at this point. I mean, you've already got 17 Pero. They're making their way over from Lighthouse Bridge, and there's still a lot of teams that will be around that Milter Bridge as well over the next couple of minutes or so. I'm expecting
He got out. Mime got out. He's fine.
Super far up north, of course, they'll start making their way down as well.
I can't help but notice the fact that Buram, a team that we probably thought was going to be the first to rotate, has barely made themselves a move yet. They're still going for this kind of spot loot strategy, which I do worry a little bit about how that's going to work out. With just
they couldn't rotate early because of the
south. Pero and 17.
The bullshit at the start.
Surely Pero don't set up a bridge.
Trying to get run over.
Now. It just seems like a really bad play. I mean, the smokes are down to break the line of sight. It might have just been an escape attempt.
That's true.
Yeah,
Tiggs knocked him twice this tournament, right?
Because of that smoke, have now been forced to slow down. So this could cause a problem for any of the teams rotating a little bit later along this bridge now that they have to be aware of a team taking the time to cross.
So we might be going Korean stream chat. It's really awkward talking over other people speaking English.
Whether they're successful or not, they're not going to have themselves a better position inside of the circle that allows the teams that are coming from the Milter Bridge to then fan out towards the left-hand side of Crossroads and take those kind
Tigger's farming damage. You don't get damage from hitting teammates.
Island, where, of course, Pero sort of want to play from. So it's kind of like that risk versus reward. And in Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, I don't think you're gaining.
I'd watch this. Like, if I wasn't streaming, I'd watch the English cast today.
Really smart play
with Xenox and Chunks. I would watch it.
Nice and safe.
But because we're streaming, we might go Korea. Just because.
They're not eager to move. Like, they have
just because it's much more comfortable to talk over. Hey, that's me. English. Korea.
없었는데.
맞습니다.
자, 오늘 좀 파이팅이 필요한 상황입니다.
3일차 공기는 맡아본 적이 없거든요.
If you haven't seen this before, if you haven't seen the Korean stream before, they're really fun to listen to. Even if you don't understand them, they're really fun, man.
못 먹는 것보다 낫거든요, 오늘.
맞습니다.
이거 아메리카노 괜찮나요?
자, 이거
아메리카노.
것 자체가 좀 어려운
He's so dead.
이거 혼자예요. 저번이랑 똑같은 작전 쓰는 거 보세요.
Saj.
아메리카노 선수가 지금 시간대쯤에 여기는 꼭 먹혀 있을 거라는 생각을 했어야 되는데 그 전 과정까지 굉장히 좋았습니다. 상대방의 전략을 파악하고 잘 들어오긴 했는데 너무 욕심이 많습니다 지금.
너무 느슨했습니다.
맞습니다.
Yeah, the Korean stream's also less delayed and higher quality. Don't overtalk Quack. Which one's Quack? They're so fun, dude. The end of a game is so fun with the Korean casting. Let's go back to what's important. So Sonics didn't, like, even though they were here first, they've just kind of invested in military. I think, I don't know, I feel like they would have wanted to get up here maybe. I like Pero's spots a lot. Oh, the interviewer. I try not to. We got a botation! We've barely seen any botations this tournament.
검문소가 있다고 한들 캣워크 지역으로 우측으로 차량을 유지해서 빠져나갈 수 있는 그 동선까지 계획하는 것 같습니다.
At this stage, it's gonna work too. At this stage, they'll get in here for free.
첫 서클 때는 그 팀들이 굉장히 안쪽에서
Where's Fury? They won last night. They qualified last night. So for those who don't know, today's format for the next 5 games is if you win, you qualify for the next part. You have to win a game. Nothing else matters. Kill the whole lobby and come second. Don't qualify. Wait for it. What are we waiting for? Oh, the north shift. We used to see this so much more often back in the day. You know, back in the good old days. Boating.
자, 브리남의 이동 경로에 대해서도 한번 체크를 하고 있고 언급해주신 바와 같이 지금 카페인이 빠진 GNL이라 리포카 노보 쪽에서 좀 어려움을 상황인데 어쨌든 그 영역에는 다른 부분들은
got a lot of gift subs today, guys.
확실히 지금 GNL 같은 경우는 노보 쪽에 지금 사람이 없다는 것을 정확하게 파악하고 들어온 것 같은데 확실히 노보
the most subs we have for ages. Makes sense to stay in the water and chill until you see where the next circle goes. It's really sketch. Maybe if you have a cool place to sit, but being this is probably a biased opinion. As a player in competitive PUBG, being in a boat it feels awful because you just have no play. You can't jump out of the boat. Like, it just feels really bad. So I never want to be sitting in a boat. Also, you can't like drive in circles because your fuel runs out. I'd say it makes more sense to go land. So, for example, makes much more sense to come up here and leave the boat in the water. I talked about it the other game a few days ago. If you beach your boat on a cross like this, it's a mistake, usually. Unless you're under shots. You should not beach your boat in case you need to get back in it. Oh, Heaven sees them too. Heaven is shooting the boat. Bicycles in comp? Will they ever put them in? Oh, the boat hit him! Like, someone in the boat hit him. Oh, nah, it's just more. It's a pretty normal one. So Pero just made really good choice by holding these two. And this game literally can only end here. Like, there's no more, like, barely any RNG left already. In phase 4, it has to shift off the water. Guys, never have a suppressor on your M4. Terrible. Yeah, bicycle's not as fun in first person. Doesn't it shift down to Sonics? Doesn't have to go all the way. It most likely leaves the military base. This is only phase 2. Stop banning me. It's only phase 2. There can be water in the next phase.
어쨌든 이 상황으로 하여금 이 킬로그로 하여금 17게이밍 아까 전에 포칭키 먹고 내려오지 않았나? 젠지는 바로 들어오고 있습니다. 좋습니다. 이 킬로그 하나의 증거만으로도
I'm gonna end the bet in about 20 seconds. Good games today. This is the first game. First game. Hey, Cap-like. Who the fuck is Game Home? Vietnamese team? They came in today. This is the first game today. Well, first game this week. Sonic's playing scared. They moved a little bit slow at the start, but I think like you don't want to lose a player right at the start of a winner chicken dinner game. But yeah, I'd say a little bit passive at the start on grabbing a good spot. But they're not in the worst case scenario at all. If this shifts far south next, they're guaranteed in. So getting out of Millie late game is really hard though. Damn, that was a 6 break.
숫자가 없는 걸 제대로 파악하고 있죠 SSG가.
그래서 지인은 2명의 선수만 생존해 있습니다. 콘과 헤븐 그리고 BBL 쪽으로 문을 녹화하고 있는 거는 멀티서클 게이밍인데요.
네, 수류탄을 그렇게 정통으로 넣었는데 킬도.
Any aggressive team like in this format, it's rough, man.
멀티서클 게이밍도 대략의 수비적인 위치
But
다 파악하고.
we've talked about it heaps while watching this format. It's often worth going for a really risky early take because that wins you the game. Like. If you're not first, you're last. So going for big risks is important. Gambling. Hello Z, you got a gift sub. I'm ending the bet. Oh, we have 35 bets in. I'll give you guys 10 more seconds.
밀배섬 북쪽에 대한 정보가 상대적으로 적었는데 그러면 BBL 쪽으로 완전히 그 집중하기는 좀 어려운 상황이 됐고요.
자, 그래서 제가 봤을 때 지금 젠지가 노리던 게 NC의
I mean, yesterday, did you watch the last game? Stop banning me yesterday.
전문손을 좀 차렸거든요, 왼쪽 다리에.
네.
자, 어쨌든 안쪽에
I was like shocked by their rotation into the middle.
비어 있는
I couldn't believe it.
끝까지 놓치지 않겠다는 거예요.
맞습니다. 그리고 젠지가 엔스만 없다면 지금 왼쪽 땅을 전체를 쓸 수 있고
It is the real DreamHack Z.
그리고 많은 선수들이 킬로그를 올리고 있어서
DreamHack announced DreamHack Melbourne next year in September. And they wanted to support some local streamers as well. So it's pretty cool. Wow, that didn't wait. That didn't have to do that. That didn't have to do that. Sonics are really happy. You know, Australian locals, you know what I meant. It's really cool.
스매시 저번부터 혼자 남으면은 대력을 보여줍니다.
멀티 서클 게임 이거 절망적인 상황이 됐습니다. 헤븐이 한 명 더 누웠어요.
Oh my god, this guy speaks fast.
아, 다락방 공략에 약간 실패를 하면서 난리 났죠.
헤븐이 와킬.
헤븐.
이러면 멀티 서클 게임이 가장 먼저 제거됐고요.
맞습니다. 그리고 스매시 선수도 혼자 남은 걸 알고 있는 GNL e스포츠는 조금 더
Stupid pull off from MCG.
나중에 한번 보여줄 수
It's not the greatest compound. What's going to be played there yet? There's going to be League of Legends final, CS:GO, and also Halo. The Halo. There's a big Halo event.
굉장히 좋은 플레이인데 아쉽게도 GNL 같은 경우는 듀커드다 보니까
Also has the usual DreamHack stuff, like the bring your own PC stuff for casual player.
자, 그리고 젠지 와요. 왼쪽 다리에 엔스가 옵니다. 젠지가 이걸
Yeah, Heaven's insane.
진짜 중요합니다 이거.
I mean, most of the Korean players are insane. Genji bridge camping?
아, 지금 이거 다
Guys, what?
것 같은데.
자, 그러면 이노닉스 살릴 수 있는 타이밍은 나올 것 같거든요.
네, 이거 살릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
Why?
아,
Genji lost? Like,
있습니다.
what did Genji do?
러스마르를 놔두고 이제 빠져나간 그런 셈이 됐는데 살짝 좀 아쉽군요.
맞습니다. 그래도
Why are they bridge camping in the blue in this format?
이번 서클에 되면
I mean, they're fine. They got 4 back up.
살리고
I'm just-
쏘는 선에
it's just weird.
주도권을 계속해서 젠지가 취해줄 수는 있어요.
자, 그래서 엔스가 또 깊게
This is the format where only the win matters. This is the last 5 games of weekly survival in the whole tournament.
하지만 잡았어요.
네.
잡긴 했는데 콘 선수의 위치가 너무 멀다 보니까 코넥스 선수가 먼저
So this is extremely important.
자, 그러면 이 부분에 있어서 아직까지
If you don't qualify today,
좀 더 바라봐야 될것
You're
같아요.
either hoping you got enough points in other weekly
엔스가
finals,
반격을 한
unlikely,
장면이 있었군요.
or you're going to win one of those last 4 games.
살리고 아수라 선수와
The
키오 선수가
grand
뒷선에
survivals.
올라서서
Oh,
엔스가
Esther.
더 이상 치지 못하도록 견제를 좀 해줘야 될 것 같습니다.
Hey, Lev, what's up?
엔스도 사실상 기본이 나쁘다.
Halo Pro. I played a bit of Halo. To be a pro Halo player, you basically have to play with a controller.
굉장히 쉬웠을 것 같은데 확실히 엔스
So-
선수가 이렇게 세 명이서 더 안쪽으로 들어가다 보니까 나중에 이게 어떤 작용을 일어나는지
Playing the edge, not anyone
지켜봐야
behind
될것
them.
같습니다.
그렇습니다.
Yeah, but I wouldn't risk being in the blue. Getting knocked in the blue is extremely dangerous. So I think it would have made more sense to sit on the ridge. I don't know. Unless they had no loot or something.
자, 자기장이 확정됩니다.
네, 한 명을 기절시킨다고 해도 이거 확킬을 내기가 좀
I mean, this is not too bad. This stresses me out. This Sonic split stresses me out right now.
능선에
I don't know where they should regroup. Oh, they're going to go back to the barracks? I've seen teams win from that barracks. But you have to leave it eventually, and leaving it's really sketch.
SSG 경우 같은 경우는 능선으로 차라리 빠져주는 게 더 이득이거든요. 어차피 서클이 빠졌고
네.
얘네들을 굳이 잡지 않고 가도 저쪽 라인은 다른 땅이기 때문에 지금 이거 버리고 가는 판단이 맞습니다. 굳이 잡을 필요가 없어요. 이렇게
몇 대 얻어맞고 전장기절 당한 것 같죠?
네, 아니 이건 좀 아쉬운데요.
그렇습니다.
Yeah, but Halo is Halo. Like,
그렇죠.
that's Halo. Like, people take a lot of bullets, and... Oh no, Roth was going back for Kanan.
이렇게 되면 SSG 선수들 같은 경우는 만들어낼 수
And controllers are better than the mouse and keyboard.
불안방으로 빠지고 있어요.
그렇습니다.
이거 쓸리겠는데요. 올드리스 혼자 남았어요.
와, GX 교전이 굉장히 강합니다 지금.
Poor SSG. SSG have played so well this week, they just can't get a win.
지금 SSG라는 팀의 흐름을 이렇게 제거해버리는군요.
자, 그리고
Our boat
젠지가
team
다시 한번
is
엔스의
doing
골을
alright.
붙잡았어요.
Down to 3 players though.
외곽 쪽의 능선 쪽에서 엔스가 어디로 흘러가는지를 젠지가 포착을
I mean,
하고
Genji
있어서
still have 4 up,
이쪽을
so it works
밀어내면
out. I
높은
just,
능선의
you know.
주도권을 우리가 챙겨갈 수 있다는 거예요. 좋습니다.
맞습니다. 그리고 아까 제가 언급했던 거와 같이 엔스 선수들이 둘 이상이 살아 들어왔기 때문에 젠지한테 지금
Controller in Halo is way more OP than in COD, I think.
뭔가요?
이거를 눕혔으면
이게
굉장히
엎드려서
좋았는데
살짝 모자랐네요.
엎드려이면 데미지 상쇄가 되거든요.
네.
맞습니다. 그리고 17게이밍이 개입이 들어오는 순간
I mean, this could work out for Sonics, man.
자, 이거 섬광
They're in a very, like, their area where they won't lose players. Like, there's just no way they should lose players.
지금 인파이팅을 걸 수가 없는 상황이에요.
끝내려면 좀 빨리 끝내야 되는데
And they're probably going to be 4 up late in the game. So it's another good shot. FaZe is sitting center too.
두 명이 살아 있다는 것을 알기 때문에 더 과감히 못 들어가는 것도 있죠. 하지만 너무 아쉽습니다.
What aim is
지금.
this? It's hard to explain right now. It's just the way Halo works. The main gun in Halo competitive is the BR, which is the burst fire rifle. And when you have sticky aim on a control with a burst fire rifle, the whole burst hits.
들어가나요?
저 본 것 같거든요.
확인을 했을 텐데요.
Like, it's so hard to not hit the whole burst.
에스더 선수가 지금 피가 굉장히 많이 빠졌기 때문에 혹시 몰라요. 조심해야 됩니다 지금.
맞습니다. 에스더 선수와 지금 같이
When you're with the mouse, it's like you're too precise with the mouse that you miss more shots. It's hard to explain.
같이 에스더가 일단 시선을 많이 끌어놨는데 연막 때문에 정보가 충분하지는 못하고요.
네, 지금 한두 발 들어오는 것 때문에 계속해서 에스더 선수가 푸시를 못하는
The
상황이죠.
stream is a bit low FPS today.
피오가?
피오가 때릴 수
That's
있을 것
not my
같은데요.
stream, that's their stream.
에스더가!
그렇죠.
먼저 푸시를 해서 에스더가
This is such a shit fight.
이 그림 좋은데요.
여기서
뒷줄기.
나이스.
잡았습니다.
Oh my god, guys. Sonic
후방 진입을 계속해서 경기하는 지금 뿌리고 있어요.
literally empty.
옵니다.
이미 근데 구상을 해놨기 때문에 칠 게임.
This could not have been a better shift for them. This could have easily gone north to
자,
Pero.
여기 필드에서 절대 지면 안 돼요.
셔베이
이노닉스
봤어요.
폭탄 조심해야 되나 폭탄.
같이.
폭탄을 랜딩하고 있었어요 수진 선수가.
수지우가 굉장히 날카로운 선택을 했습니다. 이렇게.
Inorix dead.
이노닉스가 아웃됩니다.
It's happening. Potentially. The only problem is fighting in the military base. If a team wraps behind them, it gets really messy. Like, it's hard to keep up for sometimes. I would kind of hope they regroup soon. I want to show you. But there's all this fighting on the screen.
샤오베가 미쳤는데요, 샷이.
그렇습니다. 최근의 경기력에서 17게이밍의 전술 핵은 샤오와 샤오베이거든요.
이렇게 끝을
Hello,
냅니다,
K-Pack.
제이지.
자,
I'm gonna show you guys. If we miss some kills, I'm sorry. Like, this KX are coming in. Like, having Tig here is gonna get scary at some point. So eventually they're gonna want to regroup a bit more, I think. But KX might not push over.
근데 샤오베이가 남아있거든요.
자, 여기만 뺏어낸다면 높은 능선의 주도권을 가져가면서 정보까지 취합할 수 있습니다.
그렇죠. 근데 페트리코 선수들이
But they have so much control right now. If they keep getting the circle, it's gonna be insane.
이거 스타라도 선수 묶였죠, 결국에.
So we're playing Super People off stream last night. How'd your games go? Actually, pretty bad. We won one. I died 5 times in one game. It was amazing.
계속해서 맞아가면서 위치를 들켰기 때문에 뭐 후퇴 자체를 할 수가 없는 상황이죠. 236 위기입니다.
그렇죠. 페트리코 선수 지금 민채 선수가
5 times. It was what happens is I landed. I got killed in, you know, a shitty normal fight. No armor. I got rezzed, instantly killed. Rezzed, instantly killed. Like, this is bad luck. And when that happens, you stay low level. You don't get any XP. FaZe, yeah, this is the problem with what FaZe, like in this format, like if you're sitting in the middle holding 4 up in a situation like this where the circle comes down, like you just get surrounded by different teams. Like they had TSM coming down, they're all down to 1 now. You know, it just gets really messy. This is so good for Sonics because these teams are going to butcher each other. And then potentially it might come down to them being the only team with 4 left. Hey, Market too.
프리람과의 전투를 통해서 페이지는 이제 완전 아웃됐고요.
그렇습니다. 기지 3파트라고 불리는 지역을 소닉스가 자리하고 있는데 어쨌든
Let's wait for this next circle. Tickleton is playing on Sonics, yeah. That's the team I'm talking about. Are you with any team? I'm a streamer for Team Bliss, but I'm not in a team.
결국 네 팀이 얽히고 설켰었던 이 능선 전투였었는데 패트리코 로드가
Streamers don't play games off stream. Scylla was streaming, so technically, it's very rare for us. This is amazing for Sonics. So it's pretty much very, very unlikely anyone comes across this road at all. This is not going to happen. Sonics just have to make sure that KX don't come behind them. The good thing here is this Gex solo killed a KX player, which just helps them so much. Because Brew and Pero are going to fight on the top. So this is really looking good for Sonics still. Oh, Luke's coming down. Is he going to prove me wrong? Tiggleton is Australian. I used to play with him a long time ago. We have a big history. I taught him how to play competitive, alright? A little bit.
그렇죠. 근데 확실히 밀리터리 베이스를 서클을 줬던 적은 많이 없어요. 하지만 이번 PGC 경기 때 좀 특이한 서클을 많이 그런 양상이 띄었기 때문에 이거 혹시 모릅니다. SQ 쪽으로 확 기울 수도 있어요.
Sonics have also had a really unfortunate tournament so far. They haven't been playing that bad, but they've been getting some really bad circles and also coming second place a lot. This format they're playing right now is just really punishing, as we've talked about a lot of times. Winner, chicken dinner is just kind of bad.
근데 지금 중요한 상황이 코넥시가 마무가 돌고 있었는데 그거를 발견하고 지금 잘라내는
모습을 보여줬어요.
Bad decision making. They have done a little bit, yeah. Don't get me wrong. They're not playing amazing. But they've definitely played decently in this format. And some bad second places. As in unfortunate second places. Like yesterday's send into the middle at the end was not good. But this is so good for Sonic still. Just because Pero and Brew ruin each other. Unless Brew comes out on top here with 4 players up still. Oh, the cursor.
자, 그래서 위쪽으로 더 올라오고 싶은데 헤드를 잃은 상황에서 남은 선수들이 다시 추스를 수밖에 없는 상황이 됐습니다. 여기 자꾸 내려와도
And KX are not threatening Sonics at all still.
GX가 남아 있는 상황이라
They have so much information because no one can approach the buildings in the south without making noise really.
패트리크 선수들이 3명인 걸 안 이상 그리고 먼저 선소시를 해야 되는 입장이다 보니까 하나하나 아이템을 써가면서 각을 지우면서 교전할 필요가 있죠 지금.
그리고 코낙시가 한두 대 때려주면서 지금 화염병 뿌리면서
The next circle is pretty important though. Like if this keeps shifting north or something.
AT 선수가 여기서 잘리면 안 됐고.
Not good, but
코낙시가 되쳤어요.
부리람도 바로 대답을 합니다.
yeah, this is perfect. It's perfect for Sonics. They're just trading.
노아드라가 다시 한번.
Hey.
이거 서로 완전 난타전이죠.
이거 돌아서.
This is just insane. Oh, is he gonna res them all though? He's gonna get all 4 reses. No, he missed one. He's gonna get 2 reses.
힘을 좀 잃은 상황인데.
Oh, okay. So now we're getting more.
살리는 순서가.
이러면 지금 좋을 게 없죠. 그리고
thank you for the 85 bits, K-Pack.
쪽으로 내려왔기 때문에 어찌 됐건 여기서
What was that?
했어도 사실상 힘든
Wait, he only get 1 res. Oh, he must have been knocked multiple times. So now it's getting a bit more sus for Sonics. A little bit more sus for Sonics. Because if this goes north again, it's going to be hard. And KX is coming behind them, most likely.
어쨌든 아래쪽으로 서클을 받을 수 있는 그런 확률이 더 높아졌기 때문에 부리람 차량도 지금 보유하지 않은 상태.
These solos are like landmines to
그리고 서클 양상
Pronia. This is dangerous for everyone.
소닉스가 굉장히 유리한 양상을 띄우고 있지만
No, this is winner-winner still. There are 5 more winner-winner chicken games today. And then weekly finals on the weekend.
정말 두고 봐야 될 것 같습니다. 카이신도 그렇고 소닉스도 그렇고 지금 서로에게 지뢰가 설치되어 있기
Tig's been here for so long, just waiting for someone.
그렇습니다. 나무와
I'm not sure if KX are gonna do it either.
때문에 소닉스도 그리고 위쪽에 있는 부리람도 함부로 이 2명
The next circle is incredibly important.
우리가 그리고 이 전 인터뷰에서 티글튼의 억텐을 보지 않았습니까? 여유가 많이 사라진 모습이었는데 이번에
Patience levels, yeah. I mean, if this was super format, I'm sure they would have tried to have got a few more kills.
그래도 밝은 모습을 보여주기 위해서 억텐을 하고 있었는데
네.
확실히 이번에 보여줘야 됩니다. 이렇게 다시
I'm worried about if this goes north and then you have Luke and Yan Li prone there, it can become really massive. Massive? Messy.
그렇습니다.
Sonics can't lose. No, not at all. I mean, they can. 100% can.
그렇습니다.
There's 2 more zones still.
지난번에도 2등 한번 하자마자 멘탈이 나간 듯한 그런 느낌이 있었거든요.
맞습니다. 그래서 그걸 데미지를 회복하기 위해서 집중하고 있어요, 소닉스는.
네, 1등이 중요한 룰에서 2등을 5번이나 하고 하면은 정말
This next shift is everything.
굉장히 안타까워요.
그래서 시작하자마자 계속 붉은색 심장 박동이었어요.
그렇죠.
숫자가 계속 올라서 소닉스 입장에서는 지금 굉장히 불편했어요.
그렇죠.
Yeah, if this shifts off both their buildings, it's a shit fest because you got all these little. You got the 2 solos in the middle. You got the 2 guys up top shooting over you, and then you got 3 men behind you. It's really hard to stay alive. They need this circle really bad. Doesn't matter how good you are if it goes north.
이렇게 되면은
다 나와라. 근데 여기 어쨌든 그 자기장 남쪽에 바리케이트가 있긴 한데 그쪽에 다 엎드려야 되거든요.
That's so bad.
이러면
소닉스 어떡하죠?
That's so unlucky.
차를 살려줬던 이유가
That is so unlucky.
대비해가지고 차를 살렸던
I don't even know what to say.
소닉스 선수들이
So the problem here is they have to make a play towards the ridge, and if there were not 2 solos in the middle, I'd be way more confident. But they're going to have KX on their right shooting down the fence line. They got 2 solos prone, so if they do a vehicle play, like they may try and drive under the hill or something, which is not a bad play at all. It's just the 2 solos mess everything up. The two solos mess everything up.
느낌을 지금 노아드라가 알고 있습니다. 그래서 이 높은 지역의 상대편 움직임
Okay, KX are crossing early. This is good. This is well played by them. This is good for Sonics though. If this stuff happens now.
네, 근데 이거 뭐예요?
그래서 소닉스가 차량 세팅하러
Like it also might play out that if everyone else starts fighting, it works. Oh, they got him. That's good though. A bit more space. This is giving them more time. It's just Luke. It's just Luke though. Luke's here. There's no reason for Luke to shoot though because he needs to win the game. They need to spot him. They need to spot him. Oh, they did. I think they can res. One of the brew players dies. I think they. Oh no! Oh no! He's running away though. He's running away. Oh no! He's going back.
자, 시간은 잘 끌 수 있는 연막탄을 피워놨지만 코낙시는 그냥 들어가는 선수거든요.
키퍼요. 왔어요. 긁어요, 코낙시.
둘. 자, 그리고 카이신이 반대편 능선 다 먹었어요.
이거 진짜 카이신이 결국에는 이해대를 노릴 것 같다.
이것도 큰일 났습니다.
코낙시가 여기서 돌았죠. 완전 돌았어요.
총소리 나서 카이신 뛰어와요.
시리즈 아래를 못 보고 있는데.
이거 총구가 내려가지 않을 수도 있겠는데요.
여기는요. 코낙시가 이미 내려와 상대편 움직임 다 체크를 하고 있어요.
그렇죠.
코낙시도 이거 쏘면은 우리가
탈락합니다 지금.
That's exactly what I said, guys. That's exactly what I said. Sonics didn't really do anything wrong. They had to make this play, man. They didn't do anything wrong, guys. They had to make this play. You can't account for there being a snake behind a tree who happens to be one of the best players at the tournament who gets a double knock on you. And then also does more damage, man. KX are gonna win? KX are gonna qualify.
SQ 선수가 저렇게 애매하게 올리는 것보다 차라리 아예 넘어가서 싸웠던 게 굉장히 득이했던 과정인데 너무 아쉽게 됐습니다.
Well, I don't know. There. It was a triple knock. Was it? He got 3? Wow, did I miss the third somehow?
As many as I maybe thought. Canaxi tries to open up, frag grenade over the top down towards Landrum, but he ends up conceding damage.
You can't. How do you like? You can't do that. You can't just predict there's a solo at a random tree, man. Like they could be up top still. Like they don't have the information we have. They don't know how many solos are left. You can't predict that. You can't say that Sonics should have predicted a guy behind that tree. Like it's just too hard.
It's a tricky one. It's a tough one. They were so focused, of course, on Buriram. They leave
KX expected it. KX naded a guy prone at a buggy. Luke didn't have a vehicle near him.
To at least understand to push up to the top and then just make sure that they don't let.
If you see a dip in a if you see a car in a dip, you look for a player, right? And it's also such a high pressure situation, guys. Like I explained before it even happened.
Sonics looked like they had it in the
before it actually happened, I explained what the potential is. They have to make a play like that. As soon as the circle hard shifts north, they have to drive across the road. They can't just run across the road at all. They have to drive. And then
that was something.
Luke then has to make that play, and it ruins the game for them, right?
Thinking the same thing everyone else was. Sonics 4 up there at the end, crossing the road.
Just think about this. Like, think if Luke died earlier. It's crazy.
And then in the
Went 1 by 1 to fight Luke. Guys, please don't. I'm sorry, but that's not how. No.
Any possibility
what?
Of that happening. I mean,
both were behind car. That was like a 3-second fight. It happened in 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, you can't be like, oh, we have to trade this guy. Like, it's 3 seconds. You're reacting to a prone snake next to you with a barrel.
Because of course we went to the Sonics camp then.
You can't say they shouldn't have 1v1'd him. They don't know he's there.
Here it is. Here's the moment.
I tell you what, Luke 12's gonna
like in this situation,
locks the door tonight in the hotel room because he might be in a bit of trouble.
You can't be like
Sonics. They look pretty livid. They
don't know until now, and then you like this is so quick. Like, in where is the time? Where is the time to
such a good position? You think they're going to be able
to do that there?
Finally, a little bit of brief
like,
respite for the Sonics, but not this time, not again. Luke 12, he just puts it to bed, and Kaishin...
Sorry, I just get, as a player, as a former player, I see people in Twitch chat saying things, and I'm just like, it's not that easy, guys. It's not that easy, guys.
As he was in the end there for Sonics, but
It's
Luke 12 getting 3 kills onto the Sonics players, and
they're already under massive stress of having to do the rotation in the first place. That's all.
Which is a big deal for them. You know, they needed to get through to that weekly final. They've been able to do it, but it's just another. Just keep going back to it. It's just another iteration.
And the other team, them Brew, they wouldn't push that. No, in that situation, any solo up top should be pushing. In this format, sorry, I'm sorry that I have to keep saying in this format, but it's so relevant.
Anything can happen here at the PGC.
If you're in a if you're a solo in a 1v4v3, and you see that one team has 3 knocks on the team, your percentage of winning is way higher if you actually do something about it. If you just let them all res, you're never going to win the game, right?
Yeah, you know, and the focus, I think, was correct there for Kaishin, right? They were really trying to keep pace with what was going on there at the end. In fact, they did have a knock, right? And so the fighting that was happening between Luke 12 and
I swear I only saw Luke getting 2 knocks. I think we left his camera because he got killed by... I don't know. I think I don't know. Possible to chase KX. What, for Sonics? That's too dangerous. You're making a play to wrap into an unknown, very out of the zone area to potentially have a team fight where you just lose. The road cross is the correct play with cars.
A Bury Ram win. They'd been looking so dominant up there into the north. Kaishin kind of keeping their heads down a little bit to the south there on that military circle, but nonetheless, good victory for Kaishin. As Elfish said, it was very needed for them. They really needed to have that opportunity in this weekly final.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if there's one thing to take away from
sorry, I'm just
throughout this game, it's that, you know, they were coming in.
I think viewers are very harsh on teams sometimes.
That high ground kind of position is very strong against what was
like
remaining in the rest of
the game. It's not that simple, man.
Yeah, I liked what they did there, Kaishin. They were sort of on a similar position to Sonics in that they were actually inside of the military base before that final circle popped. They had to move out and go back across the road. They were able to do that.
That is true too. The solo that KX naded, they literally heard him drive that way earlier.
Right,
and then you see a buggy and you put 2 and 2 together, you nade it.
Happy with that one.
Really well played from Luke. Thought there was only 3 players in Sonics. Luke was going to wait longer. Luke was going to wait even longer, but that last guy just looks directly at him. That last guy definitely saw him right before he got knocked. 100%. So he had to shoot. He couldn't wait longer.
Do you think you were the highest contributor to today's match?
I want to say one more thing about this too. But I don't want to talk over them.
请问，如果您选你们队中的一等功臣，您认为是您吗？
我觉得，我觉得是我们指挥吧。
저는 저희 오더라고 생각합니다.
혹시 그럼
Well, it's because of my call
설명을 좀 자세하게 해주실 수 있는지
What?
어떤 오더가 오갔을까요?
What kind of calls were given out during the top 4 placement
说
period?
一下当时剩下最后4队的时候的那个情况吗？然后以及你们团队的这个指挥。
最后4队的时候，我们对场上的情况都还算了解吧，就是等他们，因为我们人数并不是满编队，所以就等着他们打了，等最后的机会再出手。
네, 저희가 마지막까지 남았을 때 기회를 계속 기다렸었고요. 그래서 그
This guy's playing with wireless earbuds. Isn't there audio delay?
네, 자기장이 카이신 쪽으로 좁혀지면서 상황이 유리한 듯 보였으나
Or maybe it's just for the interview.
and waiting for it and managed to grab it.
위클리 파이널 첫 진출이네요. 아무래도 각오가 남다를 것 같은데요. 어떤 각오로 임하실
What?
건가요?
This is your first weekly final.
What?
Even the circle. What is your determination to this week's weekly final?
其他队有所不同，请问你们的决心是什么？
Huh?
我们的决心就是打好每一场吧，就尽全力去打到最好。
What am I watching?
네, 저희의 각오는 최선을 다해서 모든 경기에 최선으로 임하는 것입니다.
네, 그럼 마지막으로 팬분들께
Our determination is to play as much as possible, super fine plays in every single match. What is your message to
谢谢大家的
fans?
支持。
네, 응원 감사드립니다.
Thank you for your
네, 옆에
support.
선수 인터뷰 감사드립니다. 씨에. 이렇게 해서 카이신 e스포츠가
So the problem here is you have Korean being translated to Chinese, and then Chinese being translated to Korean, and then you have another translator in the background translating to English from Korean. So it's like,
as well for them in that ridiculous 1v3.
okay, what was I gonna say before all this? God damn it.
Cool to hear from him personally.
Yeah, it certainly is. Obviously,
Okay, the ideal thing for Luke there,
I think they're going to need a little bit more of that as well.
the ideal situation for Luke there is actually that most likely the third guy doesn't spot him and he doesn't have to shoot. Luke probably would prefer if Sonics push up the hill, get in a fight with someone else, and half of them get knocked. Because even if he knocks 3, the chance of him getting 4 is always extremely low. So I think Luke might have waited even longer if he could have, you know?
Off the back of the weekly finals.
That's what I wanted to say.
Going in there with 0 points on the board, not having...
Wait, how many kills did the winner have?
It leaves a big job to do, but, you know, maybe they're up to the task.
Yeah, so far so good for the 12 teams on the left-hand side as they have moved through into our weekly finals here. And as pointed out, if you
only
win
6,
that, you guarantee yourself a spot in the grand final. But there are going to be a lot of teams that are striving for the points.
Only 5. Damn, the unders win.
And then if you don't, you will be going to grand survival. And I think
Raffle Cat wins again.
Here, Clover. For Kaishin especially, yeah, you qualify for this weekly final, but grand survival still looms, and that is going to be a bloodbath.
It is. I mean, you know, I like Jordan's out of the fire into the frying pan because it's going to be that way for so many teams moving forward. Just in the intensity of that lobby.
We're going to do something different this game. We're going to do...
their heart out. Just wait until they've really got everything on the line. And, you know, my thought kind of goes to quite a few of the teams, the ones that...
highest individual kills, 5.5.
Well,
over under. Does a player in the game get 6 kills?
And so the likelihood
versus less than 6 kills.
Quite high.
All right, and our next combatants to enter the gladiatorial arena will be Attack All Around as we now say goodbye to Kaishin and welcome AAA.
What did I miss in chat?
What do you think, Elfish, for them coming in? I think it has not been
Fury playing on another day. Fury have qualified for the weekly finals. Fury play 5 games on Saturday and 5 games on Sunday.
Yeah, look,
and they're trying to get enough points to qualify for the grand final. So they'll be here in this lobby, and they want to... They only have 44 points from the first week. They need to get enough points to put them in the 4th to 12th spot. Or they need to win the whole week. One of those two.
Overall, after ranked decision, we go into week 1 of weekly survival. They play 4 games there. They don't manage to make it through to week 1 finals. Week 2 finals, you know, they get to play like maybe 6 games, 5-6 games if I remember correctly.
So yeah, it's complicated.
They don't qualify through to week 2 finals. Now, again, we come into week 3, and what have they got left? They've got 4 games to play today, and that's it. That's their only opportunity to make it through to the weekly finals. And failing
Sonic's only chance of getting to finals is getting into weekly finals and winning.
Overall, even if they do make it to the grand finals, or to the weekly finals, I should say here, I'm not feeling too confident that they're going to be able to pull too much off there. I think their best bet...
Yes, so if you qualify and you haven't got a single point yet,
in the grand survival,
you need a lot of points probably. Some of these teams might not qual. Space Station, ENTS, GNL, MCG.
Already really gunning for that position when it kind of comes down to having to
Brew
win the finals, which
have not qualified yet.
Get there first, and we haven't really
but
seen that
some of these teams have, right? And they have a second chance to get more points. So if you only play 1 week, if you don't win, it's probably unlikely. You need to win, and then if you don't win, you need to win a grand survival match. Where the bottom, so where the 13th seed backwards gets 4 games, and these 2 teams only get 1 and 2 games and 3 games.
Being able to get themselves top spots either, so something needs to change here for them in this last one.
Yeah, something does need to change, and I mean, you really think about the teams that I think succumbed to.
I know it's complicated. I'm sorry.
The longest, those are the teams of which we've really been talking about. You know, really not being where we expect them to be, not hitting their stride, maybe not even having their drop spots, the places that they like to play. And I know we sound like a broken record talking about that, but it's just because it's true that it has started to affect things. I mean, when you have a event like this, you've got 32 teams coming in, 16 in a game, you're bound to have people sharing drop spots, sharing locations, especially in this round robin format. And so for some of those teams like Attack All Around, like even
why are you
17
sorry? Because I'm always sorry. I apologize.
It took
Just
too
being
long
sorry.
for them to adjust. It took too long for them to break away from that. On the flip side, I think
Did
we look at
Sonics
teams
win?
like
Nah.
BP, who got away
It was a
from
really
the high
bad
drop situation a little bit
last
earlier
shift
on,
for them.
found their stride and have been
And then
flourishing in this
Luke
tournament.
knocked
And
two
so,
of them.
there is
And he only
I think
knocked three.
sometimes maybe a little bit too much of
Just
a high
apologize
risk,
for
high
apologizing.
reward.
Yeah, I'm
Take
sorry.
that
I'm sorry I
risk,
did that. Yeah.
going into some of those situations
apologize.
that your reward will be high. You'll win where you want to play. You'll win that confidence and play the style you want. But if you take that fight on and it lasts a bit too long, that's where the struggles come. And like we're seeing with the Sonics right there, I mean, that is a look of some defeated faces, and rightfully so, because they have kind of found themselves in these situations where they've almost been playing catch up this whole tournament.
Oh, there's a horse fucking me.
So, there are
The horse.
Sonics at the moment, and
Hey, Prosper. Who won? Yeah, KX won. KX won. Wait, let's have a look. Look, I'll show you.
Seems to be talking
The game is not starting yet. We'll have a look
keeping
at the
things in
game.
Good spirits, smile here and there, but yeah, that one has got a sting after that game. For Buriram as well, a second place with 8 kills in that one, Elfish, and they now sit in this weekly finals as the
truth is, KX actually
the
played this
most
game really
podium
well.
finishes, but no chicken dinner. I think for Buriram, it probably has to sting a little bit too.
Yeah, it does a little bit, but I do sort of like what I'm seeing from Buriram over the course of these weekly survivals and weekly finals. I think that they've actually been reasonably consistent, which is not something that we would normally say about them.
I'm actually surprised that this first hold spot paid off for Sonics. It's not what I would have rated higher, high priority, but this next shift kind of made it.
Set the world on fire.
So like at this situation,
both of them already has got them in a good spot, assuming they make it through to the weekly.
Wait, what? This is the wrong game.
They are, however, as you say, running out of time, but obviously they're performing well in this lobby, as we've seen so far. It's kind of a similar story to Sonics in terms
But it's the
of,
right team.
in the weekly survivals, they're able to get a bunch of second places, they're able to get some thirds,
What?
some fourths.
It's in the wrong spot though.
Winning positions, but maybe they're not having that.
What? Sorry, I'm so confused.
And I think for Buriram, a lot of that comes down to
the map's bugged.
Making some sort of awkward fights earlier on in the piece, losing a player here or there, and just not quite being out.
Everyone's in the wrong spot.
Ultimately having to, eventually look for the win. We could see that in that last game as well. They had a couple of fights. They did manage to win one.
We're fixed. Okay, sorry.
Ultimately, they ended up only getting 1 res. They couldn't get all 4 players.
So
up.
in this situation,
they had those 4 players up.
Like this is the worst shift is to you lose your 2 buildings.
But they're just
like
into those situations.
it means you have to make a crazy play.
Just losing a little
and
bit too
it's
many
so hard to
positions and
prepare
not being
for
able to
solos
get
like
things
this.
off the back of that. So
Like if
I
this
think
shifts
good signs
south,
for
I think
Buriram,
Sonics just win.
But I do still
Because
kinda
the
wanna
solos all die having to cross instead, or they run into each other.
We might not see them actually go through to
And
the
KX
weekly
played this game really well,
Yeah,
actually,
so Bitcoin's trying to
being
prove
very
himself
passive.
towards the end of that game,
And then this is the winning play. They won the game here by doing this early, moving really early.
But they've still had 2 second places so far here, Clover, throughout this weekly final, so they could still round it out.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday, I think there was some moments of brilliance from FaZe where we really started.
Like you wouldn't, I wouldn't tell Sonics to do anything differently in this situation.
Form, but I think.
Like what do you do here? You risk going over early right now? No way. Like this is no way.
This is going to be their Sunday because it is the last chance to qualify. And we're flipping over to
If
Miramar,
Luke doesn't
so
knock,
I think
like
that
they could have spotted Luke. It's just small percentages, man. You get out of the car and you see Luke straight away. You kill him. They just win the game, maybe.
We've had some crazy circles, and FaZe is unfortunately.
How low? I don't think the kill counts matter much.
I can't remember who it was yesterday, but
personally. The only really questionable thing was yesterday when they went into the dip with all their cars and got grenaded.
These military circles, and so
because you're not playing for kills.
Kind of something that's on my mind. I know we've had so many other EMEA teams that have moved forward.
There must be a delay because the game hasn't started yet.
That really need it, that need to make it to the weekly final.
Game should have started by now.
They're gonna have no other choice but to do the survival. FaZe is actually another one of those ones that's been on the forefront of my mind because they have had a bit of a struggle this event.
Oh, definitely. I mean, yeah, you
Where is
hit
it?
the nail on the head
Let's
with
go
everything
back
military
to yesterday,
circles. I feel like at this level
seeing as we
now,
have time.
so many teams have a good idea of how they're going to rotate onto those military island circles, right, Elfish, and find themselves a spot. But in finding themselves a spot, you either find a spot which is kind of north of military base or in those hills above it, and you're basically coexisting with so many teams for kind of all these second and third parties to happen, and it can get really dicey from there.
Yeah,
I thought this was weird.
Hedge your bets a little bit, doesn't it?
But this is what the format does to you. The format makes you doubt your plays and the way you normally play and stuff, man. It's really hard.
Gen G, for example.
So in this game, instead of fighting on the edge up here,
turn it to circles. They're always out behind everyone else. They come in late.
guys, once again, I want to say, like, I have the power of the map. They do not have the power of the map. So I want to always be careful. I'm not trying to directly criticize them. This was a very uncharacteristic play for me. Playing down from here does suck. But I just thought they would have been more confident to push most likely this way. They know a player from MCG died earlier. Well, they should know. I think they killed him. They got a kill. This is like driving into this dip. Like, this could have worked. So you drive into this dip and you get center circle and you no longer have to worry about being pressured by having to move. But if teams have enough space to circle you, it becomes very different. So let's, like, even though I didn't like this play, let's consider if BBL, if there was a 4-man down here, because they don't know. Sonics don't know this. If there's a 4-man down here and they're stuck on this ridge, like, or they're out here, they might push BBL. And if that happened, BBL don't get just to run in here and nade Sonics, and then MCG come from the other side. Instead, it's a 4v3. Like, there's just too many things you don't actually know. So while I don't like this play, it could have turned out different. They don't know exactly what's going to happen. Like, it's once again going back to the fact that in this format, you make plays that you don't really want to make
down the line.
to try and get the circle, because all that matters is winning.
Through the desert like no man.
It's just, it's so hard to explain. It's so hard to explain how this format fucks your mentality. Xenox's mic just died. Let's go to Korea.
속설입니다. 오피셜이 전혀 아닙니다, 여러분들. 그 많은 게임을 치러왔던 프로 게이머 분들과 저희 전문가들이
I mean, go play ranked. I mean, it's not even close to being this difficult, but you go play ranked and treat it like you can only win. Only winning matters. Like, none of the kills matter. It's like your entire mentality gets screwed. They all went in 2 cars, I think.
신빙성이 좀 높은 가치라고이기 때문에 만약에 서쪽이 뜨면은 지금 젠지가 굉장히 좋을 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 이렇게 비행기 동선을 가정하게 했을 때는 뭐 서쪽에 사지, 그리고 엘포조, 파워그리드, 그리고 라코브리를 한대요.
진짜 그렇게 뜨는지 한번 볼까요? 추마세르 방향에서 트리플레이가 장크로프 선수가 입성을 해 있습니다.
Leave one behind me to play. No. Oh my god, that circle. Oh, Sonic's up here. No, I think they should have pushed MCG. With the benefit of hindsight and seeing the whole map, because I'm watching, I think pushing MCG was a better play. PUBG announced supposed to be big. I'm not going to speculate. I have no idea. Every time you hope for something for PUBG, you're wrong and it's boring. So. Oh, the previous game. They left one behind. Shrimsy was covering. Or Hwin was covering. Someone was covering. They did leave one behind. Hello, Johnson. When it's not about kills, you play for position. Yeah. So this is going to get really repetitive for some people. I'm sorry. In this format, like, if you come in late and you're on the edge, and you're in a position where you can farm lots of kills, it's just pointless. There's just no reason. You might do a crazy rotate into the middle, not of this circle, of a smaller circle, because if you get in the middle and survive with all 4, your chance of winning the game is skyrockets. And your chance of being on the edge and winning the game is extremely low, even if you pick up lots of kills, because you're going to lose players along the way. It's not that simple. Like, so sometimes you'll see a team do a crazy rotate and they all die, just dead. And someone in Twitch chat's like, what are you doing, idiots? if they had done it and it had worked, their percentage of winning the game skyrockets. That's why. But that's the problem with this format. So on the weekend, we go back to super format where every kill matters and placement matters, like besides just first place. I've just been trying to reiterate this over and over and again to make people understand how frustrating and stressful this tournament is. And like as a player, what it means. Like, it's so sketchy. And then you'll have, like, yesterday, Fury won a game by killing 18 people and playing their normal style. And sometimes that works, sometimes that's great. But more often than not, you play that style and you get 18 kills and you come second. And if you come second with 18 kills, who cares? You didn't qualify.
지금 어테고로라는 순서를 보면은 TSM과 BBL 사이에 있어요. 지금 현재 어테고로라는
Oh yeah, like, I mean it's getting
암살 위협을 받고 있죠, 지금.
getting stressful. This is the part we're in the highest stress part of the tournament.
아 그렇죠.
쉽지 않았다니까 혼자 움찔움찔하게 되네요.
대한민국에서 국내 대회 한정에서 가장 많은 우승을 또 했던 선수들 중에 한 명이기 때문에 우승 청부사라는 별명이 있잖아요. 네, 어떻게 이기는지 알고 있었어요.
앞선 경기에서도 그래서 안타까운 여러 가지 내용.
Like NH in week 1 were insanely good, but didn't qualify. Thankfully, they qualified this week and last week, so I hope they make grand finals because they deserve to. And they're insane. Sonics have come second or third like 8 times and not qualified. Who are you rooting for? I'd say most people in chat are probably going for Sonics because we got Tickleton, who's from Australia. TSM has Luke 12, who's from Australia. And then, I don't know, what everyone else wants. Oh, show us the flip. It's fine. Oh, lurking.
그러니까 약간 세밀함이 좀 부족했었던. 평소 같았으면 당연히 안 그랬겠습니다만 흔들리다 보니까 세밀함이 좀 부족하게 된 모습이 있었습니다.
I said a Brit. He's from Wales, right?
담당했던 얀리 선수가
Vex. Who got God Hill compound? E36, I think. So it was funny yesterday. Every time we have this circle, every time we have this circle, I always joke it's coming here. But the funny thing is that it generally does go there until like the very end. So we'll see if it happens again. Because it always goes here. It doesn't have to though. It can shift south. Hope the Sonics boys don't get frustrated with each other. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not to. Or to blame yourself, or, you know. It's a Turkish team now. Team that everyone hates. BBL. I don't think everyone hates them anymore. Oh no. Oh, that's a nice knock by Mime. So you have to fight for this right now. It's the right choice right now for them to turn around and fight for this, I think. Nope, they're leaving too. Oh, I thought they would have fought for this. I guess not. Because this is your whole game, right? If you lose a player now, it's really bad. Yeah, this is just not a good game. This is the thing though, you send it like this. If they sit on the edge all game, their chances of winning just goes down and down and down. Like this is... Like they need to make this rotate. This is kind of what the point I was making. They're trying to get a middle position where they can win the game from. Because they have to, like, to keep the game alive. I don't know if you guys understand this. It's just, sometimes it doesn't work. In another world, GNL have already left this warehouse, and they get straight into the middle of Cobra for free. I don't think people hate BBL anymore, right? They play really well. Teams Luke 12 playing for TSM. What did Hippo say? Do we know if players and teams get prize money, or does it all take a cut too? That is speculation because it depends on the players' contracts.
같은 팀원과는 이제 합류할 수 없는 그런 엄청난 상황입니다.
We don't know. I would say, like, on average, usually the org will take a cut. The player generally gets most of it, but you got to remember that these players are getting paid. Like, these players are getting paid a salary, most of them. I think nearly, probably every tournament, every team at the tournament, sorry. Thought you said that orgs don't take from prize money before. I don't remember saying, I don't think I would have ever said that. But it depends on your contract. I don't think I would have said that, because that makes no sense.
맞습니다. 그리고 젠지가 어제와 들어갔을 때나 꽤나 비슷한 루트를 취해주고는 있는데 이번에는 그래도 자기장 중심부로 빠르게 진출하기 위한 타이밍 자체는 어제보다 훨씬 빠른 것 같아요. 그리고 PO에게 MK14 8배율까지 지급이 됐고요.
이랬을 때 PO의 날카로움은 우리가 많이 목격을 했었습니다.
If you're not getting paid, I don't think they should be taking a cut. But I'm pretty sure everyone here is getting paid.
이런 지적들도 있었는데 오늘은 상당히 좀 빠른 움직임을 보여주면서 일찌감치 영역을 확보 중입니다.
So once again, just to highlight it, if this goes slightly differently, if GNL have left this warehouse, Sonics have 4 up in the middle of Cobra right now. You know?
멀티서클 게이밍 링두의 화려한 그 수류탄. 하지만 그것이 멀티서클 게이밍이 지난
Yeah, maybe what Chevy said. Maybe.
하이라이트처럼 돼 버렸고.
그렇습니다.
안타깝게도 치킨과는 영이 없어지면서 이번 경기 다시 한번 준비를 하고 있는 멀티서클 게이밍이 되겠네요.
멀티서클 게이밍도 사실
I'd say they're 100% taking a cut.
102점.
Nearly, I'd say nearly every org would be. Hey, not legit.
이른감이 없잖아 있어서 지금은 빠져나가야 될 시간인데 계속 연장 근무에
As long as they're paying the players.
야식이라도 치킨은 먹어야지 답입니다.
네.
지금 자기장이
Alright, here we go. Does it go full north like usual?
되기 일부 직전입니다.
그렇죠. 이게 위로 갈지 어디로 갈지를 한.
Yep.
정직하게 줬어요 결국엔.
Now, does it keep coming back here magically? Does it keep coming back to this compound? We'll find out.
그런 문제거든요. 매드 클랜이 그 서클에서 2번 연속 성공을 했었습니다.
그렇죠. 어찌 보면은 지금 사실상
I think you said something along the lines of don't take a cut because orgs make money from sponsors. I would have never said that, Dr. V.
다른 선수들이 여기가 정답지지.
That's not how esports works.
라는 선수들이 많아지면 결국에 외곽하는 선수들이 이득을 볼 거고.
Any Australians in this? There are 4 Australians in Fury, but Fury are not playing today. There is 1 Australian in Sonics, and there is 1 Australian in TSM.
다 똑같이 지금 정답지 찢어집니다.
맞습니다.
Sorry, Dr. V, but yeah, I would not have said that. When I was in Chiefs, we had no prize cut, but we had no salary.
들어오다가 상당히 좀 위험했고요.
도보로 건너가서 라코베리아 도로를 한번 지나간다는 그런 판단인데 아무래도 앞쪽에 질비한 그 높은 능선들 때문에 사실 엔스의 저런 파고드는 움직임 자체는 라코베리아 시가전이 아니면 의미를 찾기가 조금은 힘들 것 같고요.
그렇죠. 그리고 그 앞에는 17게임이 그냥 진짜 그 시가전의 대가가
PUBG esports is a lot more structured and salaried now than when I played.
고민해볼 필요가 있을 것 같습니다.
자, 그리고 젠지의 모습이 나오고 있는데 젠지가 라코베리아의 서쪽에서 대결을 하고
Years later, maybe that's what you're thinking of, Dr. V. Maybe I said something about not taking a cut because not getting paid. I don't think I would have ever said that though.
아마 다 커뮤니케이션 됐을 것 같은데 이럴 때 고민하는 순간 발목이 잡히면은 인원 손실이 나는 거예요. 정말 그러면 아쉬운 상황이 되기 때문에 몇 판 남지 않았어요.
네. 게임 오마동도
If you're like it's like it's a contract thing. People have different contracts.
그렇죠.
This is opinion, not facts. Because a contract can look like anything. If you sign it, you sign it. If a team is not giving you a salary, they shouldn't be taking a cut, in my opinion. But maybe if they're giving you a team house and paying for all your food or something, like I'm just making this up. I don't know. I'm just saying. That's up to you and the contract you sign.
부근에 있긴 하지만 그 주변에 있는 상대들이 좀 상성이 좀 좋진 않아요. 인파이팅의 대가라고 불리는 17개.
I also things might have changed a bit. I don't know. I'm out of date. I'm out of date on orgs and esports and shit.
피해를 좀
I'm old.
일전을 버려야 될 것 같습니다.
그리고 어제 젠지가 이 라인을 지나가면서 안 좋은 기억이 있기 때문에 그것도 한번 잘.
Good opportunities for new players, teams in PUBG esports. I would personally say no.
완전 오픈되는 라인이기 때문에 그 점을 섬세하게 조정을 해가지고 인원 소실.
I think it's really hard for a new player to break into the scene. Really hard. And also that
몇 명이 갔는지를 체크하고 있기 때문에
네.
약한 지점부터
in some regions, like Australia, I stopped playing because it wasn't worth the time.
그쪽 17 게이밍과의 공거가 이루어지고 그 남쪽 도로의 남쪽에 그 두세 개 팀들이 지금 뭉쳐 있는 상황이고요.
자, 이번 서클이 가장 중요할 것 같은데요, 저는.
그렇죠. 시가전이 나오나요? 아니면 크레이터 필드인가요? 어느 방향으로 떨어질까요? 자기장은 바로
Does it happen?
이렇게
Wow.
이건 좀 힘든데요.
이거 크레이드 필터라고 생각할 수는 있지만 제 느낌에
Shit, I don't know if there's enough space. I think it goes full crater fields. It either goes here or here.
정말치가 좀 궁금해지는군요.
아마
네.
패트릭 코로드가 자리하고 있는 높은 능선 위치를 계산해서
This one is more west
경기장을 말씀하시는
than
거예요.
yesterday's.
어쨌든 그렇게 되면 인파이팅의 대가들과 맞붙는
I don't know. I think it still might go Cobra.
경향이 있거든요.
자, 여기서
It still might go Cobra.
파킹을 해서 한번
I'll be
어떠나요?
honest. I'm not 100%.
그렇죠. 여기 굉장히 그냥 나쁘지 않은 선택이에요. 어찌됐건 이 구덩이를 들어오기 위해서는 GX라는 한 번의 숙제를 풀고 들어와야 되는데
I'm saying it's more likely to go crater fields.
대신에 선생님한테 걸리면은 혼나기 때문에
네.
이 자리가 양날의 검입니다.
Faye's not running as hot today.
잔다고 해서
I mean, they've been the last 3 days have been the same format.
혼나는 건 똑같거든요.
Faye's haven't been playing that badly. They just haven't secured a win.
아,
Gustav, the only Swedish guy.
안쪽으로 온 건 SS도 마찬가지였습니다. 지금 236 쪽으로
No fuzz, isn't it?
페이지 클랜은 그 236을 바라보고 있고요.
맞습니다. 그래서 어쨌든 스타 자체가
Why not?
한번 더 전력을 유지해야 되고 이거 쳐내야 됩니다, 젠지도.
소닉스는 또 왜 슬퍼져야 하는 건가요?
Fuzz is the only Swedish guy. Gustav's not Swedish.
여기서 죽으면 꼴등이에요.
He's
되고
Danish.
싶겠죠? 네. 근데 사실상 지휘 역할 외에는
이게 또 지나가는 위치에서 다 보고 알고 있기 때문에
네.
이후에 처리할 수 있습니다. 지뢰 제거반들이
Yeah, so this is a mess. This is another example. Like teams are gonna send it right now. When in the old format, look. Okay, try and bear with me, guys. If this makes no sense, I'm sorry. In super format, BBL probably would stay here. They're gonna farm kills. Pretty good, man. Like just staying along here, you're gonna farm a bunch of kills. But in this format, only the win matters. So you send it to a really shitty thing in the middle. Because you're more likely to actually win the game. Like kind of a good example of what I was trying to say earlier.
그래서 GNL이 기다리고 있습니다.
그렇죠.
네, 그 결과를 받아먹는 최후의 승리자가 되기 위해서 뒤쪽만 꼼꼼히 바라보고 있습니다.
방금 전 경기에서도 능선에서 그런 장면이 나왔습니다. 그 고지의 주인공들이 계속 바뀌는.
네.
그럴 가능성이 높다라는 것을 이
Fex knocks. Does he get flushed? Oh, he gets flushed. That's so bad. That's so bad. So like Fex have a really good spread right now, and Fex was here. They could have 4 up still. That's a really bad loss in this situation. Where do we think, guys? I'm gonna. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I think it might still go here.
이번에도 중요한 타이밍 때 날아갑니다.
I think it's still gonna go here. I think the compound, guys. I think the compound's still gonna be in. It's the magic compound, surely. Okay, it's out. It went north though.
그렇죠. 근데 이게 크레이드 필드라고 사람들이 생각할 수는 있지만 결국에는 남쪽은 물판정이기 때문에 그리고 아시다시피 정답지는 이미 공개되어 있었어요.
그렇습니다. 그래서
This is a hard one. This is the in this circle, the land ratio setting is kind of fighting with itself because no matter where it goes, it has to put in some area it normally doesn't like to.
TSM 어디로 가나요? 설마?
TSM이 굉장히
여기네요.
no.
여기는 자리가 있어요.
네, 자리 있어요. 자리 있다니까요.
Nice. So TSM are sending it because
로켓 배송됐습니다.
once again the same thing I said.
새벽 배송 너무 땡큐.
아 이거 근데 젠지한테 굉장히 호재가 이 자리 자체가
Baffling they can't think of a better format. This is only one part of the format.
배송이 왔어요.
The rest of the tournament is super format where every kill matters and placement matters. So come back on Friday and Saturday and we go back to the sick format where it's really good and kills matter and teams play aggressive and it's sick and awesome, cool, and it's the PUBG we like.
너무나도 끈끈한 동맹이 나와버렸습니다. 그러니까 자신의 몸을
First year with this format. Now they did the same thing last year. Similar, at least.
젠지의 파괴력은 분명히 굉장히 셀 것으로
Loot
보이고,
delivery, that's
그리고
true. Genji have a fuck ton of
게이밍의
loot now.
전투가 살짝
Utility.
나오는데요.
결국에는 어쩔 수 없는 공생의 관계가 됐고.
Last time I watched the broadcast, FaZe was popping off. It might have been. Weren't you here yesterday though? Pin up? They weren't playing bad yesterday. They just didn't win a game.
좀 예측이 됩니다.
FaZe did really well in the bottom 16 to put themselves up high for this format.
그런 의미에서 지금 이 세 팀 간의 경쟁에서는 GNL이
Yeah, but what I like to imagine, Caplag, is in super format. With super format, it's kind of interesting because kills. It's not so obvious who wins every time. Basically. Sick. When you have to use your mini with hold aim.
이미 어테고라운드 한명의 선수는 멀리 버스 타고 와 있기 때문에 이거는 뭐 사실상 유효거리가 안 나오죠. 하지만 패트리코 선수가 이거를
들어가나요? 여기서 교전이 펼쳐졌다라는 인지가 돼 있습니다. 그
Oh my god.
킬로그 읽으면서 여기를 깔끔하게 하겠다는 거죠.
Look at this.
굉장히 이거 중요한 플레이인 게 패트리코 선수가
They didn't even know there's two knocks. Oh, and they lose a player.
스매시가 혼자 안 갑니다.
What a mess this is.
너무 어려워지죠.
마법까지 트리플레이가 정리가 안 됐었죠?
복수도 했어요. 이 자리 있는 사람들 다 죽어나면서 고춧가루를 제대로 뿌렸습니다.
I'm gonna say it goes north. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to go north. But I'm gonna say it goes north.
이것까지.
야, 민트.
그리고
Didn't go north.
서클은 왼쪽으로 치우쳐졌네요.
Good for SSG. They have more time. Damn, this is gonna be a slaughter. There's just not much in this circle to play, guys. There's very little to play.
이거 우승을 장담하기가 좀 힘듭니다.
팩스의 역할이 그런 역할이긴 합니다만
A lot of people are about to die.
잘리다 보니까
We have, okay, so take note. We have 45 alive right now. Let's see how many alive we have in 2 minutes.
이거 그래도 불 붙어서 지금 에임을 못 당기죠?
네.
그렇죠. 근데 하지만 17게이밍과 엔스 선수 이 두 팀 다 여기서 전투에서 좀 무탈하게 나가도 GNN이라는 벽이 막 가로막고 있기 때문에 진짜 어렵습니다.
Being adept is a good skill. Don't get me wrong. You can play this format well. It just doesn't mean you're gonna win. Like the RNG in this is huge. It's so big. Like it doesn't matter. Sometimes you're gonna play well. Sonic's dying at the start of this game. I wouldn't say they're playing bad. Like they have to. It's the choice they have to make to get more chance, and that's just kind of shit and not great to play or watch, in my opinion.
그렇죠. 어찌됐건 게임홈 하동을 밀어도 그 위로 능선을 올라가야 되기 때문에
You can't adapt to bad circles as much.
GNL이 쉽사리 선택을 하지 않는 게 게임홈
Because you just die.
왼쪽을 크게 돌라는
And then all the kills you get on the way don't matter. So it's like.
엔스가 지금 17게임인과 너무나도 소모전을 펼칩니다.
It's once again one of my best examples. I think is if this was currently super format, which I don't know how that would work because oh god, what's happening? Because I don't know how that would work with like, does the team who comes second with the most kills qualify? Like how did that work? I don't know. But let's say the whole tournament was super format. I don't think anyone would be talking about the format. Right? We'd just be like, oh yeah, it's super. No one would be arguing about formats. We'd just be watching the tournament.
17게이밍은 응해주지 않고 그냥 건너가 버렸습니다.
그렇죠.
네, 엔세기를 밟아오면서 17게임이 올라왔는데 그 바로 건너편에 브리람이 자리 잡고 있고 게임홈 하동의 바로 이 위치에 대해서는 계속 많은 팀들이 체크를 하고 있습니다.
네, 근데 바리케이트를 잘 쳤는데요, 게임 오마동이.
We're down to 35. We've lost 10 players since I said that. 45.
그 브리람을 한 번 더 뚫고 나가야 되기 때문에 좋지만은 않은 상황인 것 같습니다. 서로에게 지금 아마 타격을 많이 주고.
That is just not true, Selector. I think you're baiting, but it's not true.
아래쪽 한번 체크. 게임홈 하동의 위치를 계속해서 바라보고 있습니다. 일단 뒤는 클리어하고 있는 상황에
Best games were definitely super format.
화염병이나 섬광탄을 이용해서 인파이팅을 한번 밀어낼 수 있나요? 근데
like the KX guy with the 1v3.
실피 선수가 저기 외곽 쪽에
Even 17 got 23 kills, and then KX 1v3'd them.
실피 선수가 실피 선수가 지금 각을 굉장히 예쁘게 잘 벌려놨어. 근데 토시 선수가 한 명을 눕혔습니다.
It's one of the best.
그렇죠. 본인이 스스로 각도를 좁혀줬어요.
Did FaZe get lucky here? Or did Genji get lucky? So this is now really hard for Genji. They have to get into the circle while fighting all these teams.
그렇죠, 아메리카노.
아메리카노의 방해를 잃었습니다. 안쪽 들어갑니다. 바리케이트를
잘 쳐놔서.
이게 안 풀리네요.
그리고 왜인지는 모르겠지만 GNL이 나올 때는 풀스쿼드였는데 콘 선수가 어느샌가 사라져 있습니다.
네. 이러면은
자, 그래서 GNL은 승률이 확실히 낮아졌어요.
네.
그리고 젠지 후방에 있던 GX가 페이지 쪽으로 흘러가서 젠지는 이 타이밍을 이용해야 돼요.
맞습니다. 굉장히 잘 캐치하신 게 젠지 같은 경우는 GX가 굉장히
This is such a slaughter.
상황이었는데
네.
그 지금 뒷라인이
Are FaZe gonna win this fight?
지금 젠지 같은 경우
Two down?
뒷라인이 없기 때문에 지금 굉장히 어디든 선택.
Oh, I don't know why we're pausing. This is not. I don't think it's me. I think it's them. Their stream is dropping frames.
서로 간에 데미지를 많이 누적된 상황이라 이것도 굉장히 좋은 정보입니다.
그렇습니다. 이노닉스가 지금
이거는요.
자,
Oh, the bet. I forgot about the bet.
에 대해서 파악을 어느 정도 했거든요. 그럼
맞습니다.
타고 떠나서
I closed it, right?
그렇죠. 젠지가 어디를 선택할지 이거 페이지 클랜 쪽 선택할 것
네,
같아요.
무조건 가야죠 이건.
판단 좋아요.
갑니다.
판단 좋아. 아까 전에 세 차도 배달이 됐었어요.
맞아요.
심장박동이 뛸 수밖에 없죠. 이거
Is Shuon 5 kills?
배낭이 두둑해요.
옵니다. 이 위치.
자,
킬로가 많이 떴어요.
구스타브 기절이니까 올라가서 한번 힐끔힐끔 보면서 게임을 해도 될 것 같고요.
맞아요. 젠지가 굉장히 노련한 게
And we're down to 23 alive.
스페이스 쪽으로 넘어가서 교전을 할 수 있었어요. 하지만 SSG가 저기서 올 거라는 것을 예상하고 있었을 거라는 좀 저는 그런 생각을 하고 있기 때문에 그것마저 계산해서 싸워줄 필요 없어. 어차피 저기는 서로 물리는 라인이야. 우리는 라인만 지키자라는 콜을 하고 먼저 간 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 그래서 피오 선수
got a knock.
지켜보면서 내려오는 거 다 잡고 어쨌든 자기장 우리 거 하고 있죠.
This is looking better for Genji. Genji just kind of sat there and did nothing, and everyone else did something.
둘씩 나눠서 일단 중앙으로 어느 정도 보내놨습니다. 젠지 이번에 괜찮은 타이밍입니다.
He didn't get the kill. He didn't get the kill. He didn't get the kill.
왜냐하면
He didn't get it.
이노닉스와 피오 선수
He's dead.
피닉스의 조합도 좋지만 아수라 선수가 굉장히 뒷라인을 잘 케어하고 그 뒷라인을 케어했을 때 교전력이 일어날 수밖에 없는 라인에 이노닉스 라이즈를 배치시켰기 때문에 지금 굉장히 라인도 잘 벌려놨어요.
I don't know. This could be Genji's game.
좋다는 말씀을 해주셨고요.
The E36 this whole time have been AFK in the huts. Where did SSG come from? They drove from the shitty open warehouses from the left up to the hill where FaZe are.
여기는 그냥 기쁘게 게임홈 하동의 정보를 얻으면서
From down the bottom left here. Ooh, what? Spicy.
이거 진짜 중요했던 건데 이거를 그냥 캐치하고 바로 잘라냈습니다. 이거 굉장히 변수가 될 수 있는 선수였어요.
자, 이노닉스 아수라가 페이지 클랜에 접근하는 소리도 듣고 있거든요. 그리고 이 능선의 싸움이 게임 오하라고 가만둘 리 없어요.
Yeah, E36 have been sitting in the hut, or the shitty huts down here for the whole game.
36의 움직임도
Well, not the whole
어느
game.
정도로 인지를 하고 있는 상황이고 그 이제
Oh wow.
방향은
아수라
they're still in.
찍을 수 있는 위치가
This
아니에요.
Jails could ruin their game.
바라봐주고 있기 때문에 페이지 클랜도
Genji in the same dip. Now they move.
그런 상황이죠.
The dip was closer to the sound. They had to drive their cars and move closer.
페이지 클랜의 인원수도
Yeah, this is rough for FaZe. FaZe have to fight right now.
그 패트리코 로드가 있는 선수들이 능선을 붙일 수가 없어요.
I mean, yeah, when E36 is the most comfortable spot in the circle, like
선택을 해야 되고 그 직접적인 유효 거리가 나오기 때문에
100%.
쉽사리 움직일 수가 없습니다. 그래서 결국에는 발이 풀린 젠지가
we'll see. Can FaZe
어떻게 할지를
do damage to Genji here?
젠지가 쉽게 치킨을 가져갈 것 같습니다.
Because if they do,
사격은 계속 유지해줘야죠.
you'd say E36 looking real good.
자, 놓쳐선 안 됩니다. 이건 굉장히 좀 신중하게 가야 됩니다. 분명히 아래 지역에 있어요.
네, 그리고 지금 패트리코 로드 민규
But FaZe are gonna run out of room when the circle closes.
차 뒤에 숨어 있는데 그것도 체크한 것 같아요.
이거는 네.
이거 언급 드렸다시피 아무래도 페이지 클랜이 인원수가 적다고 해도 고능선이기 때문에 서로 호환이 되지 않으면 이렇게 한 명씩 잘려나갈 수 있는 그림이 나와요.
끊임없이 봐줘야 돼요 이거.
Yeah.
맞아요.
Shooting up and down sucks. Is that a nade he threw?
이노닉스가 살려줄 수 있나요? 일단
Nah.
퍼즈페이스와 H 선수의 그 위치가 굉장히
He might get this res.
있는데요.
자, 연막탄을 뿌리고
Jayo's got a kill. Oh, Ashura's dead.
세 명으로도 유리한 싸움을 이끌고 갈 수 있는 그런 위치라서
네.
자기장 다가와
Every kill on this fight is really good
더 이상의
for
데미지는 안 됩니다.
E36.
네.
더 이상의 데미지는 있어서는 안 돼요.
그리고 확실히 페이지 클랜이 앞에 쓸 수 있는 라인이 있지만 결국에는
Can PO get 2 kills?
파악하고 아마 잡으로 가는 거 맞죠?
That's a good nade, man.
줬어요?
Oh my god.
요거 진짜 이게 정리가 안 되네요.
네, 이노닉스가 그래도 빠르게 복귀를 하고 있어서
I think FaZe is dead.
이거 근데
PO?
좋습니다. 근데
탑4 타이밍 순간 됐어요.
맞아요. 근데
Got a
굉장히
knock.
중요한 게 페이지 클랜에 이제 포커스를 두면 안 돼요. 왜냐하면 236이 지금 전투를 다 끝내고 저 앞라인을 붙은다면은 이거 젠지가 굉장히 불리해진 싸움이 만들어지거든요.
Five, I think it's 6. I think he gets it. I think he gets it. 8, he's gonna bleed out.
맞아요.
자, 여기서
깔끔하게 정리해야 됩니다.
이거 정리하고 4대 3.
Yeah, 6 kills for Pia.
할수 있어요.
한대
가능하죠? 이렇게.
그렇죠.
자, 여기서 정리.
Genji. It's a 4v3.
236.
I missed all the other people dying. It's a 4v3. Can E36 win this game? Only got 2 kills.
3대 4 상황에서 됐습니다.
그렇죠. 지금 서로 눈치 보고 지금쯤 안 붙었거든. 서로 붙고 이거
173 heart rate. E36's ridge is sick. But Pio, if he gets knocked, the game's over. I think. Oh no, E36, don't throw this.
자, 여기서 체력 채우고 천천히.
이게 굉장히 중요하죠 지금. 근데 어쩔 수 없이 라인 자체도 그렇고 젠지가
피오가 놓습니다. 에스더의 심장 박동은 168까지 올라갑니다.
이러면
Yes. No way. E36 just win by getting the center. I hope. Well, okay. No, hang on. Hang on.
체력이 너무 없어요.
가능한가요?
He hasn't healed.
가능할지도 모릅니다 진짜.
스타로드 선수가 우측으로 돌고 있어서.
이 위치에 우리.
Yeah, this is over. Salo gets him. Damn, we've got some teams qualifying for the finals who have not really been doing well that all tournament.
Peek over the ridgeline. There's a flank to his right-hand side. That's Star-Lord. That might just catch him off guard. That should be the nail in the coffin. Good reposition, and it's job done for E36. They will be heading to the weekly finals.
Indigo there to finish off the job as E36.
Hot camping pays off. I mean, that's what they should be doing. They played the format. We'll watch where they came from and how they got there.
Sure, Genji, they're going to be a little bit disheartened by the loss, but they put in work, they fragged out, and they punished so many squads, and the sense of relief now on the faces of E36. Really impressive to see them make it through to that weekly final and finally get themselves a chance to prove themselves at the super point system and maybe, just maybe get themselves a spot in the
This pisses me off. Come back for the weekly finals, man.
In week 1,
it's a lot better.
Last place finishes in those 5. Then in week 2,
it's been a heavy subject on the stream. We've just talked about it never ending. And I've also been trying to explain why a team does certain things because of the format. Because I think some people don't get it.
Making it third time the charm. It was their third game here in week 3. They make it to the weekly finals, and we'll head back to the desk.
But the reality is, a lot of the teams qualifying had the circle at the start.
The victory after the current defending champions
Selector, stop it.
able to plow down the top of the lobby. E36 comes in and sweeps it all up, getting themselves into that weekly.
Bottom 16 was more entertaining. Yes, I kind of like the format. Oh, don't get me wrong, Chevy. I actually like the overall whole tournament format. I actually think it's good.
And moved on out when they needed to.
For PUBG. PUBG is a very
You've got to
unique
feel a little bit
esport.
Sorry for Genji after that one, don't you? They were really working hard for that, fighting against FaZe and trying to make it happen. But E36, 4 alive in the late game. As
I just
to be
think
the case in the chicken dinner format,
I want people to understand that this format is stressful to play. Oh, I didn't do prediction.
The chances of confirming the chicken dinner rise
over 5.5.
It's an important win, a very important win for E36 though. You know, you got to give them credit. They really did need something to go their way today. And to be fair, again, it's a similar situation to what we were saying about Kaishin. It's quite interesting actually so far tonight that the two teams that have qualified through
what should we do next?
are two teams that have not played in any weekly finals up to this point. So both them and Kaishin, they need a really big finals here to ensure that they can get through to the grand finals. But obviously, you know, that's,
E36 only played 3 games and won their third.
No, definitely so. And yeah, as much as E36 gets themselves through
Team
here,
versus team highest place. I want to do a regional one if I can.
For Sonics in the previous game, it's going to be heartbreak here for Genji as well, who, for all intents and purposes, up towards the top, they were doing all the work. They were putting the shift in, but they were not able to get themselves this victory here.
Yeah, I mean, you see it right there. Pio with 6 kills. And, I mean, they had their eyes set on the entire North. And we saw that fight with FaZe at the end, you know, where once they got that final confirmed kill in the Fuzz phase, Genji could turn their attention finally to
what do we got?
Not worry about having any enemies to their back. But it wasn't just FaZe that was kind of in their eyes.
We have 1, 2, 3 American teams.
Team actually stopped, turned around,
Yep.
shot Keenan from SSG, who was above FaZe, and then turned his attention back to game home and the rest of the teams there. So Gingy all over the place, but just couldn't secure that win.
No, definitely. FaZe, that 900 points of damage coming in from 8 to here. When you look at what they were doing, very impressive. But let's hear from them in the interview.
1, 2.
엔타포스 36였고요. 저는 스타로드 선수와 인터뷰 나눠볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다. Congratulations.
정말 오랜만이네요.
Thank you.
네, 스타로드 선수 일본인 선수들과 함께하고 있는데 PCS 때보다 커뮤니케이션이 지금은 더 좋아졌을 것 같아요. 어떠세요?
Did your team's communication skill improve since the PCS because you're Korean and Japanese team?
선수가 오히려 한국말을 더 잘하게 됐어요.
정말요?
Yes, I think we improved much because our Japanese players Korean skill improved a bit.
할 때는 확실히 일본어도 하지만 급할 때 이제 한국어도 나오니까 서로가 잘 알아듣고.
Are you guys communicating in Korean in the game then? Oh no, we are talking in Japanese, but whenever there's drastic moments that we need to shout out something, we speak in Korean.
That's interesting.
해주는 말이 되게 많아요. 예를 들면 조심해 분명히 있을 거야라든지 저희가 이제 마차 뭐라 해야 될까? 찝지 못했던 부분들을 잘 찝어주고 있는 것 같아요.
서로 격려해주면서.
Is he trolling? No, two of the players are Japanese.
저는 스타로드 선수의 타이밍 찌르기도 참 인상적이었다고 생각을 했는데 본인이 생각하기에 이 점 정말 잘했다 했던
It's a 2-2 split.
시간이 있을까요?
사실
Is there any particular moment that was memorable or you played really well?
Yes, we sat in a compound all game.
모든 순간은 다 좋았다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
I think all moments were good enough.
어느 부분이었을까요?
Well, then if there are any areas of improvement, which would it be?
뭐 수비가 좀 약하다라고 얘기를 하는데 그런 부분은 이제
People say our weaknesses in the engagement and some other areas, but we're trying to improve as much as possible.
좋은 모습을 보여주실 것 같은데 우리 엔타포스 36 그리고 스타로드 선수를 응원하는 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
Please have a shout out for your fans rooting for Starlord.
Oh, my face in the way. Oh, fuck.
For 36.
그리고 스태프분들 모두 감사하고 사실 마음고생을 많이 하셨을 거예요. 그래도 이제 한번 올라갔으니까 파이널 때도 잘하고 운이 좋으면 꼭 우승하기도 해서 꼭 급하 꼭 갈 수 있도록 해보겠습니다.
네, 아쉬우니까 팀원들한테도 한마디 부탁드려요.
Thank you to our staffs and fans. If we are lucky, we'll make it to the grand final.
그리고 피오보이 선수, 아몬 선수 그리고 태강아 우선 좋지 못한 호도 자꾸 계속 보여줘서 미안하고.
What's your message to your team members?
꼭
Team members.
그랜드 파이널
What?
갈 수 있도록 내가 좀 더 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
스타로드 선수 너무너무 잘했습니다.
감사합니다.
네, 승리 축하드리고요. 인터뷰도 감사드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서
Thank you for listening to my somewhat unorganized call-outs, and I should be doing so much better more, and I'll be doing my best and play my heart out. Thank you.
쉬는 시간 갖고
Thank you for the
돌아오도록
interview.
하겠습니다.
They're so earnest.
Starlord there for Amenta Force. He's been one of my favorite players for a long time, ever since he was back on VSG. Of course, then joined T1 and now joined Interforce. But an eye-opening interview.
Starlord was insane at one point.
I wasn't exactly sure how communication was going between the Japanese and the South Korean players here on Interforce, but now we know.
Caster behind me is Elfish guy. He's Australian.
Must have presented a barrier.
Oh, absolutely. And that's something that we've seen from a handful of teams, right? We've got EMEA with some mixed region players, LATAM with mixed region players, and obviously the Asias as well. So it's really interesting to see that that's been something that they've had to overcome, especially as you say. I mean, Starlord has some amazing tenure. It would be fantastic on any roster, but having to put that extra work in for communications, which as we know is a huge
Shit, what was I doing?
Of any
we have FaZe, ENTS, and BBL as European teams, right?
It's great to see that.
And then we have Sonics,
to see how it makes it work.
TSM,
So, as we take a look back at some of the moments
and SSG. We're doing NA versus EU.
FaZe's position up on these high grounds here, Elfish, were very powerful, but I mean, I think they really, the backstab on towards them, was it by GEX?
It was SSG. SSG, I think, was the ones that came up the hill and kind of ruined them. Yeah, look, I mean, there was definitely moments there where we were kind of getting a little bit excited for FaZe and hoping maybe...
Damn, FaZe, ENTS, and BBL have been in this for so long. Since the start.
A little bit too much to deal with there. Obviously, SSG...
A lot of the teams with less chances of qualifying this week.
And then I believe there was even a team maybe that was across the ridge kind of having an angle onto them as well. Made it a little bit too much. I mean, I'm quite excited
Okay,
to see
so what we're doing, this is just the one game. So,
in the week 3
the
finals,
prediction is NA versus EU.
Yep, and
The team who wins, the team who places the highest wins for that team, basically, right? Do you know what I mean? You guys understand? it's a bit more interesting than the other ones in this format because it doesn't just end when one team dies. Which team's a witch? It's in the prediction. You can see it. So if SSG win a game, NA wins. If SSG come 10th and every other team finishes below them, NA still wins, right? How does the format impact this prediction? You can't do as... The predictions are less fun when it's... We can't do team versus team predictions in this format suck. Because as soon as one team dies, the prediction's over. In super format, it's kind of fun because one team might get 6 kills, die, and the other team's still alive, and they might come 5th with no kills and also get 6 points. Oh, sorry, that's completely wrong. But you know what I mean. Like, when one team dies in super format, the bet isn't over yet. When one team dies in this format, it's just over. Because we can't do kill points because they don't matter. So... Where does Australia fit in this? What? Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Explosion is going to take out Poonage.
Discipline there, saying, okay, there's an opportunity to be had, Nawadra, but
What?
it's a risky. That's too tempting. He lays down. You just got to take that shot. That's
Australia's not in the bet.
Oh, there's a horse fucking me.
Yeah. Australia's not in the bet. All the other teams don't matter. Well, Tickleton's on... Well, there are 2 Australians. Technically, there are 2 Australians in the bet. There's a Sonics player and a TSM player who are Australian.
Very dangerous angle. There's some support. Ayla drops on top of him. GEX is down, and that...
Guys, I'm gonna be right back. I need to go for a little walk. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm hungry. Alright? Thank you for watching.
Here's the footsteps, leans into one side, goes for 3, gets one of them down.
Gauntlet keeps going on as BBL.
I'm being spammed. What's this bullshit?
Gets immediately knocked by Zenon, and now the push coming through. Zenon finds another one. And BBL's down to just smash. Can they shut it from T-Bow from behind? Oh no, not the roof. Not optimal and set it, of course. They want to get the previous.
Thunder 1. Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations. I trust you are ready, but your tools need to be modified accordingly. The armory is open. Secure the sector and repel counter-attacks. Extract or retrieve the package.
Now my phone's asking for my email password. I don't know why. Oh my god, I have to type out the most ridiculous password. Oh, I'm doing it later. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'm playing ad now.
Bueno, nos sentimos bastante confiados desde que llegamos y creo que pienso igual que todo mi equipo que apuntamos bien alto a ganar el torneo.
Quería agradecerle a todos los fans de Latinoamérica y de todo el mundo que nos están apoyando durante este torneo. Si quieren tener puntos de Pick and Challenge, no se olviden de votar por nosotros.
KPI on top. No.
KPI on top.
สวัสดีครับพวกเราแอทแทกออเราจากประเทศไทยนะครับก็ทีมเรามี2แฝดที่เป็นฝาแฝดนะครับที่เก่งที่สุดในไทยแล้วก็มีน้องกูมที่เล่น PUBG มาแค่5 เดือนก็ได้มา PUBG Global แล้วอ่ะครับความท้าทายที่ได้มาเจอกับ32ทีมที่ดีที่สุดทั่วโลกครับเราก็คาดหวังที่จะเข้ารอบสู่แกรนด์ไฟนอลได้ครับเปคาโดโคชินกิ I don't know who you living but we not ก็ทีมเราพร้อม 120% ครับเดี๋ยวเราแสดงให้เห็นว่าเราพร้อมแค่ไหนครับ I have power I get out a monster
ครับผมยังไงก็ฝากโหวต Pick M Challenge ให้พวกเรา Attack All Round ด้วยนะครับผมพวกเราจะไม่ทำให้ผิดหวังครับ
We are Attack All Round
We are Attack All Round
Dink donk. Dink dank. Dink dank.
Welcome back. Not more opportunities remaining here in our weekly survival at PGC 2021, as we only have 3 games remaining. Qualify for this, get yourself points, or you will be going to Grand Survival, which I can't wait for it. It's going to be tears. There's going to be joy.
Anyone been playing Halo today?
It will be deadly. And I've got Clover as well as
What's the
LBK
weather?
to talk about our next match coming up, and we are going to be welcoming Archangel Predator
I turn my
into
aircon
the
off.
lobby here now. Jordan, what are we thinking for Archangel Predator? It hasn't been the easiest tournament for them thus far.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's similar for a couple of teams, like we've been saying, specifically from the APAC region. It's been a little bit rough for teams coming through from our region, especially in the case of Archangel Predator. And I think a lot of their problems arose initially in the ranked decision when they had to play with a couple of subs. Now, obviously, Mad Dog did come back through into week 2, and things have gotten better from that respect from there. But ultimately, this is a format that really does punish you if you start poorly. You know, they have had a grand total of 6 weekly survival games so far in the first couple of weeks. Obviously, that's off the back of having a poor rank decision and then, you know, snowballing further and further the deeper we got in. You know, when you're down,
I'm hiding for a second.
It sort of always
Bam.
feels like you're fighting from behind, and if you don't manage to get that chicken dinner on the board, you don't manage to get into weekly finals, then
I have
you can
crackers.
really put in these awkward positions in the bottom 16. Once again, you know, they've only got 3 games to play this week, so over the 3 weeks, they'll play a grand total of 9 weekly survival games. It doesn't give them a huge amount
going to
of
bed,
opportunities
Drunko?
to even make it to weekly finals, let alone do much in those weekly finals. So, look, it started rough for them. It's continued to be rough. It's been a real grind, I think, for Archangel Predator, especially playing with a sub. But hopefully they can pull off something pretty good here, or maybe in the grand survival, because to be honest, it's been a rough one for them. And I think that they're a better team than what they've shown here at PGC 2021. But sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
I'm just eating a bit.
I think I would agree with that. I mean, I like.
He's told super people, kind of cool apart from coming second because first fire was on.
With one another and how they play against one another.
I'm
And
so sorry to
definitely,
hear that.
I think they just haven't had too many opportunities to really show their potential here in this tournament thus far. But moving on to Erangel once again here, Clover, and you know that Millie Circle was a bit rougher for some of these teams. Maybe we have something else to come in.
I hope so, because
Hello,
I mean, the
Danish.
military circle alone.
I said,
obviously
has
gets
anyone
really
been playing
chaotic
Halo?
because
Is it
it's
good?
non-stop action. Sometimes we can talk about how teams have a couple of phases to maybe only have an engagement between 1 or 2 teams, but when we go across to the island, that really puts everybody kind of at a point where it's just non-stop. They're constantly watching their backs. They're thinking about how they're going to.
How's the first game? Hey, Silop.
Camping, and it's really
Sonics came
chaotic.
3rd
And so,
again, and it was very
it takes away the opportunity
sad.
for teams to play the game that they're comfortable with. Now, all that said, though, we've had some other weird circles outside of Millie ones on Erangel, so it's going to take good opportunities for teams. We've got at least a good 8 or 9 teams right now that still haven't qualified yet, and really need those points.
Wait, have we watched 3 games?
Leaderboard, they're really not in a good place, and so as you said, with only 3 matches left, we're looking to see who gets that next spot.
Still big teams not qualified for this weekly final. Genji's one of them. They've got to be a bit annoyed after not being able to round things out against Enterforce in the previous one. I mean, you've still got the likes of 17 as well, who came off the back of that second place 22 kill game in the bottom 16 here, Elfish. There's so many big names that haven't found their spot just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, it's looking pretty good right now if you're a Team Liquid supporter, because we had that whole conversation on day one about 17 potentially being a bit of an issue for them if they got through to the grand finals. Obviously, to do that, they would have to make it through to the weekly finals. And at the moment, it's not really looking like 17 is going to be able to do that. And sitting at 52 points right now off of only 1 week of weekly finals, I don't think 17 is in a very good spot. So they pretty much need to make it through to the weekly final. So does Sonics, so does Attack All Around. Right now, it looks like Team Liquid, PGC, Picado, Kings.
That's definitely correct here. And FaZe right now still need to convert. They still need to get themselves a win, but now it is time for the
I'm fueling up
again as we
I'm fueling up for my high tier analysis.
Xenox and Chunks with Erangel. Eren, go.
지금 비행기 라인 자체가 또 굉장히 재밌는 게 이것도 솔직히 말해서 많이 나왔던 서클이 노보로 잡힐 가능성이 저는 좀 더 높다고 보고 있거든요.
그리고 강북 아파트 자기장도 배제할 수 없었던 슈팅 레인지를 포함한 북부 자기장도 있었기 때문에 이게 젠지가 만약에 어쨌든 강남이 가까우니까 당연히 내려야 되는 그런 비행기 동선인데 말씀하셨듯 노보의 데이터가 있어서 노보로 떠버리면 또다시 첫 번째 에란겔 매치와 같은 그런 가시밭길을 걸을 수밖에 없어요.
그렇죠.
다행이라고 할 수 있는 점 같은 경우는 두 번째 매치에서 오늘의 두 번째 매치에서 분명히 지난 경기에서 피드백을 받은 듯한 움직임을 통해서 상당히 좀 상대적으로 반템포 빠른 젠지의 행동을 볼 수 있었는데 지금 사실 그런 걸 기대해야 됩니다. 만약에 노브 쪽으로 자기장이 뜬다면 말이죠.
네. 그래서 한 가지 위안되는 부분이 있다면 236이 빠져나가기 때문에 강북 아파트 자기장이 뜨게 되면 거기는 온전히 젠지의 땅입니다.
맞습니다. 그래서 젠지가 이 점을 이용해가지고 강남을 들어가도 되는데 굳이 안 들어가고 강북을 들어가는 모습이고요.
네.
냉정한 판단이에요.
맞습니다.
자, 그래서 이번 서클이 운명의 서클이 될 것 같습니다.
자, 이제 방향이
How do teams qualify?
방향이
정말 진짜 선수들 입장에선 제일 짜증나는 자기장 아닌가요?
그렇죠. 이거는 노보
It's a 50-50, guys.
이게 북쪽 그러니까
It's a 50-50.
잘 몰라요. 사실상 밀배라고는 생각하지만
I'd say it's actually like a 55-50. So a 55-50. Oh my god. A 55-45.
어디게 하면서 쉽지 않습니다 이거.
세팅 감도를 보다 보니까 얼마 전에 들었던 굉장히 훈훈한 미담이 떠오르는군요.
How do teams qualify for second chance draw games?
굉장히 좀 반가운 얼굴을 만나셨다고.
맞아요. 제가 236
I'm assuming it's seeded from weekly finals?
아모너 선수를
And then I don't know how they seeded after that actually.
그 선수가 저에게 직접 와서 노트랑 그 펜을 가지고 오셔서
I don't know. Right.
감도를 물어가셨었어요. 직접 적어주셨어요.
Sonics are Millie, yes. What'd you eat? Crackers and hummus.
멘탈상 뭐 감독 모데스키 이러시면서 약간 그런 느낌으로
I'll eat one.
말까지.
On camera.
감도 센세.
감도 센세.
그러고 나서 세월이 흐르고 오늘 또 만나 뵙게 됐는데 이제 아모노 선수께서 너무나도 환하게 웃으면서 멘탈 삼아 이런 멘탈 삼아
그렇죠. 감도를 가르쳐 준다는 건 삼아죠.
그렇죠. 약간 스승님처럼.
네, 제가 그래서 일본어를 많이 들어보지 않았는데 멘탈 삼아
$14 on hummus. What hummus are you buying?
좀 어제 좀 뜻밖의 굉장히 행복했었어요.
그런데 236도
I think it's 55% Millie Islands.
마무리를 지은 것 같은데 이 감도 센세가 전해주는 이 자기장이 하필이면 또 여기 또 꽂혀주는 그런 상황이라 요거는 몇 명의 팀들이 참 어떻게 받아들여야 될지 모르겠네요.
소닉스가 마냥 웃을 수가 없는
Leave Passport alone.
왼쪽 다리의 주도권을 잡고 모든 팀들이 유동적인 그 대처를 하려고 들겠죠. 위쪽인지 아래쪽인지 모르니까 그
Islands most of the circle.
딱 지키고 있을 텐데 소닉스는 끌려다녀야 돼요. 네, 위쪽으로 올라갈 수도 없고 그냥 박혀서 아래쪽으로 내려오기만 기도해야 되는 그런 상황이 됐습니다.
그런 불편한 상황에서 항상 소닉스
I don't know. I think there might be slightly more.
그게 특히나 이번 PGC에서 좀 안타까운 소닉스의 상황인데 이번에는 어떤
What's the use by on the bulk hummus? I googled a bit. And most people seem to agree
좁은 지역에서 가장 만나기
that it can stay in the fridge like for 7 to 9 days.
굉장히 교전력이 높은 팀이고 그 자국 리그에서도 이 팀이 굉장한 교전을 갖고 있어서 랜드마크전을 피하는 경향이 많이 있어요. 다른 팀들이.
네.
그렇기 때문에 조심해야 됩니다.
Don't make me go into Photoshop and cut it up or something. Even at way older. Yeah, so guys, you're gonna... Is Junko in bed yet? He's gonna meme me if he's not in bed. My parents are chefs, so I grew up in restaurants. So my experience with food is mum doesn't throw stuff out by use by date. Use by date means nothing to her. She goes by smell, look, taste. Is there mold? And it's always been fine with me, so.
보트 챙기고 위쪽으로 북상하는 그런 시나리오를 그리고 있나요?
그렇죠. 그런 시나리오 좋긴 해요. 좋긴 한데
The use by dates are really use by dates are really what's the word?
되게 많은 그림을 그리다가 참패하는 경우도 있거든요.
Safe. They're really safe because they have to be for legal reasons. Right.
이집
내놔라. 그렇죠. 이 집이 굉장히 북쪽 서클이 떴을 때 히트 엔딩을 바라볼 수 있는 라인이 자기장이 많이 형성됐던 집이라서 멀티 서클이 얘 한 명이다. 이거 몰아내자. 좀 과감하게 그렇게 판단을 한 것 같아요.
너 한 명, 우리 두 명 어떻게 할래?
Most people are thinking it's gonna be enough.
우리는 그리고 포탑도 있어.
확실하게 이 점이 뭔지를 한번 체크해 볼 수
Oh,
있는
no.
상황인데요. 아직까지 이 서클에 대한 확신이 없는 많은 팀들 같은 경우는 움직임을 좀 자제하고 있습니다.
그렇습니다.
자, 트리플레이 같은 경우도 좀 험하게 끊겨나가는 모습들이 있었는데 자, 스탈버
Hey Rocket, what's up, man?
지금 모양이 이렇게 예쁘게 잡히긴 했지만 위쪽으로
Very relaxed and used by dates. Yeah, I am too.
쓸 수 있는 자리들이 얼마 없습니다.
맞습니다.
인기 있는 자리들은 다 뺏긴 상황이에요.
Hey, Khalil.
그리고 페트리코
Main island confirmed most in the circle. It doesn't actually matter. Like the circle does what it wants on phase 1.
지금 모습을 보여주죠.
I'm gonna end the bet
이게 정말 양날의
in
검이에요.
a minute.
결국에는 위쪽에
Alright.
결국 밀배 서클이 뜨면
I'm closing it in a minute.
합류를 못 할 수도 있어요.
맞습니다.
Get on a boat, ground the back of Millie. Not in this circle. Maybe if it pops next. This is a 50-50, so.
정보 공유가 제대로 안 됐을 경우엔 합류하다가 잘릴 수도 있고요.
그렇죠.
그러니까 뭐 좋은 긍정적인 거로 보자면은 계란은 한 바구니 안 담은 건데.
네.
그런데 여기서는
like getting in a boat is a huge investment, time investment. It's too early.
다 깨지는 몽땅 깨지는 그런 상황이 나올 수도 있으니까요.
그렇죠.
자, 이제 좀 움직임을 체크를 해 봅니다. 젠지도 이제 바쁘게 움직이고 있습니다.
It's also like you could say that teams are more biased to stay on the north in a 50-50 because going back, like having to go across twice is fucked. Put in the middle current circle, it can, yes.
상승세를 그리고 있다고 봐요.
So even if you think it was slightly more likely to go south, if you go across and then it goes north, you have to go back. Like crossing these bridges is very stressful. No one setting up a bridge camp. Think someone would in super settings. High chance that someone would, yeah. Not definite, but possible. Or someone might like sit in this compound watching the bridge, even though it's not like the greatest spot in the world. Yeah, no point to do it in this format. Although Genji did it. I'm ending the bet, guys. Wow, there's 50 people betting. That's the record. That's a record, I think. Sorry, we've just been staring at the map. What's this early aggression? Oh, of course it's Brew.
어떤가요? 이 벽을 두고 과감한 선택을 하나요? 먼저 찍었고요.
버리며 선택을 하는 것 같죠. 이거는 살릴 수가 없어요, 사실. 왜냐하면 노아드라 선수도 그렇고.
Yeah, when I say 50-50, it's not really referring to the chance of it going to either side. It's just okay. I don't know how to explain this.
호텔을 하려고 하는데 바퀴가 오른쪽 바퀴가 터졌거든요. 자, 진행 속도가 좀 느립니다.
I don't know a good way to put this into words.
이거는 글쎄요. 강명호 선수 일단 얻어 맞았는데요.
이거 노아드라 선생님이 이것도 젓가락 하나.
노아드라. The worst feeling in the world.
멀티서클 게이밍이 이렇게 두 명이
I want the words.
아웃됩니다.
It's not 50-50. It goes either island. It's 50-50 land in the circle.
위클리 서바이벌의 왕좌.
It can go north, and then technically still go south, depending on the first circle shift.
여기까지 남아 있어요.
We'll see what happens.
딱 맞는
Ending
시간에
bet.
먹어야 돼요. 원래 아침에 먹던 선수들이 갑자기 야식하려니까 안 돼요 지금.
예, 루틴이 파괴됐어요.
그럼요. 맛이 다르거든요. 주방장님.
That's a big one.
그렇습니다.
예.
그분들도 2교대, 3교대 하셔야죠.
그렇죠.
지금 치킨의 감도가 분명히 다르다는 걸 느낄 수밖에 없습니다. 그만큼 지금 본인이 2명을 잃게 된 이 순간 자체가 굉장히 불편할 수밖에 없는 멀티서클 게이밍. 자, 페이즈는 이게 사실 백스 얘기를 안 할 수가 없거든요. 그러니까 백스의 존재감을 잘 지켜주면서 경기를 펼친다면 분명히 갈 수 있습니다. 페이즈도.
네, 아직도 스탈버 비탈길의 페이지 클랜이 생각이 나요. 팩스 선수가 살아 있었다면 4명이 유지됐다면 제가 실수한 일도
It's nearly time.
어쨌든 페이지 클랜
It's nearly time.
마음속으로 응원하는 많은 분들의 그 기대감을 안고 있는
Dude, the ferry play would be so weird.
그런데
Because
한 번도 치킨을 먹지 못했습니다.
you get shot at definitely while on the ferry.
팀 중에 하나예요.
맞습니다.
Alright.
그리고 말씀하신
I'm calling full south.
요래서 만약에 이게 또 정직하게 막히면 이것도
It doesn't
굉장히
have to.
이상해지거든요.
There's no law here. It can do anything.
SSG의 그 투자가 성공할지 이 정도면 투자 성공 아닌가요?
투자 성공인데.
Well, now it's like the other game. This is basically back to like the other game.
보트
있습니다.
실큰 집 쪽에 이제 보트를 지금 챙기러 가는 거
We're
같죠?
ending here. Amazing for Sonics. This is gonna be a disaster, guys.
야, 너도 나도 지금 북쪽에서 다.
Will anyone stop to bridge camp? Surely not. This is gonna be crazy.
정말로 그리고 왼쪽 편에서 젠지가 조심해야
I'm gonna show the map. Look at this shit. Look at it. The Great Migration.
갑자기 서가지고 뒤를 맞게 되는 순간 이번 판 완전 날아가는.
Island 100%. At this point, yes. The next circle cannot contain more island up here than down here. It's impossible.
좀 고심이 될 것 같고요. 피오 선수가 또 뒤쪽에
But they just had a normal boat. FaZe just had a normal boat, not a ferry. Right? It's much faster. The ferry is dangerous. It's going terribly. No one's dying. It's because it's not worth bridge camping.
경로인데 BBL은 먼저 건너가고 있거든요.
네, 그래서 SSG의
It's not worth it. Like, there's probably not multiple. There's been a lot of situations in this tournament when it's this format where they're like, you drive past the team, and sometimes people seat swap, and other times people will just be like, they'll just drive past each other because if you invest in that fight, the chance you die, you know, it's not worth it. Other teams do it anyway, like BBL always seat swap.
입구에 자리를 잡고 있습니다.
젠지는 등대 쪽으로 올리고 있는 거 보면은 다리 한 번 더.
Sonics have a pretty wide split here.
그리고 GNL 같은 경우에는
Considering how many people are coming in.
구두 쪽에 있으면서 한 번 더 인서클을 받고 기다리는 모습이 있습니다.
그렇죠. 왜냐면은 지금 많은 팀들이 이동하고 있기 때문에 우리가 먼저 쉽게 움직이면은 정보가 없어서 우리가 올라갈 수 있다.
Yeah, I'm a bit. It's a bit sketch, man. Like this is really hard to hold as just two. And look at the circle. It's filling up. They're running out of space.
이미 그 다리 쪽에서 완전히 빠져나가지 않은 모습이 있고 젠지는 다행히 지금 건너오면 건너오자마자는 없거든요.
이미 많은 팀들이 지나갔었기 때문에 거기서 또
TSM kind of camping. I think they're just more being careful.
올리면서 정확한 인원 체크까지 했기 때문에 과감한 진입을 했습니다. 이번에는
I mean, they technically have a path to each other still. Hopefully one of them has a bike or something. But this means the risk here is a fucking Genji camping again.
많이 못 높이고 보내다 보니까 힘들어지는 거야. 이번에 정말 잘 막아보자.
Spike strips aren't in comp.
다시 이건 잘할 수 있습니다.
그 두 번째 때는 분명히
If they were, you would 100% put them down just to grief other teams.
언제 넘어올지 일단 자리 잡고 있는.
Even if you're not camping.
네, 원래 이쪽에 반대편 나무 쪽에 엎드려주면서.
I don't know why Genji is doing this.
기다리고 있어요.
I mean, it feels good, I guess. I mean, they got a bunch of kills, but I just the risk, man. I don't get it. Alright, they're loaded. I mean, they got lots of loot now.
또 미라마 때 기가 막힌 타이밍 폭으로 잡아내는 그런 경기력을 보여준 적이 있었는데 이번 매치 에란겔에서 한번 보여줍니다.
이제 감각이 올라왔다는 것을 확실히 젠지가 보여줬는데
Number one.
자 이걸 바탕으로 어떨지 아케이드 프레데터의 자원은
Yeah, I know. Like, that was a pretty safe bridge camp, really. But if all cars turn, if they have 4 cars and all 4 cars drive by, they're probably at least getting 1 knock. Oh. Alright, so these guys need to drive ASAP. And you can technically play from here the rest of the game, most likely. Next circle has to remove water. Probably comes just straight down on the BBL. But Sonics need to regroup now.
대신에 젠지가 아까 전에 세 명이
I'll tell you guys. Gex are in the way. Gex are.
그래서 소스노브카
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright. But they're not gonna get the hill because Ents have taken the hill. Why did GNL stay up? Probably safer to weigh it. Swimming is awful. If there's no boat, swimming is awful.
반대편 능선까지 보고 그다음에
Like, they're guaranteed safety until they cross, right? When you start to cross water or cross a bridge, the danger of you dying skyrockets, right? So if you wait longer, you come in later, it's less dangerous. But you lose priority on position, obviously. They're also, they might get on the ferry, it looks like. Also, watching Gen G because they love Gen G.
너무 깊었어요. 이거 정말 너무 깊었습니다.
그래도
에스도가 갑자기 possible. They might win this. They might win this fight.
이거 몰라요.
And then they have 4 up in the middle.
이거 진짜 강령수의 대가 젠지가 한 번 더 피오 선수를
possible.
살리나요?
자, 이거 업어야 될 것 같은데요. 피오 빠르게 업어서 뒤쪽으로 빼줘야 돼요.
좋아요.
영차.
다 내려왔어. 이러면 피오를 살릴 수가 있습니다.
자, GX도 와요. 그리고
근데 여기서 정말 안 좋은 게 패트리코 선수들도 들어왔기 때문에 하지만
막아줘요.
GX가 막아줘요.
이거 정말 좋습니다. 이거 진짜 젠지한테 굉장히 호재예요.
또 다른 지가문이거든요.
어떤가요? 같은 지끼리니까 성이 비슷하니까.
This is a messy circle. Guys, GNL are still waiting for a ferry. They're in the blue waiting for a ferry. I mean, Gen G are weathering the storm. See, this is another... Guys, I'm so sorry how much I'm repeating myself. This is another situation where a team like Gen G, who are insanely good, could have fought on the edge, got heaps of kills, pointless, have just crashed middle and hoped for the best. And it's worked out. So far. It's worked out so far. They've crashed in the middle. They've had to fight 3 teams. And they haven't lost a player yet.
여기서 버티면은 결국 양각 당하니까 도망가자라는 판단을 했고 이로써 젠지가 굉장히 좋은 판단이 돼버렸죠.
Gen G are still in the blue waiting for a ferry. They just jump off into the water cap like.
외곽을 그냥 파고들기 위한 그런
I'm
단순한
assuming.
선택이 없고 과감하고도 그냥 용기 있는 진입을 선택하고 있어요.
And swim the rest of the way.
나쁠 때도 있었습니다만 분명히 확실한 선택을 한 선 굵은 행동을 하고 있다는 것을 분명히 보이고 있습니다. 결과적으로 좋은 흐름들이 계속 나오고 있는 상황인데 자기장도 조금 얹혀줬으면 좋겠군요.
그렇죠.
자기장이
Wait. Does this turn around? I've barely seen ferries. Where is this ferry going? Guys. Where are they going? It's going the wrong way. Oh, it turns. It turns. I barely use ferries. It's turning. Okay. Oh. I was like, just leaving. Damn, Gen G are really fighting for this game. They're in. They're suddenly in. Do FaZe turn around and look at the ferry? Or is it going to be the Navy SEALs?
이거 정말 지금 흐름 굉장히 좋습니다.
FaZe have spotted it, I think. Oh my god, look at this.
결국에는 젠지 선수도 막을 때가 많다 보니까 결국에는 쌓여서 먹히는 구도가 나올 수 있었는데 그거를 사전에 배제시켜 버렸어요.
그렇습니다.
스스로의 힘으로.
불편했던
They have to jump though. They gotta jump soon.
GNL도 상륙하면서 아직 저기를 준비하고 있는 상황이고요.
네, 페이스 클랜이 계속해서 저 화물선이 수상하다 지켜보는 그런
Gotta jump.
과감하게 점프를 못했어요. 이젠 해야죠.
내려가야죠.
상륙 작전.
입수.
자, 과연 이 상륙 작전은 어디까지 도전할 수 있을지.
Fucking the Navy SEAls coming in.
그턱 밑에 뛰어들었어야 되는데 이게
It's gonna be a hard game ahead of them.
이러면
They gotta fight.
뛰어야 되는데 트리플 A가 바로 위쪽에 있긴 있거든요.
근데 교전할 새도 없이 제가
There's no way that AAA know this is coming behind them. Can they outswim the blue? No, they're gonna be hurt. There's no way this team is gonna look behind them in the water though. Sonic's still chilling, by the way.
어쨌든 안정적인 전력 유지가 저는 급선무라고 보거든요.
네.
굳이 욕심 부릴 필요 없어요. 네, 위클리 서바이벌 킬 포인트.
They're gonna be running with the blue on them to get in, and there's nowhere to go really, unfortunately. I would love for this to work out, but
자, 이거 쪽 창문으로
TSM in a rough spot.
초청무기 플레이도 가능한데.
우리 트리플 A가 이쪽에 지금 신경을 많이 쓰고 있으면 GNL도 물론 그 자기장 때문에 좀 굉장히 불편하긴 한데.
Oh, that hurts. That blue hurts, man. FaZe look.
알고 있어요. 수승전이 수상했거든요.
그래도 GNL은
Sad.
119포인트가 있다는 거.
그렇죠. 상관없긴 합니다, 사실.
네. 따놓은 점수가 있기 때문에.
많아요.
좋은 경험이 됐을 거예요.
멀티서트 팀이 나머지 선수들의 이동이 있습니다. 트리플 A의
I mean,
움직임을
FaZe are in a hard spot too. It was a good effort. Yeah, I liked it. But in reality, they probably should have just drove across the bridge earlier.
굉장히 중요한 게 어찌됐건 서클은 도로가 라인 쪽으로
Waiting for the ferry just was a waste of the game.
용이한 위치거든요, 여기가.
You should have taken that danger. Oh, Sonic's circle. They should have taken the risk earlier to cross the bridge, right?
이거 모를 수도 있을 것 같은데요. 트리플레이는
Another circle for Sonics.
전혀 몰라요.
And it's a really good one too. Because there's going to be... Every time a player dies in the game chat and you don't die, your chances of winning goes up, right? They're going to be able to sit in this compound for free. And we're going to go from 42 players to 20 something. This is the team, yeah. Not dying is good. Yeah. This is the same. Like this is how you used to grind solo wins in solos. Go sit somewhere and wait as long as possible.
변수를 아직까지 해결하지 못했던 트리플 A 정보를 계속 얻고 있습니다만 힘든 상황이고 나머지 지역에서의 난전들이 펼쳐지면서 하나둘씩 팀원들이 사라지고 있습니다. 페이지 클랜도 마찬가지고요.
젠지의 가장 강력한 적은 제가 봤을 때는 입성을 해야만 하는 불이람 유나이티드 e스포츠인데요.
그렇죠.
전력이 지금 고강해요. 4명 다 유지되고 있습니다.
그리고 상황이 굉장히 좋은 게 저 자리 자체가 GEX 라인에서 밀고 들어오는 게 굉장히 위험한 라인인데.
Yeah, FaZe just have no space.
GNL은 아웃이 됐습니다만 뭐 사실상 뭐 119포인트가 있다는 거.
그렇죠. 따놓은 점수가 있다는 거.
그리고 이거
Ents and Sonics are my number one.
페이지 클랜도 정리가 됐죠 지금.
자, 2킬로그 놓치면
For
안
this
됩니다.
game?
SSG의
Oh, we're dropping some
킬로그가 올라올
frames.
거예요.
맞아요.
자, 여기서 총구가 바로 돌아가면서 자, 여기서
알았죠 이거?
불이람이 올라온다. 어느 위치로 회전한다. 이거 이노닉스가 체크한 거. 그렇죠.
How's the bet going? Oh shit, FaZe. Oh well, Ents versus Sonics is looking like the real reality of the bet.
진입을 하고 있는 젠지의 4명입니다.
야, 이거 젠지 플레이가 정말 똑똑했던 게
Honestly?
저 안에서 결국에 수상했을 때는 저렇게 불이람처럼 밀고 들어오는 팀에 양각이 당해가지고 결국에 공겨 죽게 되는데 그거를 너무나도 잘 파악하고 있어서 결국에 자기네들이 직접 나가가지고 너네 우리 양각 잡을 거지.
Hey, Albion.
직접 지금 양각해서 잡아줄게. 너무 과감했어요. 지금 킬도 11킬입니다.
자, 이거 밀고 오는데 스매시 선수도
Yeah, 'cause TSM are dead.
이 변수 킬로그 놓치지 말아야 합니다.
Yep, the bet's 100% coming down to Ents versus Sonics.
자, 놓치지 않고는 있는데 지금 화력이 분산됐어요. 불이람이 옵니다. 불이람이 와요. 감미하고
Genji are fighting so hard for this game. The reason I don't say Genji are going to win the game is because they have to have all these really hard fights where everything can go wrong. They have to win all these fights without losing a player. It's really hard. It's like how Fury won the other night, or yesterday.
피오가 한 명 눕혔어요.
이거 좋아요. 이 흐름은 좋습니다.
맞습니다.
자, 이노닉스가 체력을 채울 동안 이걸 버텨주면서
They have to play their lives, but also have to kill everyone.
지금 불이람이 양쪽 날개를 확 하고 벌렸어요.
그리고 BBL의 스매시의 존재를 아직까지 제대로 체크하지 못했나요, 불이람? 이러면 젠지 입장에서 좀 도움이 될 수 있는데.
네, 뒤통수를 때리면서 스매시가 또 그냥 고지고대로 가는 선수는 아니거든요.
Okay, so Sonics need to fight for this hill as soon as possible. In my opinion, Sonics need to be fighting for this hill now. Right now. The other Ents players are coming back already to defend it because that's the game. It's the game.
그렇죠. 그리고 여기서 가장 중요한 게 스매시 선수가 과연
The most important thing for them.
아마 불이람을
그렇죠. Oh, BBL's ruining Bruce game.
좋은 판단이에요.
야, 오인 스코어도 너무 좋습니다 지금.
Really good for Genji though. If Genji clean this fight, they then just have a 4v2 versus Gex, and they control the north of the circle, and it's a huge game.
자, 이게 상대편 어쨌든 BBL도 어쨌든
Yeah, Sonics need to be looking for a knock on Ents. If you see a Sonics player knock an Ents player, it's go time. Oh, PO ruined. Dead.
이건 아쉽네요.
이거 근데 이거는 예측을 했어야 됐어요. 너무 아쉽습니다.
정보가 좀 있었던 것으로 보였는데.
Ents have the advantage, obviously, not having to move. Genji are just dead. They just got destroyed by Gex. 2 Gex players? Am I right? 2 Gex players just killed all of Genji. Genji just had a great game. 12 kills, but
패트리코 정리할 때
Doesn't
어지럽게
matter.
올라오는 GX의 킬로그가 있긴 했는데 워낙 우리랑과 전투를 심하게 겪다 보니까
Don't like it. Yeah, but it's also like waiting for a knock potential.
체크하지 못했어요. 아쉽습니다.
At some point here, though, they have to do something, and it's getting scary.
GX 선수를 한 명을 잡기까지 했는데
It's getting scary.
이 정보를 놓쳤다는 게 굉장히 또 2%가
Teekstu's now come too. Not that they knew this, but it would have been a 4v3 if they went a bit earlier.
엔스가 그 도로 경사의 출발점이라고
Lots of smokes though. Lots of smokes. They're making moves. This is the biggest. This is a huge fight for them.
소니스가 이걸 또 뚫어내면서 뭔가
Such a
그림을
big fight.
그려보나요?
자, 근데 이게 위치 자체가
But they have to take. They have to fight.
엔스도
알아요.
We're not watching it. Squeaky got mine.
완벽하게 뚫진 않았는데 이건 누군데?
어렵습니다. 소닉스도
위치 체크가 됐어요.
Not looking good.
이것도 좀 날아오는 상황인데.
Ence's position is just so much better. It's just a much better spot.
정보가 완전히 없거든요. 상대편의 위치에 대해서.
그렇죠. 그리고 소니스 같은 경우에도 확실히 인원수가 적고 치킨이 좀 눈에 보이는 판이다 보니까 뒤를 너무 완벽하게 닫고 올라는 그런 포지션을 취했는데 결국에는 독이 됐어요. 왜냐하면 엔스를 결국에 밀어야 되는데 뒤에 너무 신경을 쓰고 있었기에
The car wouldn't help. A car would not help in this situation at all. There's nowhere to go. This is the fight that has to be taken.
지금 전반적인 상황에서 흐름을 얻지 못한 마임 선수는 뭔가 좀 약간 해탈한 그런 표정을 짓고 있습니다. 나머지 팀원들을 좀 믿을 수밖에 없죠 지금 상황에서는요.
여기서 신임지가
Yes.
이거
It's not good.
서쪽의 도로 경사의 주도권을
Not really, Auburn.
여기라면 동쪽의 주도권은
It's throwing yourself into the fire.
트리플레이가 만약에 여기서 치킨 먹으면 위클리 파이널 진출 못했던 세 팀이 연속으로 가는 거예요.
그래서 일단 여기는 정리가 될 것 같아요. GX도 내려오고 있는데 어느 파죠?
Singleton ruining X's game.
지금 싸움 어떻게 해요? 끝까지 그냥 티글티기 한
Good effort by Tig, but it doesn't matter. He's just ruined Ence's game though. Europe wins the bet. Dude, if Tig had won if Tig could have won you guys the bet, then it was actually close.
정리됐는데요.
왼쪽에 머리 받고
Dude, Gex. AA have done nothing all game too. Well, that's not true. They got 6 kills. What I mean is they haven't had to move.
전반적인 폴 스쿼드를 유지하고
Europe wins the bet.
앞쪽은 아주 활약 좋은 스틸 게임이 기다리고 있거든요.
그렇습니다. 제가 봤을 때 트리플레이가 GX에게 뭐 요격당하는 그런 상황만 안 나온다면 어쨌든 17게이밍이 몸을 내밀어야 되는 그런 상황이기 때문에 트리플레이가 진짜 치킨 먹을 수도 있겠는데요.
그리고 이거 GX가 북쪽을 선택하느냐 아니면
Hey, says Jid.
라인에 있는
Nah, there's no north possibility. Running into the north there is just open area.
Fucking me.
And there's lots of horses.
치킨 가능성이 조금 낮아질 가능성은 있습니다. GX는 지금 2명이기 때문에 치킨
I think the play was to do what they did, but earlier, so they're not as pressured. But it's a clean 4v4 fight, right? Whoever wins wins. Ents had a better position. It's just up to them having a good fight.
GX 선생님 이 아래에 적이 있습니다. 제발 쏴주세요. EJ 돌리고 있습니다.
맞아요.
You could say the time they waited, they could have got a knock. They just didn't. There were shots going out from Sonics during that waiting time. If they get one knock, the entire fight looks different, right?
굳이 안 싸우고 있어요.
그렇습니다. GX 입장에서도 치킨을 먹어야 되는데 내가 너희들 그 판이 짜여진 대로 놀아라고 생각하고 있겠죠.
I would definitely say their confidence has been affected by the format and the second places and stuff. But I could be wrong.
서쪽으로 붙으면 자기들도 굉장히 불리해지는 걸 알기 때문에 그쪽에 힘을 더 실어놔야 되는 상황인데 왜인지는 모르겠지만 지금
I mean, they haven't been taking 4v4s.
이럴 때는 그냥 인원수도
Want 17 to win? 17 deserve it more. In my opinion. I wouldn't mind if Gex won. Gex had a great week in weekly finals. It was really fun to watch them. And no one expects them to be good at this tournament. And I like, I like a team that's not meant to be that good doing well.
서로가 서로를 미루고 있습니다. 계속 미루고 있어요.
어제 조별 과제 현재 진행형이 또 나오고 있거든요.
계속 미룹니다. 니네가 먼저 하라고.
Who wins?
이거 GX와
I think can Gex go here safely or not? Because if they can,
그냥 가만히 있으면 됩니다.
I don't know who wins. But otherwise AAA wins.
가만히 있어 이렇게.
근데 17게이밍이 물론 GX한테 각이 나오지만 지금 그 왼쪽 라인 그 도로가 라인 쪽에 그 17게이밍
Remember this circle? It's a pretty common circle.
이렇게 되면은
I think we've been here 3 times this tournament.
그러니까 GX는 트리플 A를 직접적인 타격을 가할 수 있기 때문에 이거 17게이밍도
Yeah, it's actually such an interesting meta situation in the grand final with the teams qualifying so far. There's a lot of teams like ENTS, SSG had 2 great weeks in weekly finals, but will they stay high enough if they're not playing in the weekly final? Can they stay high enough?
쩐난과 SR의 파괴력이 또 어떤 변수가 될지. 지금 그 선수의 심장박동수가 계속 올라가고 있습니다. 그리고 하나만 걸려라. 지금은 난 놓치지 않는다. 그 정도의 집중이 있다는 걸 지금 계속 보여주고 있어요.
그렇습니다. 글로벌 e스포츠의 엑셋 또 위클리 파이널 포인트는 68포인트 두 자릿수를
Get way too excited about uneventful circle move. I mean, the Korean casters are always about entertainment, but the circle move is huge. Like, it decides a lot.
결국에는 GX 선수들도 이 앞라인을 쓸 수 없는 것을 알기 때문에 17게이밍
17 have space.
가능성이 높아요. 그렇게 됐을 때 17게이밍이 깔끔한
I don't know. I have a feeling that AAA might throw this unless Gex die on the. No, I think AAA are gonna throw this. But sorry, I'm being that guy. I shouldn't be saying throw. I just think they're gonna die. This is actually a hard spot to be in. Like, what do you do from this position? You can't move. Like, you can't just run. Like, you got to get knocks first. And if the other teams don't give them any knocks, then yeah.
그리고 17게이밍이 굉장히 똑똑하게 플레이해야 되는 게 뭐냐면 GX가 우리 쪽으로
Last zone.
영향을 주지
Gex have to
않는다면
move first though.
트리플 A 쪽으로 가게끔 유도를 해야 됩니다.
17 win. I can see it happening. If SSR or something gets a knock on AAA, I think 17 just win.
17게이밍 쪽으로 못 오게 계속 경고 사격을 날려주고 자 지금 고용되기 일보 직전입니다.
그렇죠. 이거 근데 방향 자체가 이미 고용이 된 것 같은데요?
누가 누구를 고용하는지 한번 볼까요? 일단
Oh, AAA driving too. Oh, they're using lots of smokes. Oh, there's another dip in the middle. Do SSR have grenades? If I'm SSR here, sorry, if I'm Gex here, I just think that I'm never going to win the game, personally. Like, all I'm doing is getting kills. Obviously, I would try. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of a shit situation. You're smoking down a hill into the open.
그렇죠. 아니면 지금 샤베이 선수 머릿속에는 우리가 기절을 할 테니까 너네 저쪽 선택해 줘.
Like, one nade here changes the game. One good nade and AAA like not lose 2 players.
너무 싫어요 지금. 서로가 서로에게.
I mean, the way everyone's playing, this is just going to come down to a smoke mess. I like 17 spot a lot. AAA are not doing anything. You shouldn't be taking damage from the blue.
나는 먹게만 하다고 얘기하는데 점점 좁혀지면서 트리플레이도 지금 가시고 좀 들어오고 있거든요.
네, GX도 연막탄 잘 뿌리면서 은근 잘 스며들어오고는 있는데 이제는 수류탄 유효사건이에요.
Oh, I don't know. 17 might not have enough space.
근데 건들 필요가 없었는데.
Is he going for a drive-by?
이거 누구예요?
자, 이거 연막탄 살짝 꺼지는 그런 타이밍이거든요.
이거 잘못 치우다가 저도 그냥 누습니다.
저 누웠어요.
이거 뭐죠? 트리플레이가 거의 다 왔나요?
17 have no space left. Looks like AA are gonna win. Wait.
제이아스 글로 2명 남았습니다.
Oh, it's so close! The Gex guy nearly did it! The Gex guy nearly did it!
네, 이거 바텀 16의 반란이.
What a fucking mess, dude.
Onto jam shot base.
Right here.
How quick was that? Suddenly
He was on 1 HP! I think he was on 1 HP.
Such a quick manner. They are heading to the weekly finals for the first time at PGC 2021.
And that is all they needed. They only just came into the lobby and they've already got themselves that all-important chicken dinner, making it to the weekly finals and finally going to get the chance to...
Sticking into the moment. In fact, now bleeds that entire triple onto
1 HP on Jank you off. Glooms?
jam shot.
Oh no, Jank you off gets knocked. I'm wrong. Glooms? Wait, Glooms takes a tick. No, Glooms takes a tick from the blue. And he's also on 1 HP. Or 2 HP, or 3 HP. That's crazy.
Well, let's have Triple A, they're into the weekly finals, and we're heading back to the desk one more time.
Then on 3 mollies. Yeah, but when do you throw them? You know,
They
like,
bided their time here down in Military Island and are able to get themselves the victory. And they go up against some fierce opponents.
I think Gex are there.
17 and GEX trying to hold them out. I'm joined by Clover as well as Elfish. And
in that situation, everyone's scared.
Elfish, it's your region, man.
Right.
Attack all around, getting themselves into the weekly final.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit happy to see it. You know, I think the APAC region needed something to get excited about, and finally, we do have at least another team through.
Well, it's going to be an interesting weekly final.
Still waiting for the likes of Buram.
Guys, so like this is what actually matters.
We'll see a little bit later today for one game.
Oh, you want to watch this first?
Game wonder. Very similar though. Attack all around. 2 games in, they do manage to find their chicken dinner. A much needed win as well for them to get them through to that weekly final.
They deserved that. I mean, it's not like they had a bad game.
Basically at the bottom of the barrel right now in terms of points for the weekly finals overall. So they need to have an absolute.
They played well, to be honest.
This
like.
week.
Do they deserve to be in the weekly final? I don't know. Like, how do you? This is the format.
How things went and played.
Depends on your viewpoint.
Slowly as they needed to, and ultimately, I think that
depends on your view of the tournament.
Get them over the line because it was looking a little bit touch and go for a moment there in that final fight. But yeah, ultimately they trade down pretty effectively and get the win on the board. The only thing I will say about that is I do feel a little bit bad for GEX and Gen G. You know, both of those 2 teams really working hard in that game. Multiple.
Ubar's like definitely a sub though, Prosper. Like he hasn't played with that roster long term. Like the BP roster's amazing.
It really does suck.
Attack all around. They only needed 1 angle.
And Ubar hasn't been playing.
To be able to make themselves win it out here against 17 and GEX. They get themselves 10 kills up towards the top.
Which team do I support? No one.
I mean, Clover, looking at that final situation as a whole, it's an agonizing
Australians, I guess.
Slow pace, and you're clumped up as attack all around. 4 players in one location. One stray nade could spell.
Ubar's not in a team, or he's in a pickup team. I can't remember.
I mean, I'm surprised nobody has made this.
When he left, since he left FaZe, he was in an actual roster. I don't know if he's in a roster now or not.
I mean, we saw all 3 of those.
So the reality here is Ents and SSG, even though they're 3rd and 4th, have not qualified yet. Neither has MCG.
As much cover as possible, because as you said,
Or Brew.
There wasn't really much.
If Gex had qualified, you'd say they would make it, right?
Of that mountain range, and
if they have another good week.
Even a moment where some of us were wondering if 17 could have been.
Navi qualified, right?
Win this, they held a lot more of the resources.
BBL haven't qualified.
Final fight, but ultimately, just got
Pero haven't
qualified. Attack all around, who had the bit of a superior angle once they didn't have to split their focus between GEX and 17 and. 10 kills for
Fury have, so Fury needs to have a really good week. Did Mad qualified, right? And Dignitas qualified. They'd have to have big weeks though.
I mean, they really played this one well. Again, military circles can be difficult, but they didn't waste.
Should be in points wise. I don't think it's guaranteed.
Our first game, Jordan, but very different.
Like, let's look. GNL have not qualified either, though, right?
And things like that. But I mean, you've also, aside from that, you've got to wonder. People really did kick the bee's nest here.
Yeah, GNL haven't qualified yet. So VP, Ghibli, Heroic, Oath, Danawa, You Happy.
But it's got to be brutal for them. But we are ready for an interview. We can talk about that in a few moments' time as we check in with the victor.
Navi. Yeah, maybe they are safe. Potentially are safe, yeah. True. Because they need too many points.
승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
세개 팀의 교전 상황이 마지막에 참 떨리고 긴장이 됐던 것 같아요. 그 당시에 교전을 미루면서 서로 눈치를 보는.
Yeah, Ghibli already up.
어떤 대화를
I love Ghibli. They're great.
When 3 squads were remaining in the last match, all teams didn't seem like wanting to engage.
I'd offer Gex to get in the US with them in the smoke.
Conversation went
Not really. It just makes a more obvious target to shoot hard. Just a more obvious target to shoot. Cars kind of silhouette through smokes.
그때 긴장을 너무 많이 해서 기억이 안 납니다.
그렇다면
I don't remember anything because I was too nervous.
점으로 조금 더 거슬러 올라가 볼게요. 밀배 자기장이 잡혔을 때 어떤 전략을 짜셨는지 여쭤볼게요.
From Gex, I'm using the car to run them over.
Started to play when the circle was at the military base.
ไม่ทราบเป็นยังไงคิดยังไงตอนนั้น
ตอนแรกคิดว่ามันคงจะยากครับแต่ว่าก็น่าจะดวงดีครับก็เลยรอดมาได้
정말 어려울 것 같다 정말로 어려울 것 같았는데 운이 좋았던 것 같습니다.
이렇게 또 겸손한 인터뷰를
It
해주고
was so
계신데
difficult, but
어택으로
luck was on our side.
잡으면서 정말 뛰어난 수비력을 보여주셨던 것 같습니다. 이제 위클리 파이널로 가게 되셨어요. 첫 진출 너무너무 축하드리는데 어떤 모습을 보여주실 건지 여쭤볼게요.
You made it to the weekly final for the first time ever. What kind of performances will you be showing us?
But can you make that hard choice in a game like that when the win matters so much, right?
ก็จะพยายามเต็มที่ครับ
정말 최선을 다하겠습니다.
We will do our best.
정말 어택 올 어라운드를 응원하는 많은 팬분들께 응원해달라고 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
Would you like to send a message to your fans supporting for Attack All Around?
ก็ฝากให้กำลังใจทีมผมแล้วก็ทีมไทยด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
태국팀 모두랑 저희 팀 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please support all the Thai teams.
Wait, someone asked me something earlier. Where is it?
위클리 파이널에서도 좋은 모습 기대해 보겠습니다. 컵쿤카. 네, 이렇게 해서
Someone asked me what they think's gonna, what I think is gonna happen next year for PUBG.
저는 제이어스
I don't know who it was.
인터뷰 나눠봤고요.
Are you here still?
Oh, great hearing from JS here from Attack All Around. They're going to be very pleased.
This is the last Miramar game. I just want to say something. Wait, I just realized how bad. Wait, no, this is offset again. This is offset again.
Is still to be done in that weekly final. And Jordan, I was pressing you about Gen G and who's kicked the bee's nest and all that kind of stuff because they do look angry.
There we go.
After what we've seen here these
E36
games, but they're still hunting for that chicken.
This is E36, right?
Yeah,
they
look
started
like
pretty close to the circle.
Day one rate decision form, don't they? Where they were just
Oh, they were in the God compound, guys.
It is a really unfortunate.
They took the
result,
power
but
of this compound to win the game.
Really good games today, and if they were playing the Super,
And then they
running away with a bunch of points. But right now they're not really getting that.
Look at this.
Reward, and
This is such a
if they
big dick
ultimately
move.
Do not go on to get that reward,
They
then they're
breach the
gonna be
middle
in the
and kill an SSG player
the grand survival, I should say. If they don't make it to the
and win the
weekly final
game.
this week, there's no chance that they're going to go through to the grand final off the basis of the points that they got earlier on. And so, I mean, they're really
Like they had to take. This is such a big risk, right? You're blind rotating. You don't know anything about this compound right now from here. You have no idea what's going on there, right?
I dare say things are starting to get a little bit.
So they did have to make a big risk to win the game.
For not just Gen G, but a bunch of those
And
teams
then-
playing in match 15 and 16.
Yep, a lot of teams
Last game.
in the danger zone. But one of the teams that is now coming in that is really not in the danger zone and probably having a great old whale of a time is KPI here, Clover.
Oh, KPI are in now?
Obviously, they did not have a great bottom 16 situation.
If you're
playing their
KPI, you
favor,
just ruin the
but
game for someone.
The pressure is definitely off them if it's off
Where
anybody.
guys, someone said it in chat.
Yeah, I mean, winning
Someone
the
said
weekly
AAA
final
fucked
for
this
week
game.
one secured
They're
their
so
spot
far
in the
away.
final. And it sounds
So
like
you
it
can
seems
you,
like they've
you
just kind
can't
of
say
been
that AAA
coasting,
did
but
not work for this
on
win,
one regard,
guys.
It gives them a little bit more time to study some of the teams in the lobby and take things a little bit
On phase
slower,
2,
but
they
on the other
are
hand, I mean, for a team
the,
that
they are the
did
last
so
team
well
to
in the first
cross
week, you do kind of
besides
have more
GNL,
expectations onto them
who
coming into
died
this. So,
because they were on a ferry.
Eyes definitely are on them, at least for me. I'd love to see them make a second week, but with only
They
2
come into the
games
hill,
left, that
they
is gonna
fight,
be
they
a
pick
bit
up 6
difficult
kills.
because I think the conversation we've been having
They fight
throughout
into
the
this
day is that
compound,
there
they
are
wipe
so
out the
many
team in
teams,
there,
obviously, that
MCG.
absolutely need this if they want to have
They
any
have
chance
to kill
of not moving
the
towards
2
the grand
GNL
final,
players who
especially
got
teams
in,
that
and also
historically
FaZe are next to
we
them.
would suspect had already been
And then
there,
they push
such
into the
as
dip
Sonic's FaZe,
and win the
Gen G,
game.
Petrichord Road, teams that we've been talking about throughout the whole week.
So,
even
would you
Furry
say
Romp,
AAA
have
deserved
been
to be in
getting
finals? That's a
constant
matter
top
of
four
perspective.
finishes,
Did they
not
deserve to win
finding
this
that
game?
chicken
Yeah.
dinner. And so, if you're KPI, you're coming in, you know that you're capable fully of getting that chicken dinner of moving forward to the finals. You've got to wonder if
This
they're
is a
gonna take
game
these
where
opportunities away
if
from
I
these
won this
rest
game and I'm AAA, I'm
some of
like,
which
I'm
still
talking to my team
haven't
after the
been
match,
through a
and I'm
weekly
like, how
final.
the fuck did we
Yeah,
just
sure, I
win
mean,
when
because
we
they're so
landed in
safe,
Kameshki?
Elvish, do they even just flex out a little bit from their current drop?
That's what I'm
spot
saying
and
to my
say
team.
To the people in their neighboring vicinities, hey, hi, how you doing? We're here to kill end some of your players' games, and then from that point on, you know, you're crippled trying to kind of win out these next games. You know, make some room for yourself, effectively.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think at this point for KPI, there's probably a little bit more incentive to still try to make it through to.
On Sonics, it's just a
week
matter
3
of
the finals, just because that's going to give them a
choosing
little
when
bit
to
more
do
room
something.
work with, even if that is what you're trying to go for. You've
Like, I
only
don't.
got 2
There's no
games to do it,
situation here,
so
in my
why
opinion,
not
where I would ever think that I
win
push
and then
north.
think about the next
Personally,
10 games that you got when you do get through to the weekly finals and try to sort of mess with people there, rather than
This is just the
throwing
fight.
A couple of games away
It's
here
just a
for
matter
the
of
sake
when they take
having
it.
a bit of fun or doing whatever needs to be done.
You notice they played
I
around the
think
circle,
also
not
one
in the
thing to
middle.
be said is that KPI,
Wait, who?
they do
AAA.
seem to have fallen off a little
They
bit
didn't
in
really have a
terms of
choice
their
though.
form in terms of their output since week 1.
There's nowhere to
of
send
the
it.
weekly
Gen G
survival
tried
and weekly
sending it,
finals,
and it
so
actually
I would
worked.
kinda like to see them
So we
just
go
take
back
this
even
one pretty
further.
seriously, get
Gen
a bit
G
of
on the
practice
edge did a
and
bridge
some
camp,
track
which is
fitness
like
going
weird.
into,
And then this
well, obviously,
circle.
ultimately the grand finals,
What is your
because
win
right now,
condition
it-
right
it
now?
does seem a
If
little
you're
bit
Gen G,
for them, so you kinda
do you
wanna see
just
that
fight on the
consistency
edge
back
and
up,
get?
so let's
You
just
end
try and
up
take this
fighting
one
like
easy
7
is
teams.
the way I'd be approaching
No,
this.
you get in the
Alright,
car,
well,
you drive in the
with that, I
middle,
think we maybe
and
go
you
to a
fight
break
3
here
teams in the
before
middle
we get
instead.
into our
And
next
if you
game
win,
for
your chance of
PGC
winning the
weekly
game is
finals.
really
So
high.
join us after this, and we will have
But then they
our
got
2
2v
remaining games to figure
forward
out
by
who's moving
Gex.
through.
Imagine if Gex don't 2v4 Gen G, and Gen G have 4 up here. That would mean that Gen G were the team who ran down here to clean up this fight with 4 alive. That's crazy. This is like all the little percentages and all the little like potential things that could have happened in PUBG. Is always crazy.
Final can be summed up as the rise of the underdogs. And GNL Esports was at the center of it all as they tied with the European powerhouse Team Liquid in both overall points and kill points.
Dude, when this ferry started going this way, I was like,
One extra point in the best
I thought I was just gonna leave. Just the blue. If I was on this ferry and it kept going this way in this tournament, I'd literally just stop. I'd just AFK.
Let's see
I
how the
wouldn't bother.
teams you picked did in the up and down. The Wild Horses run continued in Week 2's weekly finals.
It's actually a good point. I think if you make the weekly finals,
Stacked up points by winning chicken dinners in
yeah, there's another point here to make. Actually, all these teams coming, getting in. AAA, E36, KX. Someone else has 0 points too, don't they? By getting here, they also guarantee themselves 4 grand survival games. I just realized. How do you decide these last 3 spots? Oh no, there'll be less because you take out 12 teams. Is the team eliminated today? Maths. Someone do the maths. If 12 teams make it, chat, please help me. I can't do maths.
In Week 2's Pick'em Challenge, you can count on Team Liquid to place in the top 4. If you haven't voted yet, it might be a smart choice to pick them. GNL Esports, the formidable rookies that drastically changed the landscape of PGC 2021.
32 take 12.
Opportunity to win the weekly final. They are the
Yeah, so
dark
one
horses
team's
as
eliminated.
they stacked up
Okay, so
81
yeah, okay,
points
so
and
everyone
finished
playing
second
today,
without a chicken dinner. They finished in the top 4 in
everyone playing today gets at least one game. But how do they decide the seeding?
Their growth over the course has been unquestionable, especially
Is it by the
in
kills?
the final match where he was biding his time, waiting for his chance to finish off Ibiza was impressive. They did very well considering they tied with Team Liquid in both placement points and kill points. Sadly,
Oh no, they use weekly finals points to seed it.
different if they finished off Lou in match 9.
But what if everyone has the same points?
저희가 6매치 때 실수했던 부분이 가장 아쉽고 지금도 많이 생각나는 것 같아요. 3주차는 지금까지
How does this work?
보여줬던 거와는 좀 다르게 초반부터 싸우는 화끈한 경기력을 좀 많이 보여드릴 예정입니다.
Third place went to Virtus Pro, who acquired 74 points. They took a step back from
Kills.
fighting for their loot spot.
But what if you've never made the weekly
They
finals?
weren't able to win a chicken dinner. They were able to secure a lot of points and join the race for first place. Was it
Because
a test of fate?
it says grand survival is seeded by weekly finals. What if you're these teams who don't make it? Let's say none of these teams make it. Oops. How do you get into the last 4 games? How do you seed the last 4 games? How do you seed BN United, Archangel, Game Home? If Sonics don't make it, like how do you seed them?
And as many of you predicted, they finished in the top
They don't have.
four.
They're using weekly finals as the seeding.
Who voted for Virtus Pro?
KX will get seeded. So because KX,
The underdogs, Global Esports XSET.
because
They
KX
advanced to the weekly final by winning a legendary
and
20-killed chicken dinner in the weekly survival.
AAA
Then they carried
and
on the
E36
momentum
qualified,
and dominated the weekly final as well.
they guarantee 4 games in grand survival.
You name it. They have shown
Oh, there's a horse
significant
fucking me.
improvements in every aspect of the game and overcame
Yeah.
the criticism that they are one of the weak links in this event. Global Esports XSET was 25th in Week 2's Pick'em Challenge and 20th in the weekly kill point MVP. But out of the 68
Do you guys?
points
Does
they
anyone
scored,
else
52 of them were kill points.
understand what I'm getting at?
Weekly kill point MVP.
其实我们队其实每个枪法都不错，但是只是之前没有把
I don't know how to show it.
机会，而且还有一些
It's in my head.
的问题，所以我们
No.
没有那么的具有攻击性吧。然后
No.
我们现在目前是已经找到队伍的那种打风。
So all wait. So
怎么圈该怎么打，其实我们现在都已经慢慢已经越来越好了。
let's pretend these teams are in order. Final seeds. It's all done. The top 12 go to grand finals, and then the 13th to 19th.
Esports made their presence when they conquered Virtus Pro in fights for the loot spots.
Well,
They were considered as a front runner in Week 2, but unfortunately they finished in 14th place. Heroic, who finished 5th.
then the 13th to 28th start playing.
Throughout the week too, and
Right.
finished at the bottom of the leaderboard. They really need some
A team
points to
wins a
make it to
game.
grand final. So,
They go to grand
let's see whether they
finals.
can bounce back in week
We
3.
move down 1. So game home would have 3 times, 3 goes. Unique would have 2, and AAP would have 1. Right? I'm saying, how do you seed the teams at the very bottom, which right now would be all these teams? I already know that, no, sure. No shovel.
Hence, it wouldn't be an
Well, I'm talking about how do you seed the teams for the last 4 games?
heading into the final match. As there aren't many chances
How do you... 4 teams go through, not 1. 4 teams. But there's no kill points to take because they're using the seeding here. That's my point.
have finally slid to second. And
Oh! I'm a fucking idiot. Just read. For the teams that never qualified to weekly final, use bottom 16 matches.
Keep an eye on the Global Esports XSET and GNL Esports.
That doesn't seem right to me. That seems like pure garbage.
New Happy is currently holding on to the lead.
They're going to use this?
XSET, who emerged as the top dog, be able to dominate New Happy and show us more explosive plays. Week 3's Pick'em Challenge closes on December
What?
11th at 6 p.m. Korean Standard Time. So, make sure to cast your votes before the poll closes.
This only matters if there's multiple teams who did not make it to weekly finals a single time. So right now, I know they have made it today. Ignore that. I'm saying right now, how would you seed all these teams for the round survival? And apparently, they're doing it by bottom 16. So if Sonics have the most points overall, they would be above other teams who did badly in bottom 16. Now I understand it. Why is that bad? Because the bottom 16 games where you play best of 6 feels very much like games in a bubble that are not really as connected to the rest of the tournament. I don't know how to explain this. It's very weird to me. Like, these matches they're playing right now are way better, but seeding from them would make no sense because only wins matter. I don't know. I think it's really unfair, that's all. What are my favorite albums of 2021? Shit. What are my favorite albums of 2021? Oh, Every Time I Die. Radical. The album's called Radical. Not Donda, no. Didn't like it. Why don't they use 29 super settings? They use super settings for the rest of the tournament. I think you know that though. You sound like you know what you're talking about. What else do I like from this year? I haven't spent as much time on music this year. I like Astral Pariah by Trophy Scars, but this is music you've never heard of, most likely. Join Discord, Hajé, and ask me, and I'll give you a list. Astrophysicist? No. Astral Pariah. It's weird music, don't look it up. I think the team should have to spend the whole tournament in their cubes, including downtime. Alright, dude. It's not Squid Game. Listen to Radical, not much into metalcore. So I grew up hating metalcore, and I still hate most of it, but every time I die are an exception. It's really good. If you've never heard it at all, it's really good. But I don't know if you like heavy music. James Blake has new music this year? I didn't know that. I don't know what Cake Pop 2 is. I've been distracted, guys. I've been distracted by music. I'm sorry. You've stun-locked me. No, it does not count, brah. My fav song was a Blackpink emote dance. I have it muted.
Remaining here and 2 more chances to get yourself into that weekly final. It's down to the wire for a lot of these guys, and I don't know how this.
Many mediocre ones.
Because we've got so many teams that
I mean, it's been a really shit year for video games, I think. But suddenly, I want to play. Right now, I kind of want to play more PUBG because of PGC. I apologize to myself for saying that. I want to play Super People because it's so fun. Yeah, I really want to play the Tarkov wipe.
As many games as literally anyone else.
But it's just a really bad time for it.
So that is inflating things a little bit, but I agree with you. I mean, they're results.
And I want to try Halo
in
campaign
this week have actually been relatively
as well.
I've kind of liked it from that perspective.
But it's a really bad time for a Tarkov wipe for me.
Unfortunate for them because they're
for me, just me.
Precipice of being able to actually go straight through to the grand finals if they were able to qualify for week 3. The amount of points
PUBG
that they have
too
right now definitely doesn't set them in a safe position.
Well, they're announcing something tomorrow.
I definitely see that getting overturned, especially considering the amount of teams that we have, that are sort of sitting in that area that have already qualified through to week 3. But yeah, I almost feel like I don't know. It's weird to say the word deserve, but I do feel like Buriram has kind of deserved the ability at least. To
reckon?
fight
Not really.
Because they have. They've been in week 1.
As I've said a few times, the biggest hope we have is that there's an American studio owned by PUBG, Crafton, and they are making a Battle Royale game, a new one, but we don't know what it is.
The format, so it would be a bit of a shame for me, I think, if Buriram did miss out on playing in week 3 here because
it's a good album though.
I mean, they definitely are in a good launching position.
I would be not surprised if tomorrow's announcement for PUBG is just a new map that we already know about.
Anything that you want to talk about?
Like Super. Oh, we know nothing. We know literally nothing about the game. All we know is that they have job listings for a Battle Royale.
The consistency they have been making it in the late
That's
game.
all we know.
Probably, I think 3 teams that have had a standard, a very high average placement in terms of all the games that they've played, whether they've been here for a long time or just coming in. FaZe, Buriram, Sonics, 3 of which that.
Oh, there's a leak from 36 minutes ago.
Or even closer. Some of them, getting in that top 5.
Do you guys want the leaks? Does anyone care about spoilers?
That's what makes it so heartbreaking when we see them time after time again.
Sounds awful.
Excuse me,
It's really a
coming
good
close
album.
to that
It's really
chicken
creative.
dinner, but not quite getting where they need to be. So as we hit that penultimate game, that's where my thoughts are, is if one of those three teams might be able to make it work.
That's right. The penultimate game.
Show it. All right, here we go. It's pretty big deal.
Move on to the
Leak.
once
PUBG to announce
again,
free to play at the
there are
Game
some
Awards.
big names that still not found themselves
When this tweet is
in
11
this
hours old, he
weekly
got this
final,
wrong though, I
and I've
think.
gotta make it happen
We may or
right
may
here,
not
right
see
now.
graphics
Let's
and
go,
animation
everyone.
overhaul announcement. The upcoming changes, coming next month or
Yes,
so,
2
are
games
described as
remaining
just
here
being
for
the tip
weekly
of the
survival
iceberg.
week 3. Day 3. PGC 21 presented by
Oops,
everyone
should be a little longer than 11 hours old.
2 final
Gonna remake this
chances
tweet.
for the teams that desperately need to get into the weekly finals, Chunks. It's do or die, definitely at this point.
Ding dong,
And a couple
ding
of
dong,
games to
ding
sort of
ding
warm up
dank.
for the day.
Sorry.
This is it. This is where wins need to be made of.
Yeah, and then you got teams.
Oh, we didn't do a bet. I'm sorry. Let's do one we can leave up.
그러니까 자신들한테 방해되는 선수들을 그러니까 팀들을 미리 제거하는 것도
Saying PUBG is going to go free play?
하나죠.
Yeah.
뭐 전반적인
So PUBG 2. That's not being announced.
에서는 뭐 서로 간에 공유가 많이 됐고 이제 KPI 같은 경우는 한결 좀 가벼운 상황에서 언급하신 대로 자신의 주변만 보시면
Do you guys want over under on the winning team kills or over under individual kills?
그 모습이 나올지.
이런 위치라면은
PUBG free to play more cheaters?
적중률이 굉장히
It's gonna have cheaters. You can get PUBG for like $1 or $2
저도
in
비슷한
China.
생각을 하고 있어서 저는
역시
이제 젠골이라 불리우는 그 라인 정중앙 서클이 뜨지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있었습니다. 근데 오히려 로스 쪽으로 갑자기
Team.
잡힐 수도 있어요.
아 그렇죠. 예.
역시 그 아까 전에 저희가 쉬는
Alright.
시간에 그 두 분
Winning teams?
로스 시가전 또 뜨나요?
이거 가능성이 굉장히 높은 거 아닌가요?
전봇대?
We'll do winning teams.
네.
이게 지금 서클 상대들이
Over under 9.5.
서쪽, 북쪽 끝들만 가고 있습니다. 그렇기에 서클이 독특한
Oh my god, can you
형태이기
imagine?
때문에 로스 시가전 잡힐 가능성이 굉장히 커요 지금.
맞습니다. 그래서
The problem, I don't think going free to play is a big deal for PUBG. Because
다섯 여섯 가지가 있는데 그 길목을 계속 부여잡고 놓치지 말아야 될 것 같습니다.
everyone who wanted to play PUBG played PUBG, I feel. Already.
경기를 준비하고 있어. 아, 젠지.
Saying China are the cheaters. China have the biggest population in the world for PUBG. Well, and just the world.
예, 충분히 잘할
And they
수
also
있는
have a very
팀이고,
different attitude towards cheating.
좋은 출발이었거든요.
예. 그리고 지금
In general.
서클 상황에서 젠지가 잘할 수 있는 라인이 형성이 됐기 때문에
네.
분명히 좋은 이점을 취득할 수 있을 거라고 봅니다.
그렇습니다. 어쨌든 페이지 클랜도
I mean, maybe someone, maybe a few people play it, but
엘포조를 선택.
made money off PUBG. Me too. Catflag.
자 이런 타이밍
Snap.
수류탄.
아,
그렇죠. 에스더 선수도 장기로 여겼었던 거죠.
So yeah, PUBG already peaked at an insane amount of players.
너무 깔끔해요.
Everyone who quit PUBG is not going to come back to PUBG. They already own it. That's the issue.
출발 좋아서.
한 팀 정리하고 몰아.
So going free to play was never a big deal in my opinion. Now, if they're doing a graphics overhaul and an animation overhaul, if they're actually doing that,
먼저 자리 잡고 있었던 터줏대감
Might be
BB를
better.
몰아내고.
maybe there's a few more people come back. A couple, you know.
그 다음부터 이제 좀 뭐
One or two.
GX에게 좀 세게 얻어맞은 장면도 있었고.
네. 물론 그런 말이 떠오릅니다. 왕관을 쓴 자 그 무게를 견뎌라. 뭐 전지가 역사와 전통 그리고
Yeah, Catflag. I sold my PGI pants for $1,000, which is why I have Steam credit. Are graphics an issue for PUBG? Not really. I'd rather the game have more FPS.
예, 더는 기회가 없습니다. 이 다음은 그랜드 서바이벌이라는 지옥이 기다리고 있어요.
이미 좀
I am not everyone though.
지금 굉장히 막강한 팀들이 현재 이 자리를
I actually never thought PUBG looked that bad. Well, sorry, since it got revamped quite a bit. I'm saying current PUBG to me doesn't look that bad. People always say it looks completely garbage. I don't think it does. I don't think it looks that bad. It looks pretty bad when you watch someone play it on stream with super low graphics and no AA. Definitely looks bad.
그렇죠. 그리고 지금 KPI가 좀 의외로 좀 안정적인
Sold my
출발을
Reaper mask.
하려고
I still got mine.
서클을 자주 주는 라인으로 지금 그 구도를 형성을 했어요.
그래서
오지 말라고 하는 거죠.
Let's talk about the circle.
어쨌든 로스네오네스로 진입하는 그 경로 사이에 위치를 했기 때문에 시가전이 뜨는 두 번째 자기장이 나온다고 해도 왼쪽으로 그냥 질러가면 되는
그쵸.
아주 편안한 위치를 가져갑니다.
네.
자, 지금도 어느 정도 합의를 봤군요. 바깥으로 빠져나오는.
Damn, I'm just saying we could go Los Leones here.
데이 1부터 출전한 팀인데요.
We could have a city ending.
가장 좋은 편에 속합니다. 6.2등.
네.
10등 밖으로 나간 적이 딱
I feel like the new Battlefield doesn't look good.
10등 안에 들어왔어요.
Like it's really unimpressive.
정도인데도 불구하고 지금 이 여러 개의 매치
Forget whether it runs well. I still don't think it looks good.
소위 포디움 피니시라고 하죠. 3위 안에 들어가는
I think Battlefield 1 looks better.
결국은 좀 아시게 됐습니다. 여기도 좀
I don't think you can sell the Chiefs hoodie.
굉장히 중요한데
Albion.
이거 하나를 잃은 것 자체가 나중에 정말로 큰 스노우볼로 굴릴 수 있기 때문에 저런 거 하나하나 사소하게 신경을 써야 돼요. 세계 대회니까.
그렇죠.
PGC니까.
Yeah, graphics have never been
네.
a big deal.
그렇죠.
Wicked.
대단한 스핀이군요.
Have you played Super People? Yeah, I played it like 30 hours already. I played it today before these streams. I'm pretty much playing it every day before PGC at the moment. It's really fun. This is a priceless relic. Yes, confirmed.
무리할 필요가 없습니다. 이 라인 자체에서 무리하는 이유조차도 없고.
네.
유효타를 보냈기 때문에 빼는 판단을 해야죠.
Yeah, I don't know. Playing Battlefield 2042 feels like it's like a ultra modernized BF4 mod or something, and it doesn't actually look that good. I don't know. And it runs like shit. So.
코드가 아까 전에 그 기습 작전을 수행한다고 이 자리를 그냥 생으로 내줬어요.
Damn, what's this? Wait, BBL are leaving that compound. Pero are just running at it. What's going on?
그래서 한 명을 지금 창고 쪽에 남겨두나요? 그냥 빠져나오나요? 약간 수상하다.
그렇죠. 느낌 세하죠 지금. 왜냐하면 총소리가 났는데 분명히 우리가 긁었는데도 아무런.
I'd say the compound Pero. Oh, he got knocked. Oh no. Pero have been pretty unimpressive.
이거 엑스레프트 선수가 굉장히 팀의 교전에 있어서 많은 상당 부분을 차지하고 있었는데 오늘따라 계속 엑스레프트 선수가 초반에 잘리는 모습을 자주 보여주고 있어요.
네.
패트릭 코로드도
KPI playing, that's right.
누려왔던 영광과 커리어에 비해서는 지금
It's just all about seeing where the first circle goes.
초라합니다.
그러니까 과거의 그 챔피언의 역할을 담당했었던 팀들이
A lot of teams investing in the north.
많이 힘듭니다. PGC에서 현재.
Hopefully Sonics can do a big wrap.
멀티서클 게이밍.
If Sonics can get down to Impala or near Impala, that's not bad.
그런 상황들이 프로 게이머들은 우리가 저번에
Having the confidence to just drive down this road though, got to scout it as you come in and everything. MCG are going to get like this, which is pretty good. This is pretty high priority. 17's compound. I mean, sorry, Pero's compound. That's very north.
더 잘하는 거 신경 쓰다 보니
I don't know. This is a questionable one. This all matters on the first shift.
상대방 찔리다 보니까 이렇게 무너지는 모습 자주 보여주는 것 같아요.
안타깝게도 우승했었을
I feel like I missed 2 games. I don't know what's the last game you saw. What happened?
그러니까 그 부분 때문에 선수들이 또 흔들리게 되고 하는 모습이 나오는 것 같은데. 그건 뭐 젠지도
Last I watched was the Wrangle.
이번에 약간 좀 덜어낼 건 덜어내고 침착함을 유지를 해줬으면 좋겠군요.
맞아요. 그래서 시가전이 되는 그런 가능성.
The last game was a Wrangle, yeah.
네.
어쨌든 라벤디타 서클도 안 나온 적이 없습니다. 네, 한번 나왔었어요.
그러니까요. 소닉스가 엘 아자르 쪽 길로 빠져나와서 서클 인을 하기 위해서 시도를 하고 있고요. 젠지의 지난
The last game, AAA won
킬도 훌륭하고 공격적인
in Military Island.
마무리만 해준다면 말이죠.
그렇죠. 근데 지금 젠지의 동향을 살폈을 때 이번에도 뒤를 깔끔하게 막고 가려는 판단은
Genji had never sent it.
왜냐면은 지금 저 라인에서 4명이서 똘똘 뭉쳐 있었다는 것은 우리 잠깐 뒤 좀 보고 뒤를 막고 가자라는 판단을 한 것 같습니다. 왜냐하면
There might have been a break.
없을 거라고 생각을 하는
A long break. We were having a very important discussion. So I forgot how long it was.
그렇습니다. 그래서 이노닉스 선수가 이렇게 정비를 하고 있을 때
Sonics are doing what I said, which is good.
시야를 체크하고 있었던 부분이 있었고요.
They can get into Impala. They might dodge Impala because it's kind of scary to drive into a city at this stage of the game. They might go around actually. Go up on the hill or something? I'm not sure. We'll see. Looks like they're going towards the hill more.
페이지는 편안하지 않네요.
구스타브도 많이 안 편했었어요.
스킨더드니까 지금 갈피를 잃었어요.
Damn, if this shifts this way. So good for SSG and TSM. I hope it doesn't come up here. I think it's so boring. Although we haven't really seen it much this tournament. Oh yeah? Leaks?
어쨌든 여러 가지 상황으로 변모할 수 있는 서클이기 때문에 최초의 첫 번째 서클에 진입하고 있었던 분들은
What's going on?
분산 투자를 진행하고 있고요. 요충지가 될 만한 곳을 한 명, 내지 2명, 3명을 유지하는 그런 포인트가 없어요 거의. 너무나도 광범위한 위치에 다 뿌려놓고 있는 상황입니다.
젠지는 지금 프레드톱 퍼라이 소방형으로 좀 이동을 하고 있습니다. TSM도 그쪽 방향으로
Wow, Genji are rapping so far.
자, POE 그 과감한 바이크 움직임은 좋습니다만은
Alright, let's see what happens.
생존에 좀
Pause
무게감을
champ.
잘 실어줬으면 좋겠습니다. 자,
I'm gonna close the bet in like
순간이
a minute or two.
다가옵니다.
So if you want to get in now.
자, 이번에는 하단 쪽으로 물이 많이 걸려 있진 않은 상황이었는데
자, KPI가
Ah, this is such a messy circle. Just comes back into the middle, right?
창고가 하나 끼어 있는 그 집으로
Just comes here.
네.
GHD, KPI. KPI are always in the middle.
했으니까 비행기 방향
Sonics get a good way in here though.
정보가 없어도 알고 있어요.
I mean, it can go back to loss. I'm just, it's most likely goes where I said.
버티고는 있습니다만 아직은 거기에 영향을 받을 만한 위치는 아닙니다. 자,
They've screwed the map stream. It looks weird. They've got these black bars. Sonics came down here. Oh, there we go.
젠지한테 상황이 너무 좋은 게 비록 이쪽 라인으로 서클이 줄지 안 줄지는 모르지만 이쪽 라인에 서클이 당겨졌을 때 젠지 자리가 굉장히 좋은 요충지입니다.
I'd say it just keeps coming back here.
기대해봐도 좋을 것 같은 라인이에요.
그때 멀티 서클 게이밍을 수류탄으로 한번 무너뜨리고 치킨을 먹었던 자리 근처가 지금 젠지가 수호하고 있는 위치인데요. 네.
그럼 그 영역에 대한 자신감이 분명히 있겠군요.
맞습니다.
그렇죠.
어떻게 그림이 그려진지 알고 있는 거죠. 네.
패트릭 로드와
I
BBL이
think
그 지역으로
I think it still takes into account some of the playable area. So I'm not sure if it can shift Lost Atlantis here.
근처인데
예.
세로로 찍어 누르는 그런 내려오는
If I'm KPI, I'm pretty happy.
동선을 취해주고 있습니다.
It's so funny. If KPI make it, it's just a spot stolen basically. They're basically stealing a spot from teams that need it.
잘 해결할 수 있을 것 같은 이
For those who don't know, KPI have already qualified for the grand final.
굉장히 영리한 게 저 위치에서 지금 뻗어나가기도 좋습니다. 다른 쪽으로 서클이 옮겨져도 뻗어나가기가 좋은 자리이기 때문에 거기에 사람이 없을 거라는 걸 파악하고 움직인 것 같아요.
좋은 영역으로 선택을 해줬군요. 자, 엔스가 빠져나가는 것을 불이람이 바라보고 있습니다. 코낙스.
또 유령 도시에 진입하려는 모든 인원들을 쳐내고 아래쪽으로 편하게 진입하기 위해서 불이람이 그물을 쳐놓고 있었고요.
네.
지금 피오가 박스 이거
Can he do it?
그렇죠.
Dude, if he is he gonna die getting a crate? Guys, is he about to die getting a crate again? Oh my god, it's so close. Sonics are right there.
위험할 수 있어요 이거.
이 위치거든요. 신경을 좀 쓰면서 이동합니다.
자, 피오는 본 것 같은데요. 보고 지금 뺀 것 같죠?
I think he's getting away. Oh my god.
총 뭘 먹었나요?
So close.
궁금한데.
안 들고 온 거 보니까
AWM
crazy.
그런 것 같습니다. AWM이 아닐 수도 있어요. 왜냐면 아수라 선수가 AWM을 굉장히 잘 쓰기 때문에.
예, 그렇죠.
I didn't take the arm.
그렇죠.
Yeah, it makes sense.
그러니까 이런 거죠.
You often want a DMR instead.
때문에 아수라 선수의 장비가 만약에 2레벨 조끼라면은 군용 조끼와 AWM을 동시에 먹이기 위해.
와서 먹어라.
I think I would take the arm. But I understand people not taking it.
기절시켰고요.
이제 그런 게 중요한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, that must have been a nice shot on the
킬로그를
Hydra.
봤다면 소닉스가 근처에 있다는 걸 지금 인지하고는 있거든요.
그렇죠.
자, 그래서 약간 미션 임파서블 같은 느낌이 들어요. 보물을 빼와야 되거든요. AWM과 군용조끼.
맞습니다.
근데 그 위치까지
Players gotten the most grades. Well, I know I've seen PO die getting to.
시림지도 사실 근데
Guess what?
공산자를 볼 필요가 있지
I don't know.
없지 않나요? 지금 불이람 오는데.
아무래도 여유로운 상황이라는 콜이 나왔기
아,
때문에
주바이스.
지금 안쪽을 케어하고 있는 것 같고
아니요.
그리고 저 라인 자체가 서로 공생할 수 없는 라인이기 때문에 저렇게 한 명을 미리 심어둔 것 같아요.
Hello, Nordexa.
네. 그렇죠. 그래가지고 일단 자 보물만 빼가면 될 것 같습니다.
Full right.
일단 뒤쪽으로 뺐어요. 시림지도 뒤쪽으로 뺐고.
이러면 보물 지금 챙길 시간이 없는데요.
이거 이동하고 자리를 좀 빨리 잡아야 되는 상황이 돼버렸는데요.
자, 소닉스가 지금 쳐내고 있기 때문에 그냥 이것만 살짝 빼갑시다.
That's insane.
1레벨 조끼였거든요.
That's insane.
이후에 교전 전에.
That's ridiculous.
쉽지 않아졌어요. 결국에는 서클이 너무나도 많이 빠졌기 때문에
It just goes back out. I'm pretty sure. Like it just comes here now. It has nowhere to go. I think it just comes here. I can't believe we're ending here after all that. BBL? 4 up, they're pogging right now. Gex, they're pogging right now. Sonics, GNG, and SSG, they are not pogging.
SSG가 지나가는 이 부분을 지금 포격하고 있는 현재 젠지가
At all.
되겠는데 자, 마무리가 일단은 되진
Where does
못했고요.
Sonics go? I honestly don't have it. I don't know what to tell you. SSG are about to drive into them though. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you.
젠지도 판단을 좀 해야겠죠?
그렇죠. 근데 아무래도 방금
I don't know what to tell you they're gonna do.
부리람 선수 한 명을 확킬을 끄었기 때문에 저 앞라인에 대한 정보를 알고 있어서 젠지 선수
FaZe are gonna wrap back north, but if they don't lose a player here, it's not the worst.
그래서 그 상황에서 부리람과 교전이 있을
Yeah, but there's no safe way to get to City, Auburn. There's no safe path. There's no actual progression to City.
전투력에 대해서는 하지만 부리람의 변수도 분명히 있는 상황이라서 신중할 필요가 있을 것 같습니다.
They've got to deal with these people driving by them, and then they got to deal with Ents in front of them, and there's still 2 Brew players in front of them. If they play this really slow and late, they might be able to just push through Brew and take the edge of the circle.
그리고 어쨌든
Potential.
거리도 멀진 않지만 지금 부리람 유나이티드
It's a matter of do they engage with FaZe or not, Ents or not.
SSG가 더 깊게 들어갑니다. 다가오는 자기장을 바라보면서
But then they have Gen G on their south as well, so it's just a really hard game. It's a really hard game.
멀티서클 게이밍은 그냥 걸어가서 한 번 더 골짜기로 숨을 수 있는 공간.
They're driving straight in.
자, 이 흐름을 젠지가 이용해야 돼요.
맞아요.
Do they know that Brew are there?
결투를 벌이고 있을 때
Gen G are coming to the same place.
주도권을 확 갖고 잡는.
Oh, he didn't get knocked. Gen G are pulling up above this. Or are they going to keep going? Oh my god, what's happening? What is happening? Such a mess.
안 걸렸어요. 일단 그냥 앞으로 들어가요.
자, 기막힌 동선이에요.
지금까지는 좋거든요.
뒤에서 엔스가 오고 있어요.
Yeah. It's just too hard to get through.
자, 그래도
Most people in chat are going for Sonics because of Tickleton. Australian. I would like to see him qualify too, yeah. But this game's just... It's just over.
오른쪽으로 쳐줘도 치킨 가능성이 좀 낮아졌죠.
그나마 오른쪽으로 해야지 되는 위치인데.
Yeah. So that's what I said, right?
나쁘진 않아요.
It's a bit more south than I thought it would be.
뒤통수를 치는 루트를
Yeah, it's a bit more south than I would have expected.
GNL은 어쨌든 저쪽에 길목을 막으면서 본인들이 아래쪽 도로 쪽으로 내려올 수 있는 그 시나리오를 그릴 수는 있을 것 같습니다.
이거 부리람 잘못 건졌다 소닉스 난리 났는데요.
It is only playing spoiler. Yeah, but it's the same situation for every team who has a solo left in every match, really. 17 win, high chance of it.
풀스코어를 잘 유지하고 있었는데.
PGC 챔피언이 너무 고난의 행군을 겪고
They're talking about Sonics right now.
올라가요. 피오가 슬금슬금 좀 빠져나가고 있어요.
FaZe tried to crash onto the road dips, but they're getting shot in the back.
이거 총구가 돌아간 거
Yeah, AC down.
예, 젠지가 지금 접근하고 있다는 거 알았어요.
그리고 지금 젠지는 앞을 정리할 것이 아니라 뒤를 신경 써야 돼요.
Like, what could you say that game? Like, I like personally can't criticize Sonics for doing anything that game. They didn't get the circles, and they have to make rash plays because there's no time. How did SSG out-rotate SQ and end up 5? I don't really understand. I mean, it's not going to work out, as you can see. I don't really know how they drove past so many teams without dying. Maybe because people are not committing as much to sprays because you don't want to die yourself. But I'm surprised they got this far. Yeah. I mean, if you're Sonics, you're not going to get in your cars and follow them, are you? Like, it doesn't make sense.
너무 안 좋은 상황이 돼버린 것 같습니다.
코낙시의 위치도 지금 이노닉스가 체크를 해서 견제를 때리고 있기 때문에 코낙시는 이제 정리가 곧 될 것 같은데요.
그렇죠.
부리람은 한 명이라도 놔두면은
I would look forward to playing it with Odexa, but I have too much going on that I'm probably not going to get to play it much.
너무 빠릅니다.
이거에서 투정보기 때문에 이제 상당히 좀 불편한 상황이 됐거든요.
I'll think about it. FaZe, yeah.
맞아 누운 것 같은데요.
Sonic should have had the idea first. It's a rough choice to make. It's like what we've been talking about all day. The choice to send it and potentially dying instantly. Like, I'd say Sonic's being alive right now is like such a low percentage outcome. Like, I don't think it should have happened. SSG. Did I say SSG? I mean SSG. Making those choices is so fucking hard.
근데 너무 완벽하게 끝났어요. 뒤를 치는 타이밍에서 이제 총구가 바로 젠지 쪽으로 싹 돌아갑니다.
엔스를 보는 건 역시 이제 젠지도 마찬가지입니다. 여유 있는 전투가 되지는 못하고
Like, it's not a good rotate at all.
자, 게임업 화동이 지금 높은 고지대에서 TSM을 견제하고 있는데요.
자, 그래서 KPI가 아까 전에 말씀드렸다시피 개입을 너무 잘하는 팀이에요. 젠지의 그 푸시도 개입을 하고 있어서.
오! 17 win. Yeah, Tarkov wipes really bad timing for me, not Dexa.
한번 떠나서 엎드리는 포지션도 한번 젠지가 한번 취해줄 수 있을 것 같고요.
Unfortunately.
17게이밍이 있는 저 집단
Maybe we'll play a couple of days. I'm not sure yet.
네.
It's this Sunday, isn't it?
TSM과 KPI 그리고 게임 하동이 버티고 있는 바로 이 위치에서 서로가
I'm gonna be watching PUBG.
자, 실피가 고지대를 잘 이용하면서
Sponsored thing? Nah,
계속해서
not at all. I started doing this. I wasn't even gonna watch this, and we watched the first couple of nights, and it seemed like people really enjoyed watching it with me, so I kept going. And it's been fun. It's been a good tournament. Even though the format sucks sometimes, it's been a good tournament. I enjoy watching it and I enjoy analyzing. Doing my little bit of analysis anyway. At the end of the day, I really did like PUBG competitive. I only stopped playing because I live in Australia. KPI, with a classic KPI rotate, they just go straight to the middle. PUBG should have paid me, let's be honest. I wish they'd paid me, dude. I reckon I've done the most watch partying for PGC. I could be wrong. I'm just saying that because I've only missed 2 days. Or 1.5 days. I've watched nearly every single second otherwise. How are Genji winning versus Ents?
자, 터졌고 한 명 뒤쪽에 남아 있지만 이거 틱주 선수만 잡게 되면
Okay.
자,
Alright, Pierre.
더 전진하면 돼요. 저 박스가 탐나서 전진했다간 GX가 치러 올 수 있습니다.
맞아. 그리고 지금 젠지한테
KPI do this a lot. They wait until this phase and they send it to the middle. And it's ridiculous how often it works out. It's actually crazy.
앞으로 나가는 판단을 해야 됩니다.
Wait, I was AFK Sonics. Sonics had no way into the circle. They got completely screwed by the second phase shift. Or third phase shift. Genji killed Ents last game? Maybe? What is TSM doing there? Trying to find a way in with no vehicles. This is such open terrain.
그냥 바로 살리기.
와, 스택이 많아가지고 그런지 피가 굉장히 적어요 지금.
Killing instead of shooting Genji in the back. If you shoot Genji in the back and you don't instantly kill them all, you just die. Remember, once again, we're playing to win. Right?
낮잠 안 잤으면 좋겠어요.
네,
계속
여기
게임 잤으면 좋겠어요. 얀니도 오늘 감 좋거든요.
Wow, where was that from? Oh, behind.
요새 감이 너무 좋아요, 저 팀.
Like, at that point of the game, you're hoping that somehow no one sees you and you sneak in and don't have to fight anyone.
치킨에 가고 싶다라고 얘기하는 듯한 그런 인상 깊은 한 샷이 나왔네요.
저 GX가 근데 오늘따라 굉장히 수비를 할 때 수비를 하고 공격할 때 공격하고 이
Nah, but I also really want to play Super People right now on Odexa. It's really fun. And at the end of the day, most of my viewers are Battle Royale viewers. They're not Tarkov viewers.
썩 좋지 않습니다. 그렇죠. 게임 오마동이 차량이 없는 것도
So,
아니고 붙일 수 있는 역량이 아직까지 남아 있기 때문에 이걸 완벽하게 다 막아내야 되는 젠지입니다.
인원 2명만으로는 그 넓은 영역을 다 커버하기 쉽지 않은 상황이 됐습니다. BBL eSports
if I had all the time in the world, I'd do all 3. I also have a housemate now, and when they are home, I can't do late streams or big long streams overnight. Hello, Jordash. Thought this is a 4-guy stream. Hey, remember? Dude, I'd take a Gex win here. Gex have been playing well. I'm okay, Jordash. Been good. It's been a really good day. People have been very nice today. If you look at my sub count, I can't complain.
자, 이거 GX도 올 수 있어요. 긴장하면서 같이.
Genji are fragging, but can they win this somehow?
이게 좋았던 게 이미 그 세팅, 우리를 밀려는 세팅을 파악하고 에스더를 왼쪽으로 보내서 양각 샌드위치 각도를 잘 잡았습니다.
가장 불안한 존재가 게임홈 하동이었는데 결국 그 선수를 제압을 하면서 2명이랍니다만 그 영역을 확보를 했거든요.
그렇죠. 그리고 굉장히 이건 과감하게 선택을 잘한 게 게임홈 하동은 갈 데가 없었어요. 정말로 자기네들 올 거라는 그런 확신감을 가지고 자신감 있게 플레이했던 게
I don't know who wins this, to be honest. KPI and 17 are going to fight each other, and they could
GNL도 3명을 지금 유지하고 있는 가운데 전투 합류를 했거든요.
맞습니다. 이거 완벽하게 밀어내고 도로 경사를 한 번 더 붙일 수만
they could
들어갈 수 있는 영역이 있겠지만 KPI와
ruin each other's game.
지금 묶인 상황이라
SSG is still alive.
네.
Yeah, but they're not in a winning position, right? So it's kind of irrelevant.
오히려 지금 젠지가 풀스쿼드가 유지됐다면 굉장히 좋은 상황이 많이 나왔을 것 같아요. 왜냐면 GX도 결국에는 북쪽에서
That's the thing. I'm gonna have to say it again, aren't I? The format.
GX도 북쪽을 정리해야 되는 입장에서 결국에는 젠지가 공격 입장이 됐을
Like,
텐데
if you look at the circle, how does SSG ever win the game from here?
SSG도 계속 괴롭혀주고 있는 상황이라서 GNL이 과감하게 쓸어.
Like literally how?
과감하게.
여기로 저렇게까지 들어가네요.
자 밑에도 와
GNL.
자 밀어 보내고 나서 차량을 다시
Faction carry knock is huge. I love it. I wish I had that when I was playing competitive. There are so many situations where you take a fight on the edge of the blue and you win the fight, but then your teammate's knocked in the blue.
그리고 GX가 판단이 너무 좋아요. 다른 팀들이 계속 엮이는 상황이 되니까 스플릿을 너무 잘.
Hey Ross, 11 kills for the over. They have to win though.
전난을 중앙에 배치하고.
The bet is winning team has that many kills. Ooh. Wait, KPI just destroying? KPI just crushing 17 right now?
네, 이거 3파전이네요. GX, KPI 그리고 2명이 남아 있지만 젠지입니다.
하지만 저 두 명의 선수가 충분히 잘할 수 있거든요.
재미난 구도를 좀 만들어 주나요?
아 이거 화염병
Oh,
맞았어요.
that's a molly? Oh, I was wrong, guys. Never mind. Just kidding. Wait, guys, please. Thank you.
하지만 키난을 제압한 건 KPI 탑4 타임이 됐습니다.
Who was the tournament favorite?
기절 아닌가요?
It was Gen G, Sonics, and Pero. Right.
그 기절을 시켰었거든요.
These teams we're watching right now have not made it to this weekly finals. There are a lot more teams in the tournament. Some of these are the lesser teams. Well, actually, there's a lot of good teams here too.
위험합니다.
그리고 그 반대편에서는 17게이밍과 KPI가 전투를 펼치고 있습니다.
그리고 GX가 지금 이제 우리가 뭘 해야 되는지 정말 알고 있기 때문에 젠지를 정말로 신경을 많이 쓰고 있어요. 그렇게 지금 젠지는 뭘 하려고 하면 안 됩니다.
I kind of want Gex to win.
조심해야죠. 조심해야죠. 일단 뒤쪽 피오도
I kind of want Gex to win.
에서 오늘 색감과 괜찮거든요.
야, 잘 뺐습니다. 이거 진짜로.
뒤쪽으로 빼면서 일단 KPI가 17게이밍과의 전투에서 끝나고 내려와서 GX가 좀 건드려주는 그런 상황을 좀 원해야 될 것 같아요. 진지 지금 힘쓸 필요 없습니다.
수류탄이 좀 없어 보였는데 그리고 이제 KPI는 17게이밍과 계속 전투를 펼치고 있는 가운데 이거 KPI의 몇 명의 인원들이
What if a team gets 9.5 kills?
맞습니다. 그 상황이 나오게 되면 젠지가 지금 소수라도 해볼만 한 것 같아요.
맞아요. 그래서 GX도 그걸 알기 때문에 KPI가 싸울 때 라인을 잠그러 나오고 있습니다.
17게이밍
Gex. Come on, Gex.
속도가 GX 놀랍도록 발전했어요.
실제를 띄우네요.
이러면 선발대가 무너지면 KPI의 그
KPI are falling apart.
이거 어떻게 된 거예요? 일단 남아 있는 인원들을 챙기면서
Down to one player right now. Pick him up. Pick him up.
GX.
네, 4대 2대 1이에요. 4대 2대 1입니다. 이거 살릴 수 있나요?
Gex should win this. Dude, if Gen G win this somehow. That's crazy.
그 점을 너무 잘 이용해서 이미 라인 다 잠가놨기 때문에
Why are some wearing masks?
유리합니다, 지금.
Which team was it? Some countries are much more conscious of it, and some countries wear masks like before COVID a lot of the time, and they're much more health conscious.
게임 오바동을 잡았을 때 그 상자에서 수류탄을 꺼내서 일제 폭탄을 날리면서
너무 없네요.
Gex have been playing really well, man. Like this for the last 2 weeks.
우리가 좀 싸먹히는 구도. 그러니까 아예
Sonic's so bad this year? I don't think they are that bad. They've had some bad moments, but they just haven't won a game in the format.
해보자라는 콜이 지금 오가는 것 같아요.
저기요, SR이 바깥쪽 좀 빠져 있고 쩐나도 뒤쪽. 세비어 선수가 완전히
Bring back memories of the run to LA. Just watching PUBG makes me want to compete more, but I live in Australia.
에미 선수가 슈퍼 플레이에 가까운 그런 플레이를
Who do you think is going to win? Oh, sorry, I missed that one. It's too late now.
어려운 상황입니다. 그럼 4대 2 구도가 되면서
I'd be cheating if I said Gex now. Gex have 2 orgs? Okay, Gex win. I want Gex to win because I like how well they played last week. They were fun to watch. They were really fun to watch last weekly finals.
KPI가 분명히 GX와 같이
No one's shooting him.
싸우고 결국에 젠지가 이의제하는 장면이 나왔어야 되는데 너무 어이없게도 17게이밍 선수한테 두세 명이 잡혔기 때문에 이거는 GS를 이겨낼 수 없을 것 같습니다.
I'm gonna do something after this game.
에미 선수를 쏘면서도
Just as a thought experiment about calling a team bad.
약간 이런 의도가
Just off one game though. Just off one game. Just this game.
선수가 결과적으로는 아래쪽으로 좀 치우치는 움직임이 생겼습니다. GX 방향으로는 한 발짝 좀 빠진 상황이 됐고.
Have Sonics play their best this tournament? Nah, probably not. Have they played just bad? Not really.
AUG도 2자루 나왔고 있어요. GX.
라인 자체가 너무
Dude, if Genji 2v4 this, that'd be ridiculous. Wait, what's the bet? Gex have wait. It's it can only be over if Genji wins somehow.
만났고 4대2 정말 불리한 상황에 처해 있는 대한민국의 젠지입니다. 하지만 집중해서 한번 이겨낼 수 있어야죠.
And Eths is stuck. Eths is in a terrible spot.
얼마 남지 않은 투척 무기를 활용하면서 이리저리 몸을 틀어 한번 보고는 있는데 요렇게
PO needs to go off. PO needs to be insane.
탭 기절이 필요한 그런 상황인데 각을 아예 안 내주고 있어요.
But they're running out of space. They have enough space. I got your team's hoodie on PUBG, it was really cheering for you guys. Thank you, King Jiggy. I'm sorry we didn't play that well. That tournament was awful though. Looked like Gex had just won.
가능성은 점점 떨어집니다.
위치 자체가 코너에 몰렸다고 해야죠.
결국 GX의 파괴력이 이번 치킨의 주인공.
I'm so sad I qualified for that tournament. Not really, but PO is about to do it, guys. 1v4. Here he goes.
안쪽으로 조금씩 좁혀나가는데 일단 위치는 연막탄으로 조금씩 가려가면서 들어가고 있거든요.
트레이드하는 각도로 오는데요 지금.
이거 얄리가 너무 잘 팠어요 오른쪽으로.
자, 한 명을 눕힌다고 해도 바로 때려줄 수 있는 그런 상황이라서 어렵습니다.
변수는
Never mind. GG.
글로벌 e스포츠 X.
Coming over the top.
Oh, we get to see it again.
Interesting just how far PO's been able to make it in here. He must have had 7 or 8 smokes to work with.
So pretty easy win in the end for GEX. It was
I'm glad they called, man. I hope they have a good week. I hope they qualify for the finals. Because everyone said they were bad. I thought they were bad too. But they're playing really well.
In 13th position, they get to go back to the weekly finals for the 2nd week in a row.
Look at them, they're so happy.
That top 12 spot.
Well, it's what they needed, isn't it? They were currently sat in 13th position, which meant that if they didn't qualify...
So relative in just unlike RNG if they failed to qualify this long. I agree to a point, but like all the second places, like they've done a lot better than a lot of other teams, right?
You can see a bit of disappointment from Gen G, but the fact that they were
have Sonics performed as good as they are? No. Is the tournament over yet? Nah, it's not yet. Not yet.
Going into that final game,
they can still qualify
to make something happen. But once again, congratulations to GEX for that chicken dinner, and now it's time for them to start racking up some serious points in the.
Wait, how many kills they get? Just to confirm it.
Thank you. It took them 15 games, but they do get themselves the chicken dinner here to be able to move on to that next position. And for them, this is very important here, of course, Elvish, because they were one of the bubble teams. 68 points in the previous weekly final means now they can start getting those points to push them up into that top 12.
Yeah, they really are teetering on the.
Did they really get 9?
Actually sitting in 13th.
There's one more game today, yeah. The final spot.
Definitely one of those teams.
The final spot for weekly finals.
To walk away with a direct qualification through to the grand finals if they had a good week 3. And to be honest, it was looking pretty.
9 confirmed. So the under wins. Oh, the small betters win.
A bunch of like 12th, 11th, 9th kind of places so far. Yeah. They've been playing in this weekly survival since game number 1 as well, so they've had no shortage of opportunities. And
everyone flaming Luke 12. Yeah, I can see it to Yakame. Oh my, why did he do that? He's not going to win the game. Why would he do that?
It definitely hasn't been a consistent run from GEX so far in week 3, but as we have said many times,
PUBG viewers,
weekly survival consistency is not necessarily key. You just need to have that one big game and get through to the finals, and then who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's why there's a big argument. Even if you think this format is good, somehow, there are some reasons, but I don't think it's good. As a player, this format is awful and stressful and like just mentally draining to a point where it's just not fair.
Yeah,
but I want to do something. When the replay's up, I want to do something.
Stepped up their aggression today, really throughout the whole week. We've seen, I think, probably one of the better performances from them out here. To see,
what would you do to change it?
To Gen G's 11, but you know, it's been deserved. I mean,
just switch it to super rule set. But I don't know how you do this part of the tournament in super rule set. I'm not claiming that I'm some amazing tournament expert.
Because they had their attention split. I mean, you saw.
I think if you can somehow make super rule set where teams move on after like getting enough points, I don't know how you do that. You'd have to change it. It can't just be
rest of Gen G.
It can't just be the team with the most points each game qualifies. That would be weird.
Caught off guard by any one of those
Not too
teams
sure.
there. Now, on the flip side of that, I mean, with Gen G, they played that one a little bit slow too. I think at one point when we were watching, somebody had even said, you know, they waited a little too long to take that rotation. I think that was a bit true. They kind of had their attention split and really ran out of the resources to come back and play that field in their own regard.
Okay, so what I wanted to do,
I think one of those last three
for those playing at home, is tell me what Sonic should have done.
Come in and win their first match, but it just wasn't.
I mean,
I want you guys to tell me what Sonic should have done this game.
Kind of maybe a bit slow over towards that west.
I know someone's going to be cheeky.
How that's going to break down.
I know what someone is going to say.
At this point, John, looking at how
they land here.
Last 3 games.
This circle pops. What should they do?
Feels a bit like what we saw from Sonic's last
this
week.
circle pops. What should they do?
Second places, so many opportunities and chances, and there's no doubt that they're playing.
I'm not actually going to wait for you guys to tell me. This is the correct choice. This is the only choice. This is the best choice possible. You wrap on the outside road into the circle. The highest priority positions right now are like here and here and down here. There's potential it comes down here, but it's just less likely. This is the best possible percentage choice. With no information, remember they cannot see. They don't actually know. You come down in here, you scout forward, you see a team here. The only thing I would say here, oh no, they wait. The circle pops. This circle pops. There's no choice anymore. You don't go here. It's just dumb. No one in the world knows the game's ending up here. Or here, at this point. Like, no one in the world knows this right now. Like, they could have driven here if they had hindsight, right? But who the fuck knows that? No one knows that. The highest percentage end right now is down here. So you go to the edge. You make this is the best play. You set yourself up for the rest of the game because by percentages, the game ends around here the most. And you're going to be on the edge to fight. How do you then prepare for this circle? This is what playing PUBG esports is like. This circle pops. This entire area is useless. No one even bothers going there except Paro. They wrap through it. This pops and so many teams are just fucked. And then you could say like they should move forward at a slightly different time and things maybe slightly fall a different way. Maybe they come in a bit later behind Ents or something and they take a better fight. But at this point, you can't overanalyze every 4v4, 4v2, 4v5, 4v6. Which, you know, you can't do that. Like, so what do you actually say Sonics did wrong this game?
It's because we like to make friends with other teammates.
Expect that to shift away from water given the rules. The only circle that shifts away from water is phase 4 and phase 8. So this is phase 4. So yes, it wouldn't be in here. But this is very playable terrain. Wait, no, sorry. This is phase... Sorry, no. 1, 2, 3. This is... No. It didn't have to. The water could have been in. Yeah, what do you do from this situation? And so the answer is, in super format, you play your game, you go for as many frags as possible. And that's why super format is more competitive. Because even in situations where you get completely fucked by RNG, you can make something of your game by fighting on the edge. In this format, it's not as simple as just trying to kill anyone in front of you. Because every time you lose a player, I mean, you're not even going to win the game from here anyway. Like, if they like, let's say they drive slightly earlier, you know, maybe they get ahead of everyone. But you can't ever make that choice or know you're making the right choice in this situation. You don't know that. So I'm just saying, like, I think PUBG esports is a lot harder than what a lot of viewers think. It's so much harder to be a player than what a lot of people think, man. And I don't think anyone said it. I thought someone was going to say they should have dropped Picardo, but no one said that. But the tournament has not led to a situation where they can do that.
John, you know what? Apparently they're just happy people. They just want to get on.
I just think there's a lot of things in competitive PUBG that the viewer doesn't think about. As a player, what did Sonics do wrong until this moment? In my opinion, nothing. Not a single thing wrong. Unless you use hindsight. Unless you use hindsight. Now, you can argue about their drop position, but that's different.
I think they're going to need to show a little bit more consistency when we do get into the weekly finals, though.
Even with this format, pressure is a lot more
so
huge.
far.
Yeah, I played Call of Duty competitively for 10
Nice to
years.
see them, you know,
Not a single time in my career of Call of Duty was it as stressful as an online PUBG tournament.
As we can see here, Clover, here's the Western.
And they should have dropped islands. True.
Unfortunately for these two teams, kind of holding each other here for so long, benefited neither.
Yeah, I mean, this was really, I think, something that kind of cost KPI, right? They had to have.
When I was competing and I'd go back and watch a VOD and I saw people criticizing us, like this is what happens. You get really fucking angry because people don't understand playing
Unfortunately, it just didn't work out in the end. Now, I mean, you know, we kind of talked about the consistency of teams and what we expect moving forward. I think another
now,
issue here is
if you take a step back, big perspective, they could have played better this entire tournament still. Sure. I'm just giving you one little look at one game of PUBG.
Every single match thus far this week.
Because I'm sure there was someone in the main PUBG chat who said, Sonic Slow, what are you doing, forehead?
That have made it through the top, but there's been a couple in that list that haven't really gotten past.
There's at least one person, you know?
Often, and I think that's the thing that's really troubling because that's not the kind of performance you want to bring into the final weekly final.
Right, for sure, and we might get a chance to talk about some of those before we actually get into that last game. But for now, we're going to go to a break. When we return, one more game, one more chance here.
Anyway, that was my small explanation. Sometimes the circle truly fucks you, and this way we're gonna add a bit more here. This is why the first rule sets in PUBG before Super Rule Set were fucking garbage because they were more like this rule set. The difference was you still got some points for coming second with lots of kills, but the placement points were so high back then. Like, coming first when I first started competing was insane. Like, the PGI rule set in Berlin, like, placement was so fucking important, and you always had snakes. You always had snakes, like, proning and getting heaps of points for their team. And this is why the Super Rule set was a huge fucking improvement in PUBG esports. Like, crazy improvement. We used to joke about that Dopu. We used to joke about 4 corner dropping. Me and the Chiefs team, we used to joke that we'd have one up here and one up there, each corner of the map. Apologize for being angry. I mean, I'm not angry now. I'm not the one playing. I'm just trying to share the perspective of a competitive player versus... Not many people have, like, going and playing a bit of PUBG for 2 years in normal matches is entirely different. Like, it's not even close to what playing competitive PUBG is like, right? Whereas if you play Counter-Strike 5v5s, you have, like, a little bit, you have a bit more insight into what it's like, right? Into a real competitive match. It's a lot closer. It's a lot closer. I don't know what 50% looks like, Ross. Placement kills. I think the Super Rule set is just as bad as good as we can get. TPP tournament when? I did one in PGI Berlin. It was fucking trash. I also did one in Melbourne. It was fucking trash. What is the next bet? Third person immediately dissolves as being anything as soon as multiple players in the lobby are good. It's a recent thing. No, it's the last few big tournaments had it prosper. The first ones didn't. The first ones were all 16. What bet can we do? We can do NA versus EU again. To finish it off, I'm doing that. No one else gets to choose, just me. So SSG, Sonic's TSM. Yep. And FaZe ends BBL. Yep. Now, like, I would have loved, even how stressful this tournament is, I'm a huge competitor. I would have loved to have played this tournament. You get to play so many games. Get to stay in Korea for a month. Like, I think that's sick. I don't care if there's quarantine personally. This is a personal opinion. how big is PUBG in Asia? Bigger than the rest of the world. That's why China is like 80% of PUBG's numbers. Yeah, Yakame. Yeah. PUBG is deceptively not... Sorry, what am I saying? PUBG is not as big as people think because the Steam stats are massively inflated by China. Not as big in the Western world is what I mean. Sorry.
Saber's rise has caught the attention of other nations.
Even if you walk away empty-handed, if you come to this tournament, if you literally just qualify for this tournament, you make...
Any weapon, any option, whatever you need.
20,000 USD.
Dangerous out there. Feel free to get creative.
If you literally come last.
Because you won't be the only operatives out there. Don't let them threaten the mission.
If you come 16th, you get 60,000 USD. And all the teams playing have salaries.
Or retrieve the package.
Basically what I'm saying is I played PUBG at the wrong time. Now was the time to be a player. Wrong era. My whole life has been wrong country, wrong era, wrong year.
Trong giải thi đấu lần này của bọn em thì chắc chắn là sẽ nằm trong top 8, nhưng mà bọn em vẫn sẽ cố gắng hết sức trong giải đấu lần này để đạt được mục tiêu cao hơn nữa.
Less stress streaming it for money though. Less stress. There's no reason I wouldn't be streaming though, Albi, as well.
Em muốn gửi lời đến Genji là tuy họ là một đội mạnh nhưng họ cũng nên cẩn trọng với bọn em vì thì bọn em cũng
I don't make that much money streaming. I am still young, am I?
giải đấu lần này và mang nhiều tiền thưởng nhất về cho team mình.
Half the pros are also streamers? I'm gonna correct you. I'd say there's like barely any that are successful streamers. They have much more stable income off just being a player. Not legit half? Yeah, but I'm saying there's like... Okay, I don't know about the Asian scene. English-speaking streamers, there's like 5 who are doing okay, maybe? I think?
One final game for our weekly survival here at PGC. In fact, our final weekly survival game of all time for the tournament. And we find ourselves now in a unique...
Thought of leaving the beard. Wait, what does that mean? Leaving what beard?
Into this game here.
What beard?
To break things down. And this could be, Jordan, the
no stress streaming. Streaming is more stressful long term. Yep.
Just this next phase.
Yeah, well, there is a very good chance.
I don't want to start talking about that because people have some really warped opinions about being a streamer. I can't grow a beard, Yakame. I did not win the genetics on the beard.
But basically, you have to go and look at the
it doesn't grow.
kill points that they've been able to achieve.
I get a great neck beard, and that's about it.
United, they are at the bottom of the pecking order. It's obviously no surprises to see them coming in last here into week 3 of the weekly survival as well. But the situation for them, more or less, is win here or you're done. You don't even get to play in grand survival. You would just be eliminated from the competition because one team does have to get moved out of the competition at this point.
All liquid team of streamers.
That is BN United. So the odds are really stacked.
How much do
they know what they have to do? But
how much do Clib and
well, look at them. They're in good spirits, it seems like, coming into this last game, and they're going
Mexi stream. Do they stream?
Explains here, it really rides on this. It has to be good.
They don't need to. They probably have real. I have no idea. I don't know. They probably have really good salaries. They don't need to stream.
I almost did it this last game, so we can't discount.
Clip streams a lot. Oh, there you go. I don't know this. I don't know.
Especially because
does he stream to enough people that it's the career though? Yeah. If he wasn't a competitive PUBG player.
Weekly final performed their best. We've had some crazy military circles.
These are such different things.
Made that more difficult
like,
for Erangel, so that's something to keep in mind as we move forward to this final game.
Definitely some Titans still here, not to find themselves the chicken dinner just yet. Gen G must be livid with it, even though Asura looks in high spirits coming into this last game. But it is now time. Erangel on the cards. Can BN United keep their tournament alive by making themselves a win here in the final game, in the final
You can be
chance
a
for them here?
streamer without a
Head over
cam. You
to
don't need
our
a cam.
commentators to bring you all of the action.
Okay,
Once
I'm
again,
gonna
Xenox and Drunks,
if
take
you're
it
a new
away.
streamer, you kind of need a cam.
Thank you, Colaris. It is indeed Balnam United a must-win game here for the final game of Weekly Survival at PGC 21, presented by Alienware and Toomey. Of course, Chunks, a lot of the focus will be on Balnam United, must win.
Any
otherwise
Ibiza moderators in my chat?
But also, there's so many other teams that would
Any?
honestly still really need this win to make that weekly finals, to get into that top 12 and avoid the grand survival.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look at the teams that we actually have in the lobby still, it's really surprising to see so many big names still left in it. You maybe would have expected a lot
I'm
of these
joking,
squads to
Yakame,
have
because
already
Chevy is one,
qualified,
right?
but it's
Chevy,
just
you
not
are, I
the
know.
case, especially down the bottom end of the leaderboard right now. It is a little surprising. Teams like TSM, FTS, Sonics, GNL, Gen
Oh, it's
G,
getting hot again. I should not have turned the
and
aircon off.
Petrichor Road, all at the bottom end of things right now. They need to pick it up.
Drake
and
count as a PUBG
there
streamer.
is a lot
Drake's a
of pressure
PUBG
on.
streamer, but I thought we were
This
talking
is
about
not
competitive
the way
people.
that Game Home and BN United wanted to be kicking things off.
What do you do if you're in Balnam's position, though, right? You must win this game. And we know back in the APAC region, they were a team that was quite proficient at finding chicken dinners. Completely different lobby, though, to PGC. And I think that's been the biggest struggle for them, is you go from an environment where it was not that difficult for them to find wins to an environment where it becomes very
poor
difficult to
Sonics.
find wins. And that circle... Well, actually, it's not awful for Balnam United's sake, right? They can just kind of push up, rotate around Stalber, and get a nice...
I mean, you've watched a lot of PUBG streams, right, Yakame? You've probably seen Chevy in those. Oh, what?
Gets the opening kill. Gets the run over onto Sylphie. Good start for BN.
Wait, why am I watching English?
쪽으로 빠른 선점을 들어가지 않을까
Distracted.
싶습니다.
그렇습니다. 저는 그래서 미포브카에서 파밍하는 것보다는 말씀하신 것처럼 카메시키 먼저 들어가서 지금 파밍해 놓는 게
Any thoughts about streaming on YouTube? What do you mean? Do you mean me personally or anyone streaming on YouTube?
시간도 충분히 있고 언급하신 것처럼 그 고지대를 선점하겠다는 생각을 선수들이 가까이 동선에서 보여주고 있는 파워남 유나이티드가 되겠습니다.
그렇습니다. 바로 어제는 스탈버 아래쪽에 있는 창고 두 채로 잡히면서 오스가 진출을 했었고요.
네.
뉴에피가 막강한 교전 실력을 보여주면서 모든 팀들을 다 막고 끝났던 가짜야 스나야 위치를
Me? Not happening. Yeah, Twitch partners cannot stream on YouTube.
그림이 그려지거든요.
아무래도 매력이 있을 수밖에 없는 위치니까요.
네.
특히나 언급하신 것처럼 주변이 상대적으로 덜하다라는 걸 이미 인지하고 있는 많은 팀들이 있기 때문에.
Discoverability on YouTube is amazing for videos, not for streaming.
자신의 마지막 코인을 지금 활용할 준비를 하고 있는 파워남 유나이티드거든요.
그렇습니다. 파워남 유나이티드가 이번 2021 PGC 들어서 가장 잦은 로스터 교체를 보여준 팀인데
네.
그 로스터 교체
Dotties could take a boat? I would hope not.
인상 깊진 못했습니다. 하지만 이번 매치 마지막 매치니까 혼신의 힘을 다해봐야겠죠.
I remember how I even got here. Well, how long you been in LA?
머릿속에 남고
2019.
그 장면은 뭐 나오지 못했었습니다.
예, 마지막에 사진이 딱 이렇게 파워남 유나이티드 딱 이렇게 떠야 되는데 안 떴습니다.
이거 이제는 살짝 뭐 기회도 맞이했겠다. 이 동선까지 체크하면서 어쨌든 이게 스탈버그 근처 카메시키도
If I am my team and I'm BN right now, I'm telling Dr. Logi just to come. What?
드리프트로
기가 막혔네요.
Oh.
와 이건 진짜로.
Do we miss some action?
싶어가지고 가긴 했는데 하필이면 앞에.
Hang on, I'm sorry we missed that, guys. Oh, hang on. Ah!
GNL도
뒤에는 애매한데요.
자.
Is this game? This is right now. Okay. I was like making sure, is this the same game or not? He got him. He got to him.
근데 애초에 이 두 팀 자체가 여기서 교전을 일으킬 필요가 없었는데.
더 들어가네요.
Oh, what a fucking mess. This is the last game, guys. It's gonna be so stressful.
우리는 세 자리 119점이니까 너희 오지 마. 하늘 정원 우리 거니까. 미래의 전쟁에 대비하기 위한 GNL의 과감한 선택인데 자, 살리고 다 하면 됩니다.
What's happening this game?
노아드라 선생님이
누워버렸네요.
와.
자 그리고 이 전투는 계속 이어지고 있습니다.
그렇죠.
그래서 GNL 입장에선 이 투자는 제가 봤을 때 할만한 것 같아요.
네. 미트레이어 선수가 이쪽으로 한번 바라보고 GNL의 그 선택 자체가 어떤 결과를 낳을지. 그런데 여기서 그 선택한 부분으로 성과를 올리지 못한다. 이러면 달라지는데요.
헤븐이.
Oh my god.
전력을 줄여버리면
What a mess.
치킨 먹을 수 있는 확률이 내려가니까요.
그러면 못 갈 수 있다는 얘기가 되는데요. 미래의 자신.
Feels like a last scrim game. It does. It does feel like a last scrim game.
그렇죠. UAP는 이미 떠나버렸기 때문에.
Guys, you realize you're meant to be qualifying.
하지만 GNL이 여기서 탈락한다 해도 이미 많은 데미지를 입혔기 때문에 이거는 GNL의 승리입니다.
맞습니다.
자기네들은 상관이 없거든요.
그렇죠. 2명으로 너희 치킨 먹을 수 있어? 해봐.
그렇죠.
라고 얘기하는 거죠.
자 미주가 한번 딱 체크를 해주는 모습이었고 헤븐이 근데
그냥 안
Now Heaven's just like gonna ruin their game as much as he can.
선수는 지붕을 참 좋아하는 것 같습니다.
네. 헤븐이란 이름처럼 좀 더 가까운 지역에서
Shit, what was I saying?
봤어요.
Oh, they're both on
못
roofs.
봤나요? 못 보면 헤븐에게
맞겠죠. 이건 좀 아쉽네요. 내려왔어요.
그림자 보고.
미트레이어스.
예, 그림자 보고.
이거 칠 수 있나요?
이거 정말 날카로웠는데 쉽죠.
양쪽을 다 바라보겠습니다. 헤븐을
I was streaming PUBG one day, accepting stupid questions. Oh, that's all my streams, isn't it?
불편한 헤븐이에요.
근데 움직임 자체는 정말
They're trolling.
잘해요.
I mean, if you're down to one player,
정말 잘해주고
6 minutes into the game, you may as well just have fun, right?
춤추듯이 쏘고 있는데 머리를 못 내밀어요 지금.
그러니까요.
거리 상적입니다.
이거 1대2 해결하면 진짜 예술 됩니다.
헤븐.
Like,
자, SR.
what you do.
빠져나갈 수 없다는 판단을 해야겠죠. BBL도.
헤븐. 미트레이어스가 아래쪽으로 동선을 약간 틀었어요. 근데 그냥 걸어서 빠지기도 너무 불편한 상황이라.
네, 이런 상황에서
I'm gonna ignore Albion.
정상 주변은 지금 빼곡히 차고 있는 상황이거든요.
네.
사실 그래서 이 두 팀 간의 싸움은 사실 미래 그랜드 파이널 데뷔.
I didn't see it. I'm assuming that neither team really wanted this fight to happen at all.
자기의 앞길을 위해서 그 경쟁자를 직접
But sometimes it just happens.
흔치 않아요. 자기네들이 이겨냈기 때문에 할 수 있는 거예요.
맞습니다.
그런 느낌은 BBL도 마찬가지로.
Sometimes you run into each other. Sometimes one of your teammates gets caught out, and all 3 other teammates come to save him, and then you all die. You know?
있을 것 같은데.
왼쪽에.
이거 좀 긁혔는데요.
Heaven's really good.
이거 성광탄 맞으면은 일부러 총소리 내서 끌어들이는 방법도 있긴 한데 이 정도 레벨의 선수들은 안 속을 것 같긴 하거든요.
그렇죠. 근데 확실히 이게 지금 싸움이 길어지다 보니까 서로의 이제 물자들이 많이 없어졌어요. 이렇게 됐을 때는 확실히 소수가 굉장히 유리해지는 상황이 만들어질 수 있거든요.
포지션을 내려와서 바꿔버렸기 때문에.
맞아요.
이거 담벼락 쪽으로 바뀐 거 알고 있고
이동합니다. 헤븐도.
자, 이 정보를 잘.
Heaven is so good.
미트레이어스의 위치를 한번 체크했는데 만날 수
I actually don't know Z. No, I think it is in the game. I think it is.
다른 쪽입니다. 링두입니다.
결국에
Did we really watch for that long?
한 명으로 치킨 먹을 수 있니?
Why is Petralius here anyway on his own?
BBL이 이쪽까지 돌 거를 예측해.
BB only good? They're really strong fraggers.
바로 당했습니다.
I mean, they got 56 kills in 15 matches or 16 matches, but they didn't win a game. They're actually, I think they're actually pretty good, yeah. Did they have a great tournament? Not really.
냉정한 데이터, 객관적인 데이터가 안
But
쌓입니다.
맞습니다.
그거를 나중에도 이용하고 싶은 마음이 있을 것 같은데.
그리고 골든 티켓.
They have 59 points in weekly finals, which means they get to play straight away in the last. They get to play the last 4 games. They get to play the last 4 games. Guys, I can't express how much I hate split view. I can't watch both at the same time. I hate it. I hate it. I don't ever need split view in esports. Why do they do this?
경전이 확실히 이제 세계 그 대회에 나온 선수들이.
I hate it. They do this in nearly every esport. Counter-Strike. You're not supposed to watch both. Pick one. Yeah, then fucking give me one. Just give me one full screen. I hate it. I hate it so much.
그냥 말랑말랑하게 생각하고 신중하게 진입 안 했다가는 그냥 소닉스도 난리 나요.
그렇죠. KPI의 움직임입니다. 스타일바의 아래쪽 그리고 헤븐은
It's only acceptable if it's like like this.
그리고 자기장이 다음
Or
형성되는
you like
순간인데요.
I don't
북쪽이
know. I don't know.
물 쪽으로 많이 덮여 있는 상황에서 자기장이
Ooh, that's a dirty circle.
왔어요.
주유소도 물론
Okay, Marco's kind of good. I think they're actually all really good.
자기장을 봤을 때는 뭐 아래쪽으로
Smash is really good.
봤을 때 창고 지역도 괜찮은 포인트긴 하거든요.
They've given you a choice. They've given me a subpar choice where I can't see as much.
서클 자체가 북쪽으로 완전 많이 튀었기 때문에 젠지가 중앙이 될 가능성이 굉장히 높아요.
리고스트. 야 결국은 끊는 모습이 있었습니다. 살렌 나이스는 완전
I
제거하는데
saw Tyson.
성공했고요.
그래서 피오와 지금
Ents are
주유소 윗단차에
stressing hardcore right now because Ents are like, do we regroup? Do we regroup?
거기에서 라이딩 샷만 안
Or do we hold this big dick split?
그리고 여기는 글쎄,
Honestly, Sonics, if they scout well enough,
계속 놀 것 같은데요.
네, 헤븐으로 보내버리겠다.
there's only one guy here as well.
너희는 절대 못 간다.
둘 중 하나는 헤븐 가자.
Oh no, see, this is why it's dangerous. BN might crash them.
놔줄 생각이 전혀 없어 보여요.
Nah, BN are going to go to this shitty
원
thing.
포인트로 싸워야 된다는 바오남인데.
네. 이런 위치에서 멀티 서클 게이밍이
I mean, yeah, I mean, every player here is pretty good, but there are definitely standout players to me.
이런 포지션을 잘 취해줬었거든요.
예.
Oh, good, Tyson. Thank you for watching.
KPI.
They're still fighting. They're still going. Most likely come back to AAP's position.
그래도 좋은 자리를 선점했죠 결국에는.
TSM이 뭐 지켜보고 있는 가운데 다른
Most likely AAP, Ents,
뺐어요.
BN, KPI, yeah. The middle, basically look at the middle of the land part.
자리를 선점을 한 건
I can show you. Sonic's got South Severny. Yeah, because of the water, depending on the next shrink, like when the next shrink happens, we know where it's going, right? So you just, the highest priority right now is here. Now, because it's going to end here, means that a position like this can still be really good. Because if you're here, and it has to come back, you might be in a really late circle and be able to play up the hill late. So this is still really good, I think, in my opinion. It might not be, but I'm saying this is decent. If it's in next circle.
되는 거 아니요 하면서
아니 자르는 것까지 이거 틱을 트는 피오와 왜 저렇게 싸우고 있죠?
Pio knocked.
이거 오프닝 타이틀로 하면 아닌데요. 이거 빨리 가서 살려야
Do you hear out the crossroads of Severny if you had to choose?
선수들이 눕힌 걸 알고
Crossroads personally.
아 근데
이거 가는 거 같은데요?
야 이거 약간 늦을
I
수
dreamed
있는데요.
that's too hard, Albion.
위험해요.
I don't know how to do that.
옵니다.
I also haven't been. My data would just be the tournament so far, right? That's so hard. Sonics are pushing. This is big.
야!
자,
한 번 더.
Oh no.
와!
갓이네요. 갓.
역시.
진짜 위험한 타이밍이었거든요.
Well, Inonix is going on the roster.
부활.
Inonix is going on the roster.
아 정말. 여기서 이노닉스 혼자 있길래 너무 불안했는데요.
그렇죠. 이걸 해냅니다. 이거 정말.
Can we talk about it though?
피오 선수가 잘리는 과정이
Like that's a bad, like the push didn't work out. Like they got a knock here and they're in Severny. Severny is pure trash. But pushing to take this out in potentially a 4v2 is worth it. But then Inonix just did Inonix things. Also, this is exactly the circle that I'm saying is great for Crossroads.
포지션을 가져가야 됩니다. 이제 주유소도 한번 움직여야 될 필요성이 있지 않을까요?
네.
Exact circle I'm saying.
이노닉스도 감각을 제대로 한번 보여줬고요. 아 예술 같은 샷이 나왔어요.
사실 여기서 누웠으면 끝났습니다. 그렇죠.
I think that seat swap was unnecessary. If I'm being, yeah, I think the seat swap is too much. You don't need a seat swap there because you have. You're just putting yourself like you get killed and flushed in a lot of situations. I just don't like that seat swap.
이노닉스 나이주.
Who's Iononyx? This guy. The guy who just got the 4K. He's known as one of the best players in Korea.
PGS 챔피언은 그랜드 서바이벌로 출발했습니다.
That looked worse than it was, I think. Iononyx just went massive. But I didn't like the seat swap. I think the seat swap was pretty shit.
젠지가 계속해서 긁어낼 필요성이 있어요. 자, 여기서 집단지 먹게 되면은 위쪽에 비탈길 주도권을 잡는 거 알고 있는데.
그렇죠.
She closed prediction? Oh fuck. I'm so sorry.
스타브가 회복할 수 있을 만한 시간을 좀 벌어주는데요.
That's bad.
확실히 젠지 입장에서
I mean, there's more people voting on NA still.
결국에 젠지 쪽으로 붙이는 라인이 위험한데. 이렇게 서로 싸움이 일어났을 때 결국에는 서로 그냥 너덜너덜해진다는 것인데 이거는 젠지가 굉장히 호재입니다. 왜냐면 어차피 북쪽에서
I mean, two EU and NA team were both eliminated, I guess, but FaZe are dying.
와, 이거를 페이지 클랜도 지금 위클리 파이널 너무나도
So I'm so caught up in actually talking about the game.
못 가는 팀들이 장난 아닌데 그 이름들이 말이죠.
네.
Well, FaZe are done.
그리고 생존 인원수가 46이면
Besides Grand Survival.
지키고 있는 팀들에게는 충분히 할 만하거든요.
This game has been so hectic. I want to show you the map right now.
여기 전투가 가장 중요한 것은
It's so interesting to think like you make plays like that. Like the reality is Sonics could have sat in Saverni, but they never knew this. They didn't know the circle was going to do that.
API.
아크엔젤 프레데터를 완전히 제거했고요.
그렇습니다. 하지만 주변에서 계속 젠지는
Hey, Bob.
긁어내고 있고 창고 쪽으로 붙을 수 있는 11시 지역도 비어 있는
I think the Crossroads was super good though. I would have been happy sitting Crossroads.
착함을 유지를 하고 있는 상황이고 바오남이 혼전 양사로 뛰어드네요.
Vienna crashing? This is savage.
이거 진짜 과감합니다.
This is such a huge play. Just going to the middle and contesting it right now. And they didn't know this, but there's only 2 players. Ah, they've lost one. That's a bad push. Dr. Logi should not be pushing on his own.
도로지가 들어오지 얼마 안 돼서 그런지 합이 잘 안 맞나요? 일단은 들어오는 제스트의 모습도 있었고.
자, 여기서 킬로가 어지럽게
He
올라옵니다.
teammated.
이게 계산이 좀 잘 돼야 되는데. 사이먼 태우면서 영비를 제거했고.
여기서 와!
바오남이 결국 여기를 해결을 하나요?
네.
I think Mime made the right play.
뺏긴 했지만 요충지를 뺏긴 했지만
I don't know. I'm biased. I don't like C-tops
지금 그 킬로그를 보고 또 뛰나요?
in that situation, in this format.
정중앙이 걸렸기 때문에
It's so much risk. If a C-top goes bad, you die like nearly every time. You don't get res from C-tops normally.
그리고 나머지는 붙어버리죠.
갑니다.
야, 총알을 다 받아냈어.
And now SSG are coming because they identify weakness. They see what happens in the kill feed. But they're being third parties. This is a weird game. We're 34 alive. It's crazy. It's literally the last scrim of the night. Vibe. But people might be making more desperate plays like these crashes because there's no longer anything on the line, right? It's just we gotta win. I mean everything's on the line. Sorry, not. The opposite. It went full south, by the way.
패트리코로드 쪽에서
I
각이
can see him.
나왔죠.
네, 패트리코로드가 여기 이 창고를 진짜 호시탐탐 노릴 것 같은데요.
I mean, to a degree, Khan. A team with shit mental could be AFK in a compound right now, getting 9 circles in a row. Why is Heaven still alive? He's just in a hut. He just drove from that earlier fight and got into a hut in the middle of the circle. Can you imagine if he won? He won't. Gen G looking really good this game after that because the map is empty. This is like a low tier tournament. Everyone's died really early. There's just so much map space. Look at Pero. They can flex out of Crossroads. They can play this entire side of the hill now. Gen G get to come in like this. It's not too bad. There's a big dip here too they can play as well. Ants have the buildings though. Ants 4 up. They are 4 up.
혼자 남았다는 거 피오가 지금 킬로그로 읽었을 겁니다. 생존 인원 30명이에요.
엄청 빨리 줄었거든요. 자 보시죠. 그리고 SSG가 안에 소탕을 들어왔는데
이거 패스 시켰어요. 연막탄이 깔려 있어서.
이 부분에 대한 정보가 없어요. 정보가 없습니다. 서로 이거 어떻게 판단하나요?
Yeah, so you can look back on it. So Sonics got wiped really quickly, but let's if they win that fight, play it a bit better. Look where they are right now. Look what they're doing right now, you know.
결국에는 집주인이 바뀌었어요.
네.
밖에 있으면 맞아요 패트리코로드한테.
Hello, Endo.
그리고 피오가
정리했고.
Heaven's Heart is ranked 83 overall.
11시 지역도 비어 있고.
그렇죠.
괜찮습니다.
I'd put it lower personally.
남았는데 그 가운데 세 팀은 정상적인 스쿼드를 유지하지 못하고 있는 상황이고요.
Need to make an Excel spreadsheet.
그리고 이 전투를 통해서 분명히 두 팀 중에 한 팀은 또 다시 데미지를 입을 수밖에 없는 그런 그림입니다.
그렇죠. 확실히 근데 이 정중앙의 집을 뺐더라도 결국에는 서로 너무 피를 많이 흘렸기 때문에.
Hello, JMC.
주변에 늑대들이 너무 많이.
Good morning.
이거는 이겨도 이긴 게 아니에요.
이제 다음 자기장을 보고 한번 타고 들어오나요?
Alright.
이 중앙이 더 중요하게 되나요? 이렇게?
Okay.
이게 정확히 창고
TSM and MCG.
놓을 수 있는 자리가 있어요.
in trouble. I think Pero can play up towards the warehouse. I'm actually surprised how south they are right now. And then Gen G have a pretty good approach. Sonics are out, yeah. They got 1v forward. By Ononix. Oh, SSG dead. Wait, so the bet is down to TSM versus ENCE.
그리고 17게이밍이 빌드업 할 수 있는
Yeah.
정중앙에 그리고 해븐 선수 오른쪽 아래 해븐 선수 언제 들어와 있나요?
And TSM are driving. TSM are driving. Another. What is this by Gen G? This is, I thought they could just play on the edge. Maybe they understand there's only 2 here. Like if you're reading the kill feed, really. That is a huge play. That is ridiculously good. Wow. That is so risky. But it worked. There's only Simon. Gen G are like, oops, guys, sorry, we didn't mean it. Actually, a bit too dangerous. We're leaving now. Dude, that's a huge play by TSM. I like, don't get me wrong, I rate this, the backing off. I'm actually kind of surprised they went in the first place. TSM just made probably the biggest gamble of their tournament. And it paid off. Biggest gamble of their entire tournament, and it's just worked. I don't know how much they could have actually seen. They probably knew they'd been fighting here. So all they can assume is there'll probably be weak teams there or low teams. Yeah, that's a huge play. Like, it once again goes back to what we were saying. You take a risk like this over dying on the edge in this format. Because dying on the edge doesn't do anything. And you get kills on the edge too, but they don't do anything. So. This format requires players like that. What TSM just did is what KPI were doing all tournament. And it was working really well until last week. Heaven? Wait, Heaven died? I didn't even notice.
저 팀은 이제 탈락을 할 가능성이 높아지는 걸 알기 때문에 차바퀴를 모두 깨주는 장면이고요. 네. 그리고 확실히 이제 젠지 선수.
Now, what does next zone do? TSM haven't won the game or anything. Like, this is a very playable zone. But Gen G are forced to do a lot. Gen G are running out of space.
그리고 TSM은 그 중에서
TSM are barely peeking too. What do we get? This is pretty important. Dan, stay in. That's really bad for ENCE. This is so bad to play. The terrain between these houses and the warehouse is trash. And they're going to have Gen G on the north of the warehouse and TSM inside the warehouse. And potentially MCG even shooting them. So if ENCE need to drive almost, I'm going to be honest, ENCE almost need to breach warehouse. Wait, Squeaky's going? Squeaky's not. I don't know why Squeaky's just done that. Is that a panic? Squeaky just drove to the hut on his own with no backup and got knocked out of the car. I have no idea why. Look at this lurk. PO. Look at PO. He's nowhere near his team again. Well, better than usual. But he's just pushed up on his own. ENCE are going to go and try and res Squeaky, most likely. ENCE got 2 into the circle at a hut. They're at a hut. This is so big. They're so close to seeing each other.
뭔가 이상함을 느껴야죠. 근데 이쪽도 너무 불편하다 보니까 안 볼 수가 없잖아요.
네, 볼 수밖에 없어요. 그래서 나머지 인원들이 함께 들어와서 같이 봐줄 때.
The last ENCE player is now driving in.
예, 그쪽입니다. 그쪽이에요.
I'm surprised they don't have angles on them here.
잡힐 바에 그렇죠. 지금 발소리를 느끼니까 몸을 숨긴 거예요.
아, 각계 전투 좋아요. 이런 흐름 좋아요. 잘 빠졌네요. 사이먼 T.
It went better for ENCE than I expected. I guess the hut, you know. This is gonna be crazy. This end game. This end game's gonna be nuts. They're double nading. Oh god.
왔어요.
PO is so aggressive.
지금 막혀 있어서
That's a knock. I think that molly's a knock.
창문에서 던지는 것도
Oh, he got a first aid off, maybe?
깔끔한 것 같은데요?
No, no, it's not.
근데 이게 입구가 차로 막혀 있어요.
이러면은 이 이후가
TSM not aware.
너무 좁네요.
They might. Yeah, but what are they gonna do? What is TSM gonna do about it?
그렇죠. 근데 젠지가
I don't
지금 여기서 한 명을 기절시켰다고 해서 입구에 연막이 이렇게 뿌려져 있는데
I really like Pero's position here, depending on next circle.
그런 다음에 엔스부터 정리하고 다시 정리하는 것이 더
I don't know how
좋아
MCG stayed alive on the edge either.
중요한 것 같아요, 지금.
그 말씀하신 것처럼 지금 자원
Players see knocks and flushes within a 1 kilometer radius of them. Oh, here we go. They're all dying now.
회전각도 지금 부족합니다. 젠지. 어려운 싸움이에요.
They see this thing that we see top right.
17과
They do not see teams alive all the time.
엔스가 그래서
Ents is sending the middle heart.
달려들었거든요.
Oh my god, this is insane.
12시 방향으로 다시 한번 역회전할 수 있어요.
위치가 중요하게 됐습니다.
그리고 이렇게 공방전이면 젠지가 쪽 창문 한번 수류탄이나 화염병 넣을 수도 있거든요.
I can't believe they're not showing. What is happening?
로드도 지금 데미지가 있습니다.
자, 데미지 받고 이거 기분 좋은 소식 이거 좀 들리거든요.
Dude, this play is huge by PO.
그리고 여기서 중요한 게 다른 팀들이 싸운다고 천천히 할 것이 아니라 결국에는 엔스가 더 유리하기 때문에 지금 창고를 정리하는 판단을 해야 돼요.
입구가 좁은 것 때문에 좀 여러 가지 변수를 활용할 수밖에 없는 상황인데.
그리고 사이먼티 근데
Simon!
치킨 못 먹잖아요.
쏘지 마세요.
그렇죠,
네, 이거 쏘면은 그냥 못
Simon can ruin Genji's game.
자, 그래도
He flushed one. I don't know why he went for that flush. That's just kind of weird. Hello, Dale.
깔끔하게 정리하고 지붕을 타면서 아래쪽에
TSM are still 4 up after all this. They have not been finished. They just have 3 Genji players surrounding them.
자, 피오가 여기서 뭐가 또 하나 있을 수 있나요?
전력을 다시 유지했어요.
이러면은
Why would he flush? I don't know. You go for knock first there, 100%.
물자가 없기 때문에 지금
I don't even know. I've never gotten on this roof.
상황이 나왔죠.
Because that used to never be there. The thing he was on top of never used to be there.
샷각이 열리거든요.
맞아요.
네, 조심해야 됩니다.
I think.
여기는 못 뚫는다. 다른 곳을 찾자. 쉽지 않은데요.
Genji's just standing on a roof shooting people. Like, I mean, PO. That's so. He just gets on a roof and ruins Pero's game.
근데 그러면 엔스
What?
전쟁의 승입니다.
탑4 타임이 열립니다. 근데 지금 한 명은 지금 TSM은 마치 통조림처럼 들어가 있어요.
They have to leave. TSM have to leave.
별로 안 해서 지금은요.
그렇습니다. 그래서 지금
PO's just killing Pero. He's just like, sorry guys.
나올 수 있는 입구는 왼쪽은 막혀
Just won the game for Ents.
괴롭혀주면서 자기장
Maybe. Yeah, maybe up here.
최대한 괴롭히고 그 다음에 떠나자.
And I can't believe Ents rushing Hearts has worked.
너무 깔끔한 게 어찌됐건 이 라인으로 못 나오게 된다면 결국에
Genji are gonna let them leave the other way? Or is, yeah, because PO jumped off.
그렇습니다. TSM이 나올 수 있는 공간은 이제 우측 입구거든요. 그럼 엔스와 싸울 수도 있어요.
통조림도 열리면 부패됩니다. 이제 이 자기장이 여기까지 왔어요.
네, 패트리코로드 혼자밖에 없고요 또.
패트리코로드 엑스레프트를 제거했습니다. 남쪽은 약간 평화로운 상황이 돼버렸어요.
This peaks everything. The reality is Ents don't have to do much. So Ents are the favorites because they don't have to do anything. And now they're even more the favorites.
쉽지 않네요.
그런데 이거 위치가 멀리 봤어요.
Ents need a third party. Oh, they're throwing nades. Oh, they've just destroyed TSM with 2 grenades. TSM lived through this whole game, did so well, and then died to 2 grenades.
나갑니다. 이거 괜찮은 판단을 한 것처럼 보입니다. 젠지가 이제 완전 돌아 나왔거든요.
네.
It's crazy.
어쨌든 차량이 없기 때문에
I mean, Genji can still win. Genji, I love this. They just left. I love this. Genji just left to go rap. This is playing the win. This is playing for the win. Very good.
그 젠지 쪽에서 엔스 쪽으로
You don't win the game from up there.
더 유리한 라인이기 때문에
코앞에
좋습니다.
코앞에
확인.
천천히.
유노이스.
피오가 잡았어요.
자, 그리고 엔스의 스킬키 선수가 뒤쪽에 포탑을 하고 있기 때문에
They have to run through the blue, dude.
포탑부터 잘라야 돼요. 어쨌든 TSM에 묶였거든요, 엔스는.
맞습니다.
인원을 이렇게 하나씩 줄여주게 된다면 굉장히 의미가 있는데 키켓을 어떻게 잡을 수 있어요?
This is so risky. I don't know why you're driving.
됐어요.
Why? Just fight like normal on foot.
창고에서 못 나와요. 됐습니다. 3대3이에요.
TSM are dead. Europe win the bet.
맞아요. 제가 아까 말씀드렸다시피 결국에는
I don't know why
젠지 자리에서
you're driving there.
타격할 수 있는 더 훨씬 더 유리한 지원을 가졌기 때문에 이거 진짜 젠지가 승기를 잡았다고 볼 수 있거든요.
Are Genji gonna win this?
있습니다. 한 방에 기절되면 이노닉스가 힘을 못 써요.
이노닉스의 오늘 샷감이라면 충분히 이 부분에서 엔스를 괴롭혀줄 수 있으면
네.
피오가 가요.
How aggressive PO is. This has been a real PO game.
자,
Dude, like...
마지막 위클리 서바이벌 마지막 매치.
야식이라도 좋다. 치킨만 먹죠.
Activated.
지금 굉장히 폼이 끌어올라.
If he crashes up right now, he gets a knock. If he gets up right now, he gets a knock.
그 변수 적용해 줍니다 이거.
I love how we switch. He's so smart too. Getting the knock and backing off is so smart. The pressure's already on them. Like, you don't need to flush right now. It's so smart.
자, 투척 무기가 있는 인원이 이노닉스라서 좀 더 안쪽으로 당겨줘야 될 것 같은데요.
이노닉스의 이 부분 그 세 명이 날아가고 있는데요. 피오가 있다는
And then, yeah.
Ooh,
So low. Tixu's pushing. But they're trading. They traded positions. Esther switched with PO.
수비적인 측면도 필요합니다. 지금 침착하게 하나씩
I don't know why Squeaky did that drive though. That was weird.
상대방이 오히려 자기네들이 친 연막을 뚫고 나와야 되는 거기 때문에 젠지 지금 여기서 급해할 필요 없어요. 정말 너무 잘해줬어요.
에스더가 소리를 들어주면서 브리핑 다 해주고 있거든요.
상대편의 투척 무기를 바라보면서 여러 가지 체크를 한번 해주고 있습니다. 에스더 대기
This would take some insane, like insane mechanical individual performance from Ents to win.
맞습니다.
그 잊었을 때 뭔가 해줄 수
Just like two massive downs out of nowhere.
이 중간에 비어 있는 이 공간에 상대편의 문제가 많겠어요.
Nelly.
Nelly. 이노닉스가 이렇게 괴롭혀주고 속여줄 때 쉽게 타격을 내. 자, 그래도 괜찮아요. 집중.
이노 좋아. 그 상대방 심지어 체력도 없어. 많이 빠져 있어요.
맞습니다. 그리고 상대방은 연막에서 나와야 되기 때문에
이거 에스더가 기어가주면서 정보 제공.
확인.
한 대.
I thought that was such a good game by Genji. That was insane.
젠지가 마지막 세킬의 주인공이 됐습니다.
That was insane by Genji, guys. Like, that game was nuts.
Here at PGC 21, Deary takes his time, he heals up, but I don't think he's got the time to go for a revive. There is a gap in the smoke, and of course Inonix will capture him. 14 kill win for Genji. They will head to the weekly finals.
They just saved their tournament, guys.
For things to end for Genji, and I gotta say
They've honestly played so average.
Is what I think it
They're obviously they're one of the best teams here, but
smartest play I have ever seen in PUBG. Beautifully done from Genji to get that chicken.
That was so well played, that game.
They let Ents finish off TSM FTX, and while they were doing that, Genji just surrounded them, caught them in a pinch, caught them up against the zone. Genji ran the zone.
Sonics get 1v4'd. 1v4'd in the sense that one player killed 4 of them.
A spot in that weekly final. They are over the moon. Leaving it till the last game. Let's take it back to the desk to break down that final match.
Wow. That's right. Welcome back to the desk. Genji finally rounds things out. They will win the last weekly survival game after an absolute gauntlet that they laid down for the rest of this lobby. I've got Clover as well as Elfish here to join me with this one. And Clover, we have just seen Genji in 4 games get close to 50 kills.
Oh, that's true.
Now finally the chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know what? Genji stuck it out. They won.
I mean, I don't know about 50, but they got 43 kills in 4 games.
Had for them, right? That they weren't quite.
Sorry, yeah, 43 kills in 4 games.
Kills, but this match showed us
that's
that,
insane.
They've got their head in the right space. I mean, there were so many opportunities.
Right? Wait, no, more. Wait, no, he's right. Hang on. They got 51 kills in 5 games. Wait.
But they thought very carefully. They slowed things
No.
down just a bit. I mean, my mind goes.
They got
to that,
51 kills in 4
push
games.
to
Sorry.
versus TSM initially, you know, they realized that there was more than one team there, backed off, gave him a second chance to come at that fight, and ultimately probably attributed to the win here.
Yeah, but it was smart aggression.
Absolutely fragmented.
Smart aggression.
Yeah, definitely so. Elvish looking at Genji here as we take a look at some of the
Here you go,
highlights as well.
Johnson.
This against Sonics.
Oh, they're not showing it from the POV of the 1v4 though, which is a bit strange.
So far, and I'm not sure that it's going to be beaten. This was something special. This was something crisp. This
I don't know why they showed that from the wrong POV.
Anger and pent-up rage just thrown at
Why are we watching this?
Inonix deletes the Sonics.
Why does he flash that guy? I don't understand.
Not
Dude,
that, but
BN could have just... If BN just kills that guy in front of him on the right, Genji probably don't win.
Brought up once or twice here for Genji, and they certainly have managed to really put the day to a very, very nice.
If Simon doesn't flush and shoots the guy on the right, Gen G don't win. Don't qualify.
Walking away with the win here. You know, it sort of felt like they really did deserve it. As you mentioned, nearly 50 kills. It was
crazy.
7 kills over 4 games for Gen G. A couple of second places in there as well. It really did feel like they deserved this, and they have managed to get themselves that spot into the weekly final. But that is not where the journey ends for Gen G. You know, they need to still do a lot of work when it does come to this weekly final. They come in at 43 points. Right now, they're sitting in 19th overall for the standings. So, you know, the job isn't done, right? It feels like there's a cause for celebration and all that for Gen G right now. But I think they do need to sort of recognize that, yes, this is a moment to be excited about, but we really need to just reset and focus in on what's happening for the next couple of days, because there's some big games coming out ahead.
Definitely so. And there you can see 14 kills for Gen G, the now defending PGC
That's
champions.
pressure. Yeah, no, I just, in that situation, you normally always go for a knock first. I mean, that's, he's probably not going to win, right? So.
Gen G. But I mean, aside from that, what a finish as a whole.
Here you guys. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, it's a replay of my stream.
All of these teams to be.
Johnson, are you here? Pause champ. Inonix drives over. Pio gets knocked by Tickleton. Inonix drives over for the res. I also haven't been... My data would just be the tournament so far, right? And Sonic's push the one knock, which makes sense. I just don't like this seed swap here. Gets the 1, 2, oh no, 3. That guy, that commentator.
To this weekly final, a couple of whom have not made it to a single Sonics. One of those on my minds, and as well as you know, we haven't really quite talked about it too much, but FaZe, that was a heartbreaking play for them as well. I believe FaZe actually were the kill leaders for this week. I think they had 69 kills.
Well, we do have an interview ready, and we'll loop back on that in just a moment as we now.
And it's played kind of weird. I just don't like the car play.
PGC 2021 위클리 서바이벌 3주차 마지막 16번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 대한민국의 젠지였습니다. 정말 e스포츠 팬들이 열광할 수밖에 없게 만드는 그런 팀인데요. 젠지의 이노닉스 선수 만나서 인터뷰해 보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
와, 정말 손에 땀을 쥐고 경기를 봤던 것 같아요. 그동안 정말 마음고생 많으셨습니다. 이렇게 마지막 매치에서 치킨을 먹게 되실 줄이야. 운영법도 굉장히 세심하고 또 과감한 플레이도 너무너무 빛났던 것 같습니다. 그동안 어떻게 멘탈 관리를 해오셨는지 궁금해요.
It must have been a very difficult time for you guys, but you showed a very detailed yet bold play. How did you manage your mentality for the time being?
풀어줬어야지 됐을까 이 생각을 많이 하면서, 그러니까 안에 담아놓았던 얘기들을 계속 해 나가니까 뭐 터졌던 멘탈도 다시 돌아오게끔 된 것 같아요.
이노닉스 선수 오늘
We gave each other feedbacks and talked as much as possible and tried to mend anything that was our mistake.
The play where Gen G pushed the thing and then pushed out was so funny.
It was you who wiped out both Sonics and Ends, but after wiping out the TSM, you decided not to wipe out the Ends, but moved elsewhere. Whose call out was that?
그렇게 오더가 날아와가지고 그렇게 하게 됐습니다.
정말 이런 꼼꼼한 운영법과 더불어
Pure knocked out Pero, and at the opposite end, I saw the Ends kill log, and I thought I could revive him.
다 해주고 가세요.
What? That made no sense.
You finally made it to the weekly final. What would you like to say to your fans?
못 보여드린 거에 대해서 저희도 좀 많이 아쉽고 죄송스러운 부분이 있지만 3주차 파이널부터 다시 폼을 끌어올려서 꼭 그랜드
Very underwhelming translation.
최선을 다하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 정말 젠지의 활약 경기력이 너무너무 기대가 되는데요.
Our first week and second week must have been disappointing for you guys, but we will do our best in the third week. Is there any message you would like to tell your teammates? You wouldn't have chicken dinner tonight if it wasn't for me.
이노닉스 선수 위클리 파이널 파이팅 하시길 바랍니다. 응원드리겠습니다.
True.
네, 인터뷰 감사합니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 16번째 매치에서 치킨을 가져간 팀은 바로 젠지였습니다. 저는
Well, he isn't wrong. Amazing stuff coming out here from Inonix and Gen G here towards the end. And just to reiterate, Clover, I think it's important.
Who is that? Who's what?
Gen G, yeah, they might not have
That was
been able to round
Inonix,
out a lot
the
of
guy who got the
games,
one
but
before.
They were able to round out a game when it mattered after just having a streak of amazing games, regardless of the chicken dinner or not.
Yeah, and maybe if anything, that might be the strength that they need to move forward, not only to the weekly finals, but the potential for the grand as well.
All right, so what does this mean?
Their game too much. They are going to be a little bit more comfortable in the back end of this tournament, but I mean, as you say, it was getting really close. You never want to take it down to the wire.
How?
Oh no, definitely not. And I mean, as we're rounding out the day, we're rounding out our weekly survival. Now we see our.
Hello, Puppet. Thank you for the raid. I'm probably ending up though. I just finished watching PGC. Hey, Fluro. We've been streaming for 9 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? There's a lot of names.
What's up? Get wrecked.
You could probably throw in the mix.
Thank you so much for the raid.
A potential.
How was your PUBG today?
First Pro have been looking pretty good, pretty consistent. Obviously, Team Liquid coming off the back of the.
We're just wrapping up.
Finals. They look
We're wrapping
really
up.
Good. So off the first
on the
run there, for me,
PGCs.
those are probably the two to sort of highlight. I mean, you talk about Gen G as well. The way that they've been looking today. I wonder if maybe
all good.
There is going to be a late tournament resurgence from them. It certainly seems like it. It would be a great.
I'm just about to look at the. What's actually happening?
Probably the three teams that I'm
okay, so this is really interesting because
it is really anyone's
MCG, GNL, ENTS, and Space Station are not playing these finals.
An underdog or someone that's kind of come back from absolutely nowhere this tournament.
Does VP, Ghibli, Heroic, Oath, you know, Danoir, Gex, New Happy, Navi get enough points to overtake him and stuff?
It's fair to say we saw it from FaZe in PGC 2019.
Any chance of getting a done deal Pick'em's tip?
At the very last moment.
What are the choices again? Is it top 4
We're not
and most kills?
With the concept.
Not too much. In fact, it breaks my heart again that you named the two teams that needed that and didn't have that.
Is that right?
Game.
Indeed. Well, of course, as well as we do look forward into the future, we got other teams that we want to.
I haven't been doing my pick'ems.
Look at and figure things out. Of course, John, we now know some of those teams that are guaranteed into our the Grand Survival. 9 teams: BBL, Petrichor Road, 17, TSM, FaZe, Sonics, Game Home, Team Unique, and Archangel Predator will be there trying to fight things out. But we do say bye to BN United.
Yeah, definitely going to be a few teams that are going to be having a difficult
Wait, Unique get to play still? Okay, I didn't know that.
Grand Survival.
I didn't know that.
Slots available. We do have the code on your screen, by the way, for those of you that are wondering. Keep an eye.
Hello, Elisa.
I wanted to also mention,
how are you?
By the way, that I think probably you can put Bururam into that discussion as well when it comes.
We're just wrapping up today. We're
they're a team that
working out what the future of the tournament looks like.
Spot right now in terms of the points, and they didn't make it through to week 3. So
top 4.
No, definitely.
I'll show you one second. I hope you're doing well, Elisa.
Do the stuff, get yourself some free stuff in the game. And that's
my background is sick, and your merch. And
Clover, before we round this out, it's been a great weekly survival once again.
I knocked my camera. My desk, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, my thoughts really do go to the weekly final. I mean, we've got some phenomenal teams that are going to be participating this week. I think it's going to be an interesting lobby tonight for a very bloody and fast.
Wait, what did you end up thinking of Super People? I only saw the start.
Really getting down to the wire.
Good night, Swap.
A lot of movements on
I'm going to do my own analysis, guys. It was okay. She hated it. Alright, depends if I get paid. True. When am I getting paid? God damn it. What am I looking at? Their weekly finals. Top 4, you reckon? I'm just gonna say VP again, man. Like, I'm VP. I think VP are amazing. Does it mean they're gonna be top 4? No. This is kind of spicy, actually. I think Fury can get top 4, but it's going to be a hard one. So what happens, like, do Gen G start playing amazing now? Are they back? They still haven't been playing that well, but are they back? I don't know. I don't know if they're back. If they are back, then they're a pretty good top 4 pick, but I don't know, man. I'm not that confident. There are so many good teams, though. Even like NH are insane if they play well, but their rotations are slightly lacking. Genji kill point MVP. I don't know, like like Ghibli are insane as well. This is such a weird lobby as well. This is not like, it's a strange lobby. I don't know what to make of it. Top 4. Yeah, like I think NH are a great pick for most kills, but they still have to stay alive. But this lobby, I think, will be easier to stay alive in. To be honest. Oh man, that's hard. Didn't Gex get most kills last week? They did. Gex got most kills last week. If we're talking top 4, it's probably VP. Team Liquid, Ghibli. And then I'm hoping 4th for like Fury. But then like there are teams, like there are a lot of teams that can do well still. I don't know how to give you a clear answer. I didn't even read yours. AAA, don't they? But no one's going to contest Liquid. Liquid have no odd stakes. Liquid have qualified for the grand final. Liquid can go Pachinki and Picardo without any care in the world. They can hot drop everyone if they want. You know, it doesn't matter. Not saying they will or would, but they're going to keep their towns to themselves because no one's contesting them. Like, they can't waste, you can't waste your games. If someone hot drops in this weekly finals, I'll be mind blown. I don't know about most kills. I have no idea how to pick that. It's too dependent on just playing well on the day. What about this VP as well? I'm a VP fanboy. NH the only Chinese team in. KX are Chinese. So in Grand Survival, these teams guaranteed have 4 more attempts to qualify. GH, Unique, AAP. Wait, no, sorry. TSM, Sonics, Pero, FaZe, BBL, and 17. The only way they qualify for the grand final now is by winning one of the 4 games at the end. Gex are Chinese? Nah, they're from Taiwan, right? And this guy's from Hong Kong. But he's not playing. SR's playing. What's interesting is what we're going to be watching this weekend is, can teams overtake the ones not playing? Like, do Space Station, Ensign, GNL qualify, or do they get overtaken? I'd say they qualify, but I don't know about MCG. MCG are at risk, I think. And then Ghibli, oh, they're not at risk, they're playing. Brew are going to be down the bottom. They'll be in the Grand Survival. It's crazy. Fury the underdog story of 2021. I didn't even consider Fury an underdog coming to the tournament. They're at least in the top half, if not higher, for me. When they're playing well. Like, what happened to them last week? Second, third, fourth. Yeah, they just didn't get a chicken. I think Fury have played pretty well this tournament. This is the first time Fury have got to play a global tournament. They do really well in APAC, obviously. Okay, then. Awesome. All right, guys, thank you so much for the insane day. Crazy day. So many subs. Thank you, guys. And bits. And just thank you for watching as well. If you've enjoyed the stream, I appreciate a follow if you haven't followed. Tomorrow, I'll probably just play Super People. There is no PGC on tomorrow, right? Let's double check.
We got a #1 victory royale. Yeah,
Chevy.
we about to get
Oh,
Shazid. On the board right now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. My friend just gone down. I revived him. Now we're heading southbound.
Chevy just gifted 5 subs.
Chevy, thank you for gifting 5 subs to good guy Tushar, Shrimpy Boy, Sajid, Ladia, and Trooper. Thank you so much, Chevy. You gave a bunch of subs today. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chevy. Yeah, I think tomorrow is no PGC. Yeah, so we'll probably play Super People tomorrow all day. Maybe. We'll see. What is the player count out now? Where do we end up? Tree Buff, thank you for the follow. 21,000, the highest it's ever been right now for super people. That's pretty cool. Oh my god. Hey, Dwayno. Goodbye, Dwayno. Sorry. Been a long stream. It's almost pretty heartbreaking. Yeah, it's really harsh. It's a rough one. Alright. I'm gonna go, guys. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. Wait, should I sell out? Wait, if you didn't join Discord and socials and merch. Easy. Spammed. Get spammed. Good night, guys. I will see you around. We're gonna raid someone. Josh? Wait, what? Ding Dank. Dude, I love Ding Dank so much. Ding Dank. Dink Dank. To be just rated seller. He's playing Super People. Is he playing? He's friends with Dashi on Steam? I didn't know that. Wait, did you play with him? Oh, this song's so good. I'm going. I'm leaving. We're raid Silla. Let's just dink dank him. Give him the dink dank. Alright. I just typed raid dink dank. Good night, my friends. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the subs today. Insane. Insane. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.